Chapter 1059. At this time, Wang Ju was already standing at the dock, holding the binoculars he got from his daughter and looking at the waterway. He only had one of these binoculars, and it was still somewhere else. He was also wearing his official robes, waiting for the emperor to come. While he was looking, he suddenly saw a small boat leaving the fleet and flying towards him. This is Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Huh, look at my grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Although Wang Ju had never seen Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he had seen pictures, and he could judge a thing or two from their clothes. He held the binoculars in one hand and pointed with the other, speaking to the people around him. The people around him could only faintly see a small black dot coming over. They were still far away, so they couldn't see who was on the boat, but it didn't affect them from praising. All kinds of good words were said. In any case, it was good. At this time, the fleet of large ships deliberately slowed down. Otherwise, it would be difficult to reach the shore later. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's small boat arrived first. Without waiting for the small boat to stop at the side, which was specially used for docking small boats, the two of them jumped in one after another. From there to Wang Ju, the people standing on the road naturally made a path for the two of them to pass through. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan strode over. Without looking deliberately, they knew who Wang Ju was. When they were 5 steps away, they almost knelt down and kowtowed at the same time. Grandson greets grandfather. Grandfather is well. Zhang Xiaobao said loudly. This made Wang Ju very happy. He smiled and went to help Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan also stood up. Good, very good. I can tell at a glance that you are my grandson. Other people's grandsons don't look so good. Cuckoo is also good. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Take it, grandfather gave it to you. Wang Ju's mouth was open, but his hands were not idle. He took out a piece of paper and gave it to Zhang Xiaobao as a gift. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to look to know that it was a deed to a large area of land in a good place. Otherwise, Wang Ju wouldn't be able to give it away. With a turn of his hand, Zhang Xiaobao handed the deed to Wang Wan and said, "Grandfather gave it to us. Take it." Wang Wan took it with a smile. Similarly, she didn't look at it. It didn't matter to her where the land was. She and Xiao Bao didn't lack land. However, she thought that Wang Ju definitely wouldn't take out a small piece of land. She thought that Wang Ju would have to take out at least a third of her family's property. Perhaps she would have to split half of the family's property because this wasn't just a gift for her and Xiao Bao, it also included a portion to compensate Zhang Wang clan. In other words, it was a dowry. When Zhang Wang clan came, she only brought her own personal savings and jewelry. Her family didn't give her anything. Now Wang Wan knew that Wang Ju saw that she and Xiao Bao were basically in charge of the family, so he gave her 2 to make up for it. If they met again in the future and saw Zhang Zhong, it would be easier to talk things over. Zhang Xiaobao stood there, motionless. He allowed Wang Ju to size him up. When the fleet of ships gradually approached, Wang Ju still hadn't finished sizing him up. To him, this grandson was like a free gift. Furthermore, he was someone that everyone in the world wanted to pick up. As long as he could acknowledge his status as a grandfather, it didn't matter how much he gave out. Grandfather, Her Majesty will be coming down soon. I'd better go see my mother first. My mother isn't in the crowd. Zhang Xiaobao saw that it was about time, so he whispered to Wang Ju. No, your mother is pregnant. It's not convenient for her to see outsiders. Good. You and Cuckoo go first. Someone, lead the way. Wang Ju nodded repeatedly. He was even more satisfied. He looked at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law. It was clearly the emperor who wanted to come, but they actually left the emperor alone. If it were someone else, even if they had followed the emperor all the way here, they would still have to stand at the dock and welcome the emperor again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were led to the courtyard of the Wang clan in Hangzhou. As for what happened after Wang Ju met Li Longji, the two of them didn't care. Other people's matters had nothing to do with them. Whether it was good or bad, they couldn't decide. The person leading the way was a servant girl. As she walked, she secretly looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Her heart was filled with joy, as if it was a good thing to be able to lead the way for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, there were no idle people on the street. Other than the soldiers sent by the local government, there were the guards of the Zhang family, Wang family, and Wang family. There were sentries every few steps. Not only were there people standing on both sides of the street, but there were also people standing on the roofs of the houses. All kinds of shops were open, but the owners and shopkeepers were not allowed to come out. They could only lean on the door and look. Naturally, no one would go in to buy anything. The main reason was that if the shops were closed, it would give people a very uncomfortable feeling of desolation. That was why they were open. In case the emperor suddenly became interested and wanted to enter a shop to take a look, it would be more convenient. That's right. Before the troops arrived, they had already sent a message saying that the emperor wouldn't come in a carriage. Instead, he would walk slowly and look around as he walked. This is what the local officials are afraid of. If it were in the capital, the emperor wouldn't need to order people to take a look at where he wanted to go at all. As for who was doing what, it wouldn't affect either side. If it were in the capital, wouldn't it be more complicated than here? There were people who came from all kinds of places, and they didn't see the emperor getting hurt. When the people saw the emperor, they were very happy. When the emperor came, he deliberately emphasized it. As a result, the people below were worried. Zhang Xiaobao followed the servant girl as he spoke to Wang Wan. What he meant was that the local officials might be unlucky. Why did Li Longji come here? Wasn't it to show his attitude of being close to the people? In the end, he still ordered people to take a look. Did it mean that the local public security wasn't good, or that the officials were disobedient? Wang Wan smiled indifferently and said, I think that after the emperor saw this situation, he would think of a way to do something that would make the local officials afraid. That is, he must take us out for a stroll when no one is prepared. Sigh. He's not worried. The work that he's worried about is all done by other people. Or how to say, it's sometimes inconvenient to have a high status. It's difficult to live a normal life. It's not only the emperor, it's the same for us. In the past, we could go out and play as we pleased. Now, how can we live without people by our side? That's right, that's right. There's also Xiaobei and the others. They can't go out as freely as other children. The only good thing is that they are still young and can play with children of the same age. The children here don't have to practice boxing from a young age like other places. Their attack power isn't high, so it's relatively safe. Look, what kind of place did our maternal grandfather give us? When Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he glanced at Wang Wan's bag, where the title deed was. What's there to see? We can't go to any place personally. If we want to go somewhere and stay, there will be people who will find a way to arrange it for us. This is another benefit of losing our freedom and status. Wang Wan didn't touch the bag. Her eyes were looking at the shops on the side of the road. They were just passing by before, so they didn't know much about the local customs. Of course, she couldn't see too many strange things. Now, even if they went to Shaoxing, they could only drink Shaoxing's yellow wine. They definitely couldn't find the Xianheng Tavern, where fennel beans could be found. However, it wouldn't be famous, and it was impossible to sell it for a few hundred copper coins a small plate. The servant girl who was leading the way listened to their conversation and became more and more excited. She had heard a secret. It turned out that when they came, the emperor wanted to see how the local people lived. He didn't want the streets to be deserted. Also, when the emperor arrived, he might come out for a walk. If she could say a few words to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, would she be able to lead the way when they were familiar with each other? Thinking like this, the servant girl plucked up her courage and whispered to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Little master, little miss, the West Lake here is the best place. The boats on it are beautiful, and there are gardens inside. I usually do things outside, so I'm familiar with all the places." Wang Wan looked at the servant girl with a smile, which scared the servant girl. It seemed that her thoughts had been seen through. She was worried and expectant. "Well, since you're familiar with it, we'll have to trouble you to lead the way while we're here. What's your name?" Wang Wan didn't want to make things difficult for the servant girl. Anyway, it didn't matter who led the way. Since the servant girl recommended her, she would ask her. In reply to "Little Miss, my name is Wang Lvi." It was named after the lotus in the West Lake, the servant girl replied happily. Hearing this name, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the servant girl had a high status in the family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given her a full name. Generally, a single character was good enough. Thinking about it, it was natural that the servant girl who was sent to lead the way for them was not an ordinary servant girl. The people who stood at the dock to welcome them were also not simple. Wang Wan nodded and said, "Good name. Now tell us about the West Lake. Tell us if there are any interesting stories." Well, when it comes to the West Lake, it didn't exist in the beginning. Later, it was in the sky. The servant girl was even more excited. While walking in front of them at a moderate pace, she told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan all kinds of legends about the West Lake that she had heard. When they arrived at Wang Ju's house in Hangzhou, the servant girl still hadn't finished talking. She didn't feel tired at all after talking so much. It seemed that she could talk for 2 more days without any problem. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan entered the house, they saw their mothers directing people to plant flowers in the outermost courtyard. Some of the flowers were seeds, and some were brought over from the capital together with the soil. Some were new varieties grafted by the Sanongxi temple, and some were different kinds of flowers found by other caravans from other places. The original flowers were taken away and the new ones were planted in the courtyard, which would give people a new feeling. At least, people would have a different identity. However, this new kind of flower was not available to just anyone. Zhang Xiaobao had already agreed with the Sanongxi temple that they would not sell it easily. They would only send it to a place when there was a flower festival. When people saw it, they would sell it like an auction. Only in this way could they make money. Anyway, it was a flower and had nothing to do with daily life. People who could buy it all had spare money. If they didn't sell it at a higher price, they might not cherish it. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came in, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan didn't notice them. They were just about to help. Now that they were pregnant, it wouldn't affect their work. Seeing that their mothers were also going to touch the soil, Zhang Xiaobao quickly walked over and stopped them. "Mother, you can't touch the soil now. There are some parasites in it. It's not good to touch it. It's not like before. Many medicines can't be used. Otherwise, it will affect the baby. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are here. Where is His Majesty?" When Zhang Wang clan heard her son say no, she immediately stopped. She still believed in her son and daughter-in-law's words. After all, they were little immortals. While asking, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan looked at the door. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the emperor before. As long as Xiaobao and Cuckoo were at home, the emperor would occasionally come to see them. He would also bring Empress Wang or Wu Huifei. When the time came, they would eat together. Because of their titles, they could also accompany them. Under the influence of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Jiang Wang clan and Wang Wan's attitude towards Li Longji was not as respectful as other people. It was as if they were ordinary people, especially Jiang Wang clan. She had seen Li Longji with her father before, but at that time, she was very scared. Seeing that his mother was looking around and looking like she was going to welcome him, Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly said, "Behind him, my grandfather is welcoming him. I think it will take a while before he comes. It's troublesome, so he won't leave quickly. Mother, if you too want to stay in Hangzhou for a few more days, I will ask someone to make a good beach for you. When the weather is warm, you can go to the water. Every day when you are in a good mood, you can listen to songs. Cuckoo and I have asked someone to make a song for the baby." Wang Wan also advised from the side, "Try to eat less seafood here. Eat some occasionally, especially crabs. Even if there's meat, try not to touch them as much as possible. When the baby comes out, you won't have to worry like now." Okay, I will listen to you. When His Majesty comes later." Wang Wan's mother nodded and looked at the door again. "When His Majesty comes, don't worry about him. Let's go in first. When His Majesty comes, he will have a lot to talk about with my grandfather. Maybe he will be interested and summon the local officials to ask about the local situation." Wang Wan would not let her mother wait for Li Longji. While talking, she came over and held her mother's arm to walk inside. Her mother said helplessly, "It's still early. How long has it been? She can walk. Look, she is not pregnant yet. You little girl." After 2 courtyards, Jiang Wang clan and Wang Wan sat down. Zhang Xiaobao immediately left and went to the kitchen to cook for their mother. This was a habit he had developed. As long as he was at home, he did not need others to cook for the elders in the family. He was in charge of everything. There was still some time before the meal, so it was a good time to make soup. He simmered pig trotter soup with less salt. When it was done, he could freeze it and eat it. Xiaobao, this child, can't stay still. After getting off the boat, he is busy cooking. He has not been able to take care of himself since he was young, Jiang Wang clan said to Wang Wan's mother. Wang Wan's mother smiled happily and said, "Sister, it is a blessing to have a child like Xiaobao. I don't know what happened back then, but the 2 children just hit it off. Before they were a month old, they saw each other and insisted on being together. Otherwise, they would cry until the sky shook. When they were older and got married, the family still did not know how to arrange the dowry. The 2 of them earned a lot of money. Should we give it to them? If we don't give them a dowry, they can spend their own money. If we really want to give them a dowry, I won't give them a betrothal gift. Anyway, it's just a matter of left hand and right hand. They can arrange it themselves." Jiang Wang clan laughed and touched Wang Wan's hand. Speaking of pretending, Jiang Wang clan suddenly thought of the gift that her father insisted on giving after discussing with her. It included the dowry that he did not give her back then. Thinking of the amount that her father gave, Jiang Wang clan was helpless. It was too much. Normally, no one would give so much when marrying off a daughter. If it was in the past, even if it was only 1/10 of that amount, the Zhang family would be very grateful. But at that time, they did not have a single cent. So what if they gave her a lot now? At that time, it was called giving coal in snowy weather. Now, it was icing on the cake. Even if they gave so much, it was just adding a small flower. Life was sometimes so interesting. With a sigh, Jiang Wang clan said to Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, when you were at the dock, did grandfather give you a gift?" "Yes, it should be the title deed of the land. Xiaobao and I haven't seen it yet." Wang Wan reached out and took the paper. "That's 80% of all your maternal grandfather's assets combined. Even after discounting, it's worth 6 million strings of coins. If it was given to others, the family would definitely object. But if it was given to you, no one said anything. I think you know what it means. But the property is given to you. 6 million yuan is nothing to you, but to the Wang family, it is a big blow. If you don't accept it, it won't be good. After you accept it, I hope you can help to think of a way. It doesn't matter how much money you make, as long as the Wang family has a guarantee for their lives. Jiang Wang clan told Wang Wan the value of the paper. At the same time, she also told Wang Wan that after she gave the money, her father would not be able to live well. Wang Wan was also stunned. She did not expect that Wang Ju would give 80% of the property. The remaining 20% was probably not easy to transfer immediately. Maybe he had a cooperation with someone else. Wang Ju was using this method to express his attitude. To be more precise, he was apologizing to the Zhang family. It was his fault for making the wrong choice. However, this was Xiaobao's mother's family. If he didn't say anything and took the property, Wang Ju's family wouldn't have a good life. Xiaobao's mother would also suffer. Wang Wan shook the paper in her hand. She did not agree directly. She wanted to wait for Xiaobao to come back and discuss. It was not to discuss whether to give the other party benefits, but to discuss what to give. First of all, the return period must be short, and at the same time, the profits must be high. Otherwise, Wang Ju's family would not be able to live well. Even if they save 20% of the property, it does not mean that they can make a lot of money, unless they sell it. Seeing Jiang Wang clan looking at her, Wang Wan replied with a smile, "Mom. Don't worry. Xiao Bao has a lot of ideas. I will tell him later. We will see what projects are good. We will accept the gifts. We've accepted the gift, and if there's any land inside, we'll dispose of it." Xiaobao's next move is to take back the land that others have forcibly taken away. Otherwise, the people of the Great Tang won't have any land to farm, and they'll have to work in the handicrafts and service industries, which will be detrimental to the development of the Great Tang. With Wang Wan's reply, Jiang Wang clan was relieved. Most of the time, Wang Wan and Xiao Bao had the same thoughts. She was afraid that the two of them would not forgive their father because of what happened in the past. After chatting for a while, Xiao Bao returned. He did not need to care about the soup. Someone else was in charge of the small fire. He sealed the lid of the pot and did not even need to add water. Wang Wan naturally had to tell Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was magnanimous and did not mention the past. He pulled Wang Wan to another room to think of a way to make money. Wang Ju is indeed smart. He knows that we will not take the things for free. That's why he gave us so much. He probably felt that his family's business was not making money fast enough and wanted to change it. Since we are here, he wants to make his idea come true. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan the moment he entered the room. He did not look at the deeds. I think he must have heard something from Li Longji when he used us as an excuse. He knows that we are going to make a move on the rich people in Tang Dynasty, especially those who have taken over the land. We will not allow it, so he might as well give it to us. Do you think we should sell this land to the people in the surrounding area? I'm afraid that after we sell it, the people will encounter something unexpected and end up selling it again or renting it out. Basically, the land will no longer belong to them after being rented for decades. Wang Wan considered the problem of keeping the land. Should they sell it or keep it? Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, "Why should we sell it? The people can't buy a huge piece of land. If we spread it out, it would be a waste of manpower. Furthermore, there will be less planning for the things that can be planted, which will result in less land production. It might seem like splitting up the land is a kind of ideological advancement, but it is not beneficial to Tang Dynasty. You also know that in the end, the land will be gathered together again and machines will be used." That's right. It is similar to land acquisition now, but there are some differences. Back then, there were other industries and jobs. If the people lose their land, they will lose their source of income. Thus, I feel that we shouldn't encourage land acquisition for now. Instead, we should crack down on those who own a lot of land. Wang Wan pointed out the crux of the problem. There was no such thing as a fixed policy, and it had to be adjusted according to the situation. The only thing that did not change was the pursuit of stability, or rather, a kind of balance. Crack down on those who own land. I also agree to crack down on those who own land. After Li Longji settles down, we can look for him to discuss the issue of cracking down on those who own land. Of course, we can't crack down on those who own land directly, as that would be detrimental to the development of society. We can trade benefits with those who own land, just like how we trade with those who own a lot of money. Come, let's think about how we can help that grandfather of mine earn more money. We will probably have to meet my other relatives, uncle, and grandmother later. Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic and began to discuss the transaction with Wang Wan. It would be best if they could get it done before meeting their other relatives. That way, they wouldn't feel so awkward when they met each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel good if they had to give away a large amount of property. No matter what, they were all family, so there was no need to make them feel uncomfortable. Before they met, they should tell them about the transaction and let them know that they could get more money after giving away their property. That would be a happy ending. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were discussing, Li Longji had already left the pier and was walking towards Wang Ju's residence. Wang Ju's eyes were still red. It seemed that she had just cried. Li Longji's eyes were also slightly red. Perhaps it was because of the things that had happened many years ago. Wang Ju accompanied Li Longji and Gao Lishir as they strolled along the streets. From time to time, they would exchange a few words. She was also very familiar with Gao Lishir. Looking at the deserted streets, Li Longji furrowed his brows and said to Wang Ju, "Actually, I like bustling places. In the past, every time I went out, I had to be accompanied by many guards, and I even had to clear the streets. What I really need to be wary of are the people from other countries. Perhaps, there might be an assassination attempt. After all, our great Tang is developing well. There's nothing to fear from the people of Great Tang, unless I do something wrong. The people just want to see what I look like. I don't think that I'm ugly, so what's wrong with letting them see me? Could it be that I'm unpresentable? When I was in the capital, I often went out for a stroll. Usually, I would bring along Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Most of the guards were from their family, but they never stopped the people of Great Tang. Yet, aren't I living well now? Back then, I went to the construction site to take a look. The donkey meat there tasted pretty good. No one poisoned me. If such a thing happens again in the future, don't clear the streets. Just keep an eye on the foreigners. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Find the people of Great Tang now and arrange for someone to assassinate me. See what the people will do." Li Longji's words stunned Wang Ju. She thought to herself, Her Majesty's courage is too big. Not to mention Her Majesty, even if I go out, I have to have guards by my side at all times. Otherwise, if there is danger, where can I find medicine for regret? Hearing that His Majesty wanted to give it a try, Wang Ju quickly dissuaded him, "Your Majesty, you mustn't. You can't be in any danger." Li Longji didn't reply. Instead, he gave Gao Lishir a look. Gao Lishir backed down helplessly. Li Longji saw a restaurant selling soup pancakes and strolled over. The restaurant signboard wasn't big, but it occupied a large area. It was connected to 4 storefronts. The owner of the restaurant was standing at the entrance with 10 or so waiters and 4 chefs. They didn't dare to walk out for fear of being shot. After seeing the emperor, they were already very excited. However, when they saw the emperor walking toward their restaurant, they became nervous. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Li Longji didn't care about that. He walked to the entrance and looked at the eyes looking at him. He revealed a smile and asked, "Who is the owner? How's the business? There's no need to greet me. You're not allowed to kneel. Stand and reply." "Why, Your Majesty, I am the owner of the restaurant." To reply to Your Majesty, "The business is good. It's all thanks to Your Majesty's grace. The country is prosperous and the people are at peace." Although the owner of the restaurant was nervous, he was still able to speak. His voice was trembling and his legs were trembling. If he wasn't holding onto the door frame with one hand, he would have probably collapsed. Li Longji lowered his head and said, "The country is prosperous and the people are at peace. As for the business, it's your own ability. Go in and take a look." As he spoke, Li Longji walked in. The people standing at the entrance immediately opened up a path for him. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, as if they were dreaming. The emperor, the one in front of them, was the emperor. He was actually willing to enter their shop. Although their business was good, the highest status among the people who had been here before was only the local registrar. They had only been here twice, so they could be considered to have reached the heavens. Li Longji wasn't the first person to enter the restaurant. The guards went in first, followed by Wang Ju, who had a bitter expression. He also didn't dare to believe that the emperor was really going to enter. He had never even heard of the emperor before, let alone seeing him. "Do you have shredded pork noodles? Give me a small bowl. I want to try it." Li Longji didn't mind the dirty stool and casually found one to sit down. "Why, yes, we do. But Your Majesty, I eat noodles, but I also eat rice. Go and make it." Li Longji interrupted the other party. Okay. Hurry up and make shredded pork noodles for the emperor. Show your skills and do it well. Change the bowl and wash it 10 times. The owner's face was flushed red as he ordered the servants to do the work. Right at that moment, someone suddenly shouted from outside, "Protect His Majesty. There's an assassination attempt. Protect His Majesty." As soon as the voice was shouted, the guards outside immediately rushed into the restaurant. Li Longji immediately stood up and shouted, "Who dares to be so bold? Stop working. Protect His Majesty." The owner of the restaurant also reacted. He was both shocked and scared, but he was the first to run in front of Li Longji and spread his arms to shout at the other workers. With a whoosh, the workers also rushed over and stood there with their arms spread. Their eyes scanned the various windows, afraid that someone would suddenly jump in through the half-open paper window. The cook who had just gone to the back of the restaurant ran out with a big spoon and a knife. He also stood in the outermost circle to protect His Majesty. "Your Majesty, you should leave quickly. If the thief jumps down and knows where you are, you will be in danger." Wang Ju was so scared that his face was deathly pale. His breathing was rapid as he advised. Unexpectedly, not only did Li Longji not leave, he even laughed and sat back down. He said to the owner, "Go, it's fine. It's just a drill. It's fake. See how the guards react. Quickly serve the noodles. Make 2 more servings. I still have 2 ministers who want to eat." Fake? It's good that it's fake. You scared me to death. I thought they were going to harm Your Majesty. I was prepared to risk my life. Motherfucker, go and make 2 more servings for Your Majesty. At this moment, the owner's forehead was covered in sweat. However, his words were more nimble. Perhaps after this incident, his mentality had improved and he was no longer so afraid of the emperor. Wang Ju was dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say with his mouth agape. Li Longji looked at Wang Ju with a smile and asked, "How was it? Did you see how the people of Great Tang are doing? With such people, why should I be worried? With the people, I don't need to worry about my safety." What I need to consider is what the people need. If I can't let the people live a good life, how can I stand behind the people when they are in danger? Wang Ju listened to Li Longji's words and looked at the owner who stood in front with his arms open. He finally realized that the current His Majesty was different from before. In addition to acting recklessly and crazily, he was not as serious as before. He had become very peaceful. Of course, in the past, His Majesty would also say that he was concerned about the people, but it was just words. He was not like today, where he really wanted to do something for the people. Your Majesty, you can't scare me like this anymore. I'm timid. It must be Li Shi who arranged it. You should tell me. Wang Ju complained in a low voice. He also opened his arms to block His Majesty just now. He couldn't let something happen to His Majesty in his own territory and then he would still be alive. It would be a joke. Li Longji smiled and said, I'll tell you in advance. How can I see that you are so loyal? Were you scared just now? Later, I'll ask Xiao Bao to make some good food for you to eat and nourish your body. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are right. The better Great Tang develops, the more comfortable the lives of the people will be, and the safer I will be. The walls of the capital have all been torn down. There is no need to use that wall to block out danger. Walls are dead, but people are alive. If the people really have no way to make a living, then the wall will not be there to protect me, but to hinder my escape. I will not continue to build the Great Wall. Or, as Xiao Bao said, when I am bored, I will build something for the future generations to enjoy. After discussing with Xiao Bao and personally visiting the construction site, I decided not to build a brick by brick, because the people of Great Tang are the Great Wall of flesh and blood in front of me. As long as the people of Great Tang are not lost, the Great Wall will not fall. The Qin built the Great Wall so well, but what happened in the end? If you have the money, why don't you use it to build roads and bridges for the people so that they can walk more easily? Hearing this, Wang Ju was very moved. He could tell that the reason why His Majesty could be so successful was all because of his grandson, Zhang Xiaobao. Nodding vigorously, Wang Ju said, Your Majesty is wise. With Your Majesty around, the people of Great Tang are blessed. Long live Your Majesty. Then, he asked the boss standing there, Why don't you run? Are you afraid that if His Majesty is in danger, you will be caught if you run? I don't have time to think about what will happen after I run. Why should I run? If there is really danger, I will block it. Maybe that person will kill me, and then His Majesty will be safe. If His Majesty is safe, Great Tang will not be afraid, and my family can continue to live such good lives. If His Majesty is gone, what will we do? If there is a new emperor, how will I know if he is good or bad? Unless Xiao Bao and Cuckoo agree to it, I will not be at ease. The boss spoke the truth, especially the last sentence, which was against the emperor. Your Majesty, don't listen to his nonsense. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo don't have the ability. Wang Ju glared at the boss. The boss also reacted and nodded, saying, Your Majesty, this commoner is just speaking casually. This commoner has no other meaning. Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. So what if it has something to do with it? Li Longji laughed, I can't do anything to the two of them. They said that even if I am the emperor, I will still have to step down. Don't spread this outside. Many of my national policies were thought of by the two of them. Great Tang is fine without me, but I am afraid without the two of them. You have done a good job protecting His Majesty. Tell me, what reward do you want? I will give it to you as long as I can. Although it is fake, you are still standing in front of His Majesty. Wang Ju sweated again. His Majesty dared to say anything. How could he say this to others? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were powerful, but he couldn't change the emperor just because he wanted to, right? The boss was also very smart. He acted as if he suddenly realized something and apologized. "Your Majesty, this commoner was thinking about something else." "What did you say?" "Huh, no wonder business is so good. I asked you what reward you want." Li Longji knew that the other party did it on purpose, so he didn't continue to ask. "Reward? Can this commoner really make a request?" The boss became nervous again. He rubbed his hands together, appearing very embarrassed. "Of course, speak." Li Longji couldn't change what he said. Then this commoner will say it." This commoner heard that Cuckoo is going to attack the place where Duosher is located. This commoner requests your Majesty to let Cuckoo fight at the front while this commoner follows behind. This commoner has just figured out a new type of noodle food that can be very helpful to the soldiers. Moreover, there is no lack of nutrition. There are vegetables, meat, and sweet, vinegar, salt, and so on. This commoner is willing to follow behind and help make the noodle food. I will be the logistics team. When the boss talked about his invention, he became exultant. As for the nutrition, even he didn't understand it, so he had to agree. Li Longji and Wang Ju were both stunned when they heard the boss's words. Wang Ju asked, "What kind of noodle is that? Is it noodles? If it is instant noodles, then there is no need. The inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family has already made it. When the time comes, it will be sent to the front line. His Majesty is giving you a chance. You have to use it well. What can you get by following behind? You can ask for money now. I believe that His Majesty will give you hundreds of thousands of strings of coins. You don't have to open the shop. Don't waste this good opportunity." "What do you mean by waste?" The boss's expression was very ugly. When he found that the other party was a high-ranking official, he changed his attitude and said, "I don't have money, but I have a shop. I can earn it myself. What can I do with hundreds of thousands of strings of coins? How much money do Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have? They can't spend it all by themselves. I heard that Xiao Bao even cooks his own food. Xiao Bei and the others also came to Hangzhou 2 days ago. I heard that they went to a restaurant nearby to eat. They ordered a lot of dishes, but they didn't let the waitress give them more. They took out a lot of money. Does this mean that they are very thrifty? Is this thrifty? It means that they are not wasteful. I am also sponsoring a school now. I am in charge of the school children's meals. If you give me more money, I have to use it for other things, just like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Oh, and His Majesty. I heard that the Tang Bank is His Majesty's. The money it earns is used by His Majesty for disaster relief and road repair in various places. So if you give me too much money, I have no use for it. I can earn it slowly and comfortably. I heard that in about half a year, all the medical care in the Tang will be free. The main problem now is that the medicine can't keep up, but it will be better in the future. We all know that we are penniless. As long as we don't want to die, we can live. I followed behind you because I wanted to see the noodles in other places of the Tang. After I came back, I figured out more kinds of noodles. A person's life doesn't necessarily depend on how much money they have. If that was the case, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo should be dead. They have enough money. I am the owner of a soup pancake restaurant, so I have to make good soup pancakes. When I was young, I was starving. Later on, when I passed by a soup pancake restaurant, the owner gave me a bowl. At that time, I thought that if I had the chance in the future, I would eat many different kinds of soup pancakes. After I grew up, I never forgot about that. I also want to run a good soup pancake restaurant and help others. I want to make many different kinds of soup pancakes so that people can taste different flavors. Unfortunately, it seems that I don't need to help others now. Our Tang will not let people starve to death. So I want to make the best soup pancakes. If I follow behind Cuckoo's army, won't I be able to see the noodles in various places? After saying this, the owner of the restaurant looked at Li Longji and Wang Ju, asking them if they would agree to his request. Wang Ju was moved. He had never been so deeply involved in the lives of the common people like Li Longji. He had been high and mighty for too long. Even after being neglected, he was still the provincial governor of a province. He wasn't someone that the common people could see. A provincial governor was equivalent to the municipal secretary and municipal mayor of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's era. They were high and mighty, and the common people usually didn't know what they looked like. In that era where information was very easy to obtain, it was even more so in the current Great Tang. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about mayors. Their rank wasn't high enough, but they could interact with the common people. Sometimes, it was just that interesting. Today, when Wang Ju heard the voice of a common person, he realized that he had done too little in the past. As the provincial governor of a province, the common people usually didn't know his name. Now, it seemed that it wasn't worth bragging about. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's status was so high that there was almost no position that could be said to be suitable for them. It was obvious that it wasn't enough to judge them by their official rank. Even if they were just county magistrates, they were still county magistrates who could decide the affairs of the Great Tang. The two of them didn't care about their official rank. It was just their names and their existences. However, it was precisely because of their high status that the common people of the Great Tang didn't know. If a local official like him couldn't even leave his name behind, then he would be considered a failure. Thinking of this, Wang Ju stood up, lowered his head, and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject has decided. After your Majesty leaves, this subject will return to his province and be a good provincial governor. Now that this subject isn't afraid of encountering trouble and can't solve it, this subject can ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo." Li Longji understood the meaning behind Wang Ju's words. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were here, so naturally, they had let go of all their grudges. Wang Ju didn't have to worry about not doing a good job. What surprised Li Longji was that since Wang Ju had already acknowledged his family, why didn't he return to the capital? Chapter 1060. Thus, Li Longji first said to the owner of the store, "I agree. You can follow behind me, or I can pay for you to go anywhere to see the local noodles." What's the point of wasting time? Follow me later, and I'll bring you to see Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao is very knowledgeable when it comes to cooking. I believe your cooking skills are far inferior to his. You haven't seen the noodles that Xiao Bao makes for his brothers and sisters. There are all kinds of noodles. Have you ever seen dragon whisker noodles with fillings in the middle? The owner of the store shook his head vigorously. "Your Majesty, what is dragon whisker noodles?" "Noodles? Can there be fillings in the middle?" Dragon whisker noodles are very thin noodles with fillings in the middle. Xiao Bao made it for Xiao Bei and the others by hand. He made it for the whole morning, and each of them could only eat a bowl at noon. Xiao Bao was very tired. He kept mumbling that technology was productivity. Li Longji recalled Zhang Xiaobao's appearance at that time and laughed heartily. The owner of the store was confused. How was that possible? Hearing the name and hearing that it was very thin noodles, he could imagine how thin the noodles were. How could there be fillings in the noodles? Unless Xiao Bao wasn't human, how could there be fillings in the noodles? However, since the emperor said there was, he naturally wouldn't lie to him. As the owner of the store, he could also tell that it was very difficult to make the noodles. However, even if it was difficult for him, he wouldn't do it. Scratching his head, the owner of the store said embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, this commoner is going to see Xiao Bao. Will I disturb them?" Xiao Bao is busy with all kinds of matters in Great Tang. If this commoner causes any delay, this commoner won't be able to take the blame. He's not busy. He's only busy for a while. When there's something to do, both of them are busy. Right now, both of them are idle. Cuckoo has nothing to do, so she's embroidering. Xiao Bao is thinking about food. This emperor is with them almost every day. How could I not know? Alright, after we eat the noodles, you can follow them. Just you. The waiter will stay. Li Longji acted as if he was chatting with someone of similar status and decided on the matter. The owner of the store was extremely excited. What kind of day was it today? First, he saw the emperor. Then, he could see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Who would believe him? Things that he didn't even dare to dream about were Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. However, Wang Ju was not very happy. He felt uncomfortable when he heard other people call his grandson and granddaughter-in-law Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. How could people who were not close relatives call them by such names? But he was also very helpless. This was because everyone in the Great Tang, from the old men and women in their 80s to the children who were still learning how to speak, addressed them as such. The children would normally call Xiao Bao Big Brother and Cuckoo Big Sister, while the adults would simply call them by their surnames. They would never add surnames in front of their names, giving the impression that the two children had all sorts of surnames. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan must be respected, Wang Ju indignantly reminded the owner of the restaurant. The owner was shocked and did not dare to make a sound. However, Li Longji spoke, "What Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Even if they are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, it is not up to you to say. You are the grandfather. Their own grandfather hasn't even said anything. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are the Xiao Bao and Cuckoo of the Great Tang. Respect? Your name is Wang Ju. If you stand out now and let 10,000 people call you that, how many of them will respect you? You want others to call you Wang Ju, but will they pay attention to you? Just like that son-in-law of yours, Zhang Zhong, who will call him Minister Zhang. They all call him Provincial Governor Zhang and County Magistrate Zhang. I am envious. When will the people of the Great Tang be able to call me Emperor Longji? Yes, this official is too petty. Whenever I think of how close I am to them, I feel uncomfortable being called that, Wang Ju quickly said. He was also clear that the people of the Great Tang were calling him that because of a special closeness. Not just anyone would be willing to call him that. While they were talking, the shredded pork noodles were ready. In fact, it was already ready just now, but the chef did not dare to serve it. While they were talking, the waiter brought in a new tray. There were 3 bowls, one for Li Longji, one for Wang Ju, and one for Gao Lishir, who was still standing at the entrance. After beckoning Gao Lishir in, Li Longji picked up a new pair of chopsticks and started eating. There was no need for anyone to test it. The actions of the owner, the waiter, and the chef had already proven everything. When the owner of the store saw the emperor eating, he was very happy. He was not worried that the noodles would be bad. No matter how bad the chef's cooking was, the taste would not be too bad. After the emperor took a bite, he raised his head and said, "Actually, the seafood noodles here are more pure and are cheaper. Many people like to eat them. These noodles are edible. It's not that I am picky, but when you see Xiao Bao and eat his dishes, you will know why I said so. What do you think, Lishir?" Li Longji took a bite and then lowered his head to continue eating. Fortunately, he asked for a small bowl. He really couldn't eat a big bowl. Along the way, he had only eaten Zhang Xiaobao's dishes. His appetite had long been developed. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to set an example of not wasting food, he would have stopped eating long ago. Gao Lishir naturally would not let others test whether the noodles were poisonous or not. After taking a bite, he said, "Your Majesty, this official feels that the noodles are not bad. It might have taken a little too long to cook. However, why is the shredded pork noodles fried? Why isn't it blanched? There is more of an oily taste." Also, the chopped green onions are cut from small onions instead of green onions. It lacks the unique sweetness of green onions. As for the noodles, they are ramen, not handmade noodles. They are not chewy enough. Li Longji's mouth was not idle. Wei Wei nodded in agreement. In the past, he really didn't think much about it. However, after he met Zhang Xiaobao, he could always see how Zhang Xiaobao cooked. When he casually asked about it, Zhang Xiaobao would give him an answer. Even though it was just a bowl of noodles, there was a lot to it. Wang Ju didn't have the opportunity to eat Zhang Xiaobao's dishes. He felt that the noodles were pretty good. However, when he thought about the emperor's and Gao Lishi's comments, he was filled with yearning for the dishes that his grandson made. The owner of the store was stupefied. The emperor and that official were too good with their mouths, right? They could tell how the noodles were cooked the moment they ate them. It turned out that the flavor of stir-fried meat and blanched meat was very different. The 3 bowls of noodles were finished by the 3 of them. There was no waste, even though Li Longji and Gao Lishi didn't feel comfortable eating them. After calling the owner of the store, the group continued to walk toward Wang Ju's residence. At this time, Li Longji didn't stop to test the commoners. He had heard the story of the boy who cried wolf from Xiaobei. If he really tested the commoners time and time again when there was danger, the commoners would treat it as a drill. That would be troublesome. Because they were delayed by the noodles, by the time they arrived at the residence, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already taken a nap. Zhang Wang clan didn't come out to welcome them. They hid in another room to make small clothes for the unborn child. They didn't know how many children were in their bellies, so they had to make a few more sets. With the addition of the clothes made by Wang Wan, they believed that they would be able to use them. After entering the residence, Li Longji asked someone to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. As soon as the 2 of them entered, Li Longji said, "Xiaobao, we're eating noodles tonight. I want to eat shredded meat noodles. You make it. Why don't we eat seafood noodles?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Li Longji when he saw someone he didn't know looking at them excitedly. Shredded meat noodles are delicious. This is the owner of a soup pancake shop. He wants to discuss the production of soup pancakes with you. You can talk to him later. Li Longji arranged some work for Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what was going on, but since they were here to discuss, he would talk about it later. He couldn't reject them, so he nodded and said to Wang Ju, "Grandfather, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Wang Ju was puzzled. "It's about the mulberry trees in Hangzhou. I've seen it. In addition to the gifts you gave me and Cuckoo, we still have a large mulberry forest on the mountain here. We use it to raise silkworms. However, the forest is too old, and the growth is deteriorating year by year. It doesn't seem worth using it. I think it's because of this that you didn't give the forest to me and Cuckoo. What I mean is that we should cut down all the trees and use the wood for other things. That way, we can get back some of the capital. Then, we can plant tea leaves on the trees and buy seedlings from other places. It will grow faster and we can take care of it carefully. Next year, we will be able to produce tea leaves. As for the planting of tea leaves, I asked the people of the agriculture temple to follow up on it. It can be considered an experimental place. If it's good, we can spread it around. No matter how large the tea leaves in Hangzhou are, it's far from enough to satisfy the entire Tang Empire. In addition to this, I also specially designed some ways to eat tea leaves. We can eat them as dishes. You can provide them here and we will be in charge of sales. Or you can find someone to sell them. In addition to this, we also need to continue to raise silkworms and cicadas. I also have some recipes for cooking. You can open a restaurant and we can only eat green silkworms. Nowadays, people don't eat them. In addition, we need to find people to pick the sea cabbages that no one touches by the seaside. We can make new dishes and can them and sell them everywhere. If there are a lot of rotten fish and shrimps by the seaside, don't leave them alone. Collect them. They are not for people to eat. After they are dried, add them to the feed of poultry to supplement their nutrition. That's all for now. I will draw an area in the northern part of Hebei province for our family to take over. Cut down other trees. Don't touch the old ones. Plant economic forests. Cut down and plant in a planned way to make products, such as sanitary chopsticks and paper, to increase our family's income. Zhang Xiaobao stopped talking and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan said, "What I mean is that since we don't have any land at home, we can go to the place where the Turks used to live and develop. Send a few people in charge to provide us with potato seedlings. The output will be very high if we plant them there. When we continue to fight, our family should also follow and see where is the best place. Anyway, it is a sparsely populated area. We can occupy it. When we develop it, even if the transportation cost is high, we can still make a certain amount of profit." Wang Ju listened to the conversation between the two of them and understood what they meant. They must have seen the gift she gave and knew that it would be hard for them to take out money, so they immediately thought of ways to earn money. Furthermore, they even divided it into several types of returns, depending on the length of the return period. The fastest returns were naturally this year's silkworm breeding and sea cabbage harvesting in the sea, followed by the processing of stinky fish and shrimps into fodder, followed by next year's tea, followed by the planting of potatoes in the area originally occupied by the Turks, and then the economic forest in the north of Hebei province. When the war started, they would follow and get benefits. Thinking of a series of money-making things, Wang Ju was excited. She stood up and walked to Zhang Xiaobao, raised her hand and touched Zhang Xiaobao's head, and said, "Xiaobao, at that time, I didn't expect the development of potatoes to be so good. In fact, the best place is the north of Hebei province, where there is a black land, but the road is too difficult to travel. It is not as good as the land occupied by the Turks. Most of it is grassland, and then we transport it to Fengzhou and down the Yellow River. Whether it's eaten directly or made into starch and vermicelli, it's a good choice. The smelly fish and shrimps by the seaside can actually be cheated and made into shrimp sauce. You can't taste it, but I don't agree. It's better to make it into animal feed. The coastal area is suitable for this. If the domestic poultry are not eaten, the eggs will become soft, and some can't even stand up. Let's make it first. I will look for the green worms of silkworms in the next 2 days, and there should be some that have grown up. Then I will make it for you to taste, and you will know how it tastes." Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Ju wanted to say, but he couldn't let him say it. So, he directly took over the conversation and talked about other things. Wang Ju saw that Zhang Xiaobao deliberately did this, so he didn't say anything. It was good that he understood. He would wait until he went to the capital and met Zhang Zhong. He nodded. "Xiaobao, what do you think? Grandfather will listen to you. I believe my family will not object. How do you make the sea cabbage tasty?" "Of course it is to make salted cabbage with chili powder. It is not worth feeding it to the pigs and ducks. Dry it and send it to the mainland. It can help to replenish the iodine. I don't have the ability to add iodine to the salt now, otherwise, would add it. It can prevent big neck disease, but it can't be eaten if it is already infected." Zhang Xiaobao knew the effects of sea cabbage and sea intestines. People don't like to eat sea intestines now, but in the future, the price of sea intestines will be too high, and people will not be able to afford it. "Okay, I will listen to you." Wang Ju did not consider the feasibility of Zhang Xiaobao's words. Since it was Xiaobao who said it, how can it be wrong? Li Longji was also listening at the side. He smiled and said, "Xiaobao, when other people ask for potatoes from your family, you will reject them. But this time, you are actually giving them away? Wang Qing is an official, but are others not? Okay, let's all go there and plant potatoes. After we finish planting, we will sell the seedlings and earn money together. Zhang Xiaobao could not say anything else, so he could only compromise. At this time, Wang Zhu asked again, Xiaobao, what do you plan to plant on the land I gave you? That is all good land. We're prepared to use a very high price to hire people to help us plant the crops. What we plant depends on what other people plant. If other people plant a lot of crops, we won't plant them. Your Majesty, this subject has a matter to discuss with you regarding the land of the great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao said. Chapter 1061. If Wang Zhu had been an ordinary provincial governor, he would have retreated. Of course, if he had been an ordinary provincial governor, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't have said anything. After all, he had once been the Minister of Revenue. This was how Great Tang's officials were. They could be promoted and demoted. Unlike Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's era, officials would either be demoted to the very end. If they made too big of a mistake and there was no one above them, or if the people above them couldn't be protected, they would be removed from their post or even sentenced. The majority of officials wouldn't encounter such a situation. If someone protected them, they would destroy some evidence of their crimes and push the blame onto the officials below them. There were two kinds of situations. One was that they would be transferred to an important position and moved to a more leisurely place. The other was that they would be demoted and wait for the right time to come up. Comparing the two, Zhang Xiaobao felt that the Great Tang system was better. Officials didn't have any thoughts of being lucky. Even if they didn't have a good position, they could still get a position of equal status. As for the protection of officials, it could only be said that the leader didn't have enough authority. There was a problem with the entire system, indirectly promoting the corruption of officials. Li Longji, Gao Lishir, and Li Longji didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. The three of them only knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just pushed for the adjustment of the Great Tang's tax rates, and it hadn't been fully implemented yet. They were in the middle of negotiations with the various great clans. To be more precise, they were exchanging benefits. They were waiting for the important figures to agree before bringing it to the table. At that time, they wouldn't have to worry about the opposition of others. Wang Zhu had also been discussed with. Gao Lishir had previously sent a telegram to communicate with anyone whose family had a total wealth of 3 million strings of coins or more. Right now, the conditions that could be brought out in exchange were the right to transport goods on the railways. This was the example that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had given. Because the railways were being built using the Great Leap Forward model, the wealthy would have a specific reference. As long as one wasn't too stupid, they would agree. The first reason was that the profits were indeed high and the power was great. The second reason was that if everyone else agreed but he didn't, it seemed that, with his strength, he would only end up suffering a greater loss in the end. When the time came, the imperial court wouldn't even give him a chance to exchange benefits. What kind of storm would he be able to cause? As such, Gao Lishir's work went very smoothly. As for Zhang Xiaobao's later methods, not to mention the other aristocratic families and merchants, even Gao Lishir and Li Longji wouldn't have thought that the exchange of benefits was ultimately a trap. Who would have thought that there would be so many additional trains? And by using another new technology, how many times faster could the operation speed be? Who would have thought that the proportion of increased taxes would be transferred by the imperial court and used to curb the regional monopoly that they had obtained after obtaining the right to allocate railway goods, while others would have to bear the loss of subsidies? Thinking of this, Gao Lishir began to worry for his godson. He said, Xiaobao, you haven't even finished what you were doing before, and now you're immediately pushing out land. Land is the foundation of a person. When the time comes, the entire world will oppose you. Are you really going to force His Majesty to give you military power in a few more places? In the exchange of benefits on the railways, other than a portion of the imperial court's profits, more of it is squeezing your family's share. Could it be that your family also plans to give up land? Your family doesn't seem to have too much land. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to reply, Wang Ju said in shock, "The matter of increasing taxes is sacrificing my grandson's benefits? If I had known earlier, it would have been useless. Right now, my family doesn't have the total assets of 3 million strings of string, but for the development of the great Tang, I can't possibly bully my grandson, right?" Wang Ju said this at the risk of alienating his relationship with the emperor. He didn't know the meaning of the word principle, but he knew what he should choose. For his own benefits, he could give up his family today, but tomorrow, he could give up his country. Wang Wan was very satisfied with Wang Ju's words. She knew very well that when she and Zhang Xiaobao were in the disaster 100 years ago, some officials clearly knew that their children were buried underneath, but they didn't save them. Instead, they temporarily left them there to save others. In the end, their children died, but what did that official get in return? His selflessness, which contained selfishness, was only publicized by the media. After that, he could forget about having any further development for the rest of his life. It was impossible for him to be promoted. In fact, as soon as the matter passed, he would immediately be transferred from an important position. This was because the officials above him were also bitterly disappointed. Today, for the sake of advancement, you can even disregard your own family. What if it were me tomorrow? Promote you? Dream on. Wang Wan, who was in a good mood, said with a smile, "Grandfather, very soon, our family will have 3 million strings of cash. Sea cabbage can be farmed. You can circle a place and raise it in large quantities. Xiao Bao will then come up with a series of ways to eat it. There will also be free advertisements in the newspapers. It's not that we're specifically promoting our sea cabbage, but we're also helping other places that have sea cabbage. Our goal is to let the people of Great Tang know that eating this thing can prevent diseases." The price would rise, but it was controllable. Just like sea salt, there was a maximum sales price control in every place, and it could not be increased casually. With the improvement of water transport and railway networks, many mainlanders could also eat seafood. The problem now is the construction of roads and bridges. The main problem is that Xiao Bao and I don't know how to design bridges. It's not that we can just take out the people who make the cannons and put them on the bridge pier. Otherwise, the bridge pier on the Yangtze River would not be made of iron chains. Iron chains make it impossible for trains to pass. Wang Wan's words reassured Wang Ju. It seemed that everyone in Great Tang knew that with Xiao Bao in charge, it was impossible for there to be a loss, unless there was a natural disaster in the farming industry. However, natural disasters would not come every year. The corners of Wang Ju's mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, "I thought that I wouldn't have to pay more taxes, but I still can't escape." Sigh. You're still pretending to be obedient after receiving such benefits. Li Longji said to Wang Ju. He did not care how much benefits Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Ju. That was his own business. In the end, Wang Ju protested a little and said, "Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's share in the railway transportation is indeed being squeezed. However, they have a lot of income in other areas, and the materials used to make the trains are not good. At least, they can't meet the standards set by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. There will always be all kinds of small problems. The industry is in their hands, and when the trains and railways need to be maintained, those who have the right to allocate them have to pay for it. Besides, most of the industries of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family rely on the local resources to develop, and they rarely need to transport. When they really need to transport, it is usually to transport people's livelihood goods to the disaster area or to balance the price of goods in a certain place. In this kind of situation, they can forcefully compete for the carriage share of others at any time, and others don't have the right to agree. Let's talk about the land. Xiao Bao, What price do you plan to pay in exchange? Hearing Li Longji's words, Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said, I don't understand. The land policy of the Tang Empire is beneficial to the people of the Tang Empire. Why do I have to pay for it in the end? Because I have always been listening to the two of you. No matter what you say, I will agree and help you after asking clearly. It's like when the two of you are playing billiards. I am in charge of setting the ball and passing the cue stick to you. The ball and the cue stick are mine, but the two of you have the right to decide which hole to put the ball into. Don't tell me that while the two of you are playing billiards, you want me to help you throw the ball into the pocket? The two of you don't even touch the cue stick, don't use any strength, and just use your mouth to talk. Li Longji gave an example, and Wang Ju was confused. What nonsense was this? They were talking about national affairs. How did this have anything to do with billiards? However, Gao Lisher, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan understood. What Li Longji meant was that the two of them were treating the Tang Empire as their own, right? Since it was the two of them who came up with the idea, it was up to the two of them to decide. Ah. That's true, right? Zhang Xiaobao turned to Wang Wan and asked. Wang Wan nodded. She admitted that this was what she and Zhang Xiaobao were doing. Their goal wasn't to earn money, but to develop the Tang Empire into the shape of their hearts. Thus, they didn't allow anyone to stand in their way. At times, they would display an extremely domineering attitude, carrying a conviction that they would slay gods and devils if they stood in their way. Speaking of which, Li Longji's words were right. Since the two of them were treating the Tang Empire as their own, they couldn't divide themselves between the greater Tang Empire and the smaller Tang Empire. Seeing that the two of them were in agreement, Li Longji said, since the two of you are playing, you have to bear the consequences of losing. I'll bear the consequences with you. When it's time for you to be serious, you have to be serious. Don't worry about money. After all, even if you spend money, there won't be a game for you to play, right? More or less, right? Zhang Xiaobao was rendered speechless by Li Longji's words. Then tell me, what should we do with the land? Li Longji asked. Of course, we have to exchange it. Even if we were to buy it directly, the other party wouldn't agree to it. Let's expand outward, and we'll have more land. Tell them that those who occupy a large area of land can exchange 1 mu of land for 5 mu of land. Furthermore, they won't have to pay rent for 30 years. In other words, they won't have to pay a single copper coin for farming. Zhang Xiaobao raised a finger. Then, he raised 5 fingers. What if the other party doesn't want to exchange? Li Longji asked. Doesn't want to exchange? That's right. The land elsewhere is too far away from their home. Why should they give up what's near and seek what's far away? They can continue to annex the surrounding land. Can you kill them? Li Longji sneered, as if he was representing a group with a lot of land. Zhang Xiaobao also sneered, who do I want to kill? I'll force them to their deaths. I'd rather pay a higher price to lower the price of grain. At that time, I'll pay 2 copper coins for a dough of grain. Let's see if it's worth it for them to farm. If they don't want the land elsewhere, I'll go and plant it. When the time comes, I'll transport it back. Even if I have to pay a copper coin for every dough of grain sold, I'm willing to do so. Besides, hasn't our great Tang started to collect rent based on the number of mu of land? I'll use the seeds provided by the Sinongsi to plant, and then the great Tang will raise the rent. They won't be able to object even if they want to because the great Tang will increase the tax based on the quality of the new seeds. In the end, I'll make sure that they can't earn back the money they used to buy the seeds. Not to mention other things, if I plant a large amount of high-quality rice in the northern area of Hebei province, once the price is lowered to the same level as here, they won't be able to sell even 1 gene of grain. Not to mention 2 ripening a year, even 3 ripening a year, they'll have to keep the grain in their hands. Zhang Xiaobao's ruthless words made Wang Ju and the other two shudder involuntarily. They had just eaten the freshly made rice, which was only ripening once a year. This was still a variety that could be further improved. The Sinongsi had been very useful these years. Wang Ju indeed knew that the rice over there was much more delicious than here. When it was steamed, it smelled good. When it was eaten, it tasted many times better than here. In the past, he didn't know the reason, but now he knew that it was because of the length of the ripening period. If it were someone else who said this, Li Longji would take it as a joke, but since it was Zhang Xiaobao, Li Longji had to take it seriously. He knew that if it really reached that level, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely do it. When he felt that the method was feasible, Li Longji suddenly found a loophole and said, "Xiaobao, if you do this, what about the people who have land? Wouldn't they be done for? The local people? Subsidies, according to the number of people. Hasn't the court already stipulated how much land each person can get? Furthermore, officials are also calculated according to their ranks. Since it has been stipulated, when the time comes, subsidies will be given to each person according to the ownership of the land deed. But the tenant farmers won't give, because the land doesn't belong to them. The servant girls won't give, but a new contract will be released and signed directly with the people who have the land deed. If the court needs that piece of land, when they forcibly expropriate it, they will send the people who have signed the contract to another place and give them additional land subsidies. The key is not the policy, but the people who implement the policy. Your Majesty, your patrol team needs to be strengthened. The cost of their patrol is insignificant compared to the local officials' greed and goodwill when they don't patrol. If they patrol a place once, it might cost them 1,000 strings of coins. But if they don't patrol, the loss to the court is estimated to be tens or even millions of strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao had already discussed this matter with Wang Wan. In fact, the two of them had many ideas, and they also knew that the people of their time also had many ideas that they could use. But no matter what, it had to be implemented on the officials below. But their situation back then wasn't optimistic at all. There were layers of connections and countermeasures. The reason for this situation was that no one was clean. In those 100 years, the people had already formed a habit. Everyone said that officials were bad before they became officials, but after they became officials, they did the same. When they criticized others for having more women, they also wanted to have one in each hand. That was the fall of the era, the change in the people's hearts. Thus, only a small portion of people persisted, but it was useless. But the current Great Tang was different. The people of Great Tang still knew that they had to be loyal to the emperor and love their country. There were also few thieves in Great Tang. When they were caught, they wouldn't resist because they knew that they were in the wrong. In Great Tang, if you saved someone's life, they would bring their entire family to kowtow and thank you. If it wasn't for the rapid development of technology, the advanced production technology, and the sharper weapons, the society back then would have long been ruined. And the most fundamental reason for all of this was the development of technology. When other countries developed quickly, the threat to a slow-developing country wasn't just in terms of military strength, but also in terms of the beliefs of the people. Thus, what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to do was to seal off the advanced technology and then use Great Tang's technology to bully others. As long as they were powerful enough, they could get the peace prize no matter how many people they killed. The prerequisite was that they had to deal with the internal affairs of Great Tang first. At this time, the two of them thought of this matter and looked at each other tacitly. Then, they revealed gratified smiles. Wang Wan maintained this smile and went along with Zhang Xiaobao's words. When the time comes, even if others want to play tricks, their tenant farmers won't do it. This is because we'll directly move them elsewhere and give them subsidies. This way, they won't dare to play tricks on the land. They want the tenant farmers to accompany them to cheat. Once the tenant farmers know that they can use this opportunity to take advantage of the situation, their efforts will be in vain. Oh, this is a vicious move, Wang Ju exclaimed. In the past, he only knew that his son-in-law's 2 children were formidable. He also saw the development of Great Tang and received some information from Li Longji. But today, after hearing the words of the 2 of them, he realized that this was the most profound moment. It turned out that many of Great Tang's national policies were developed in this way. In this way, the other officials in the court could only be decorations. They just had to follow the work, but they didn't have a chance to follow the decisions. Who could think of a series of things? Was this the legendary way of thinking of the students of Jianjia Academy? Many things found to be very simple after hearing from others, but if others didn't mention it, he would never think in this direction. He also didn't know how his grandson and granddaughter-in-law learned these skills. It seemed that they knew everything. Ordinary children, even if they were chosen by the 2 experts behind them, probably wouldn't be able to learn even 1/10 of it. This required extraordinary intelligence from a very young age. Li Longji wasn't surprised at all. He was used to it. If the 2 of them couldn't say anything, he would be surprised. Therefore, he nodded and said, "If you want to say the best, it should be the method of continuous patrolling. I plan to send out a batch of patrolling people every month and then add more patrolling people every quarter. According to what you've mentioned, if the first batch of patrolling people can't find a problem, but the second batch finds a problem when the first batch appears, then the first batch will be killed. If everyone can't find a problem and is caught by Xiao Bei and the others, everyone in the first batch will be exterminated. I definitely won't allow problems to happen to the local officials. It's fine as long as it's a habit. As for the money spent on patrolling, compared to the benefits of stable development, it's really too little. So, I agree to the land plan. Lisher will be in charge of implementing it." "Yes," Gao Lisher replied. When Wang Ju heard that the matter was decided so easily, he pondered about the issue of patrolling and advised, "Your Majesty, the local officials have many tricks. The patrolling people might not be able to see through them. Isn't it too heavy to exterminate them directly?" "Heavy? It's not heavy at all. I'm just choosing people from the local officials to be patrolling people. It hasn't been long since I started, so I haven't found the time yet. In the future, I will test the patrolling people and test their various tricks. Whoever can come up with a solution that others can't solve will receive a large amount of rewards. For example, if a county magistrate suddenly thinks of a good idea to embezzle 10,000 strings of coins without anyone finding out, I will send a decree every month to recruit capable people. As long as he, the county magistrate, can tell his method, I will reward him with 20,000 strings of coins. To deal with the local officials, we must use the local officials. Usually, the people who are chosen to be patrolling, other than patrolling, their other work is to think of various methods. Tell me, if they can't find a problem, won't it mean that they are not diligent?" Li Longji also explained his plan and looked at Zhang Xiaobao proudly. Zhang Xiaobao had never told him about such a reliable method. "Your Majesty, first of all, the county magistrate will receive more. Why don't we let him embezzle? Second, in the future, the local officials will realize that it's better to think of different methods than to embezzle directly. All of them will think of different methods." Wang Ju was still worried. "Wang Qing, you're not like the past you. You used to be so smart, so why have you become so stupid now?" Li Longji was puzzled. A county magistrate may receive more, but his method can be used in many counties. In the future, the other county magistrates won't be able to use this method. As for the second point, it's not that easy to think of different methods. If you spend all your energy on thinking of different methods, you will lose your political achievements. When the time comes, you will be held accountable. It's not that there won't be any loopholes, but as long as you continue to improve, it will become more and more difficult to find loopholes. Not everyone is that smart. Only then did Wang Ju react. He raised his hand and rubbed his temples. He had also been affected by the words of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and lost his calm. The main reason was that he had been mentally unstable for the past 2 days. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, he prepared to listen quietly and let himself recover. Gao Lisher stood up and walked to the door. He gave some instructions to the people outside. He had to first clarify the issue of land and how much land each family owned. Otherwise, there were still many situations where the land was fake. Once the news of the contract was released, the people who owned the land would probably take it back. As for what they would do, there was no need to worry about it for the time being. When Gao Lisher returned and sat down again, Wang Wan brought up another matter. Your Majesty, I've discussed with Xiao Bao. In the future, we won't give the officials land. Instead, we'll just give them money. In the past, we gave them land because the imperial court's treasury wasn't very abundant. However, we still need to let the officials do their work. If we don't give them land, the officials won't be able to survive. Now that the imperial court has more money, we don't need to continue giving them land. On one hand, it's good that the children of the officials don't like to do business. In the future, we will have to think of ways to control it. Otherwise, it'll be easy for the local officials to seek benefits for their children. Xiao Bao and I propose that the current official's salary be doubled during his term. After his term ends, he will be given a one-time reward according to his evaluation results. This is called raising honest people with high salaries. For a provincial governor, if he can really increase the standard of living of the people in his province by 10 times and develop the place in a non-destructive way and generate 1 billion strings of cash, what's wrong with rewarding him with 1 billion strings of cash? Zhang Xiaobao also cooperated and said, not allowing the officials to hold a post in the local area can be postponed. After all, if they don't hold a post in the local area, they won't understand the situation in other places. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao also wanted to say that in the future, the local officials should be like Sanshui County. Whoever could become a local official wasn't appointed by the imperial court, but by the willingness of the local people. However, after considering the current political system, he felt that it was too early, so he stopped. Li Longji didn't directly agree this time. He still had to discuss with the other officials and see if they wanted money or land. The former was easy to handle. Money could be earned. If it was the latter, then he would have to discuss with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. How could he let the officials voluntarily give up land? During this process, he had to use Zhang Xiaobao's ability to deceive people. He had to make the officials feel that if they asked for land, their losses would be many times greater than if they asked for money. That way, there was no need to force them. They would ask for it themselves. The main method was to lower the value of the land and, at the same time, not harm the people who worked there. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, I want to send a report back to the capital and wait for the results. Speaking of the problem of using money to replace land, as well as the problem of raising honest people with high salaries, I believe that they will be willing to pay more for the latter. I think that if we don't come up with a solution, they will want both money and land, Li Longji felt that he could also think this way. Who didn't want to take advantage of the situation? Zhang Xiaobao also laughed and said, we'll listen to your majesty. What do you mean listen to me? It's always you and Cuckoo who come up with ideas. I'm just the one who sets the ball, but the case, the ball, and the clubs you use are all mine. Li Longji corrected him. Wang Ju understood now. The so-called case referred to the Tang Empire, and then the emperor let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo develop their relationship as if they were playing a game. Thinking of this, Wang Ju was very surprised. He finally knew how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo got along well with the emperor. The two of them didn't want power, but the emperor didn't do it. No wonder the emperor always supported the two of them. Thinking that his family would be richer in the future, Wang Ju said happily, the problem of land in the Tang Empire will be solved. Everyone will have land to plant. That's great. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao said, "The problem of land has not been solved. Now people are planting indiscriminately. They are not willing to change what they planted in the past. They always think that it will not be as good as what they planted now. In other words, they don't want to take any risks. Therefore, we have to find a way to make them change, especially if one thing sells well this year and everyone plants all the same next year. That will cause them to lose money. First, how to make them willing to accept new varieties of crops. Second, how to make them understand that they can't follow the trend in the process of accepting. At the same time, we have to form a scale where they can plant the same thing. This is very difficult and difficult to control. Planting seeds in one place all year round will reduce the yield of that place. Now, the Tang Empire is facing this situation because there is a lot of land, so there is a fallow. However, in fact, there is no need for a fallow. There are other ways to solve this problem. I will let the people of the Western Agriculture Temple take care of it and add in the upcoming insurance mechanism. Right now, we don't need too much agricultural subsidies. The more direct way is to reduce the rent. We can only do that after the people who occupy the land are cleared out." At this point, Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything. Whether or not agricultural subsidies would depend on the speed of economic development, the proportion of land in the entire society, and the amount of land per capita. It was not to say that the people who planted the land had to suffer and receive subsidies. It would depend on the average income and the price of other products. A balance was the goal. All right. Xiaobao, go and prepare some food. Eat the noodles. Go and call that boss and let him see how you do it. We can discuss the future matters in the future. If we continue to listen, we will be confused. Li Longji ate a small bowl of shredded pork noodles. Not only did it not feel good, it also did not feel full. His stomach felt empty. Eat the instant noodles. I will teach him how to make it. Zhang Xiaobao stood up gloomily. He had just exhausted his brain power and now he still had to exhaust his physical strength. Instant noodles are still noodles. All right. Li Longji appeared to be very easy to talk to. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao would not use instant noodles to deal with him. During the meal, they were indeed eating noodles. The noodles were rolled out by Zhang Xiaobao. To make the noodles taste good, one was the type of wheat and the other was the processing process. Naturally, there was no lack of good wheat. Zhang Xiaobao spent a lot of effort and rolled the noodles over and over again. The boss of the soup pancake shop was standing beside them. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao adding some salt to the noodles, he curiously asked why. Zhang Xiaobao did not hide anything and directly told him that the texture was good. The noodles were smooth and tender and would not stick together easily when cooked. Whether the noodles tasted good or not, apart from these 2 points, the most important factor was the type of noodles eaten and how to prepare the soup and sauces. Zhang Xiaobao made 4 types of soup and 6 types of sauces. Some of the sauces could not be prepared immediately and had to be prepared beforehand. Similarly, Zhang Xiaobao had no intention of hiding this and told the boss everything. Not only did he teach the boss about the noodles, he also told the boss about his thoughts on noodles. After all, the boss was tested by Li Longji and stood in front of Li Longji at that time. Although the assassination was fake, the boss's attitude was genuine and should be rewarded. Another point was that Zhang Xiaobao was very clear that his cooking skills were not good enough. He had not reached the level of a special grade chef and would not have much time to study cooking in the future. The reason why he could cook better than others was because he had been studying ever since he came here. Another reason was that he had eaten a lot of noodles and had a good grasp of the seasoning. The future development would depend on the efforts of all the chefs in Tang who were dedicated to making delicious noodles. Since the boss wanted to promote the soup pancakes, then he would help him as much as possible. Perhaps many years later, there would be an old soup pancake restaurant that would stand tall for hundreds of years. Zhang Xiaobao's serious teaching moved the boss of the soup pancake restaurant. Although he had always called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan Xiaobao and Cuckoo and felt close to them, he had never thought that one day he would really stand beside Zhang Xiaobao and learn how to make soup pancakes from Zhang Xiaobao. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was good at making money, and he also knew that Wang Wan was good at fighting. He had also heard that Zhang Xiaobao was good at cooking, but he never thought that he was worse than him. However, when the noodles were ready, he recalled what Zhang Xiaobao said and was shocked. It was too amazing. There were so many things to pay attention to when making noodles. It was a pity that the noodles were ready too quickly. Looking at the situation, Zhang Xiaobao had not finished speaking before he had to eat. He could not pester Zhang Xiaobao to ask about things. He did not know when they would meet again. Perhaps he would not find an opportunity in his lifetime. Just as he did not know how to thank him, Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to send the noodles out and said to him, "If you come up with any good ideas in the future, remember to send me a telegram. I will let the inner courtyard take note of you. Then we will continue to discuss and learn from each other." Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to see a master of noodles grow up. He also knew why he was so amazing. It was because he was standing on the shoulders of a 1,000-year-old ancestor. A sauce that looked simple might have required the efforts of several generations. Taking it out himself could be considered as returning the favor to the previous owner. Perhaps the noodles he had eaten before were developed by this owner. Then, it was passed down from generation to generation and gradually perfected. This owner did not know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. When he heard that he would have the opportunity to learn from Zhang Xiaobao in the future, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. He opened his mouth and did not know what to say. As for Zhang Xiaobao saying that they would discuss and learn from each other, he only thought that Zhang Xiaobao was being modest. "Well, I won't accompany you. I am going to eat with you." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he found a servant from the inner courtyard and directly left after saying a few words. Naturally, this owner would not follow him to eat. After explaining his situation to the inner courtyard and seeing that the kitchen had left a bowl of noodles for him, he thought for a while and picked it up, greeted the servant, and ran back to his own restaurant. He wanted to let the cooks try it. At the same time, he did not forget to take away a portion of the various sauces and soups. As for how much the utensils were worth and what he would do if he broke them, he did not even think about it. In any case, the owner was rich and did not care about him. If it was not broken, he would send it back. If it was broken, he would ask the owner to buy another set. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao had just prepared a light breakfast for his mother and mother-in-law and was waiting for them to eat. After eating a few steamed buns, he was called by Wang Ju to go fishing by the West Lake. Wang Wan accompanied her mother and mother-in-law to find a place to do needlework. She only did the embroidery for her mother and mother-in-law. As for the sewing place, she took over for them, afraid that they would accidentally prick their bellies. Of course, that was just a saying. In fact, it would not be a big deal even if they were to prick their bellies. It would be painful if they were to prick their bellies. There was even a thread behind the needle. She had never heard of anyone being prickled badly. However, at this time, children were precious. From the moment they had children, they had to be careful. This referred to the wealthy. As for ordinary families, many women even gave birth while they were still working. But there was nothing that could be done about it. A person was a labor force, and only after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to implement free medical treatment with Li Longji did the situation improve. This was especially so now that the Great Tang was helping to raise children, and the Great Tang's population was rapidly increasing. Jiang Wang clan looked at Wang Wan, who was earnestly doing needlework, and said with a smile, the later the child is born, the happier he will be. When you and Xiao Bao were born, our family was not as good as now. At that time, I was already 1 month old, so I didn't do anything. Don't be fooled by Zhuangzi. Sigh. Mother, I know. Even the landlord didn't have any extra food. I still had to save up some money to buy books for father to learn from the teacher. It was because of the hard work back then that we have today. Wang Wan said with a smile. At the beginning, when she was in a daze, she called mother-in-law. She didn't call Zhang Zhong father anymore. She felt uncomfortable, so she didn't call Zhang Xiaobao father. Instead, she called him Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan's mother also said, "It's not us. It's all because of Xiao Bao's ability. Xiao Bao can make a lot of money. Not to mention ordinary people, even if the whole Tang Empire worked together, it still wouldn't be enough. You can't always bully Xiao Bao just because Xiao Bao dotes on you." Wang Wan's mother was already a rank 1 noble lady, but she still adhered to the original, traditional ideology. That was, a wife must take good care of the elderly, help the man take care of the family matters, and take good care of the children. Even though she knew that her daughter was no worse than her son-in-law, she still said that. Just like the Jiang Wang clan, didn't she still live a good life with the Zhang family? Jiang Wang clan naturally defended her daughter-in-law. She said, "Sister, you can't say that. You've spoiled Xiao Bao too much. There needs to be someone in the family who can control him. In my opinion, Cuckoo should look after Xiao Bao more often. Otherwise, one day, he will fly into the sky and abandon his mother. With Cuckoo around, if he dares to fly, she will shoot him down. Xiao Bao can't fight." Wang Wan's mother said with a smile, "Sister, you're the one who's spoiling her. As a mother-in-law, you don't control your daughter-in-law. Who knows, one day, Cuckoo will take over the power in the family and not treat you well. There's no need to fight for it. I'll give it to her now. Cuckoo is not that kind of daughter-in-law. When the child is born, I'll have to let Cuckoo take care of him. Even I don't feel at ease. Anyway, I can't teach a child like Xiao Bei." Jiang Wang clan said with a smile. She was not worried about the child at all. Whether it was food, clothing, or education, she was not worried at all. With Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, the child would only be better off. Wang Wan's mother also smiled and did not say anything. In the past, she was worried. After all, her daughter would eventually belong to someone else. If she had another child, they would not give the money to her child, especially the boy on her side. However, she later realized that it was impossible. Xiao Bao treated all his younger siblings the same. Moreover, even she did not know how much money she had at home. There was no need to worry that the child would not be able to live a good life without money in the future. Just a little bit of the family's money was enough for a child to establish a family by himself. The later the child was born, the happier they would be. Back in Luzhou, when the family was not as rich as it was now, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could build a big delivery room for their unborn siblings. Then, they immediately built a big house with agarwood. When the child in the womb was born, she wondered how much love she would receive. Wang Wan also said with a smile, "When the baby is born, Xiao Bao and I have decided to let Xiao Bei and the others take care of it. In 2 months, we'll let someone take a look. It's best if it's twins. The more people in the family, the better." At the mention of Xiao Bao, Jiang Wang clan remembered that her son had been dragged by her father to go fishing. She shook her head helplessly. Xiao Bao is too much. He's busy all day, but he still has to go fishing. Xiao Bei and the others went to Jiang district by themselves. They're worried. I don't know what's so good about fishing. Chapter 1062. Zhang Xiaobao looked straight into Wang Ju's eyes, shook his head blankly, and asked, "Grandfather, we are here to fish. Is this thing a crawler? Can it walk on the ground?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao regretted it. Who was the other party? It was Wang Ju, a close official of Li Longji. How could he be an ordinary person? He had overdone it. Sigh, it was all Wang Ju's fault. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Ju's joy faded a little. He finally knew what it meant to understand the ways of the world. His grandson must have known what he had asked someone to bring, but he pretended not to know just to make him happy. If he didn't hear his answer, he would have thought that he had never seen it before. Sigh, sometimes, when a child is too smart, it doesn't feel good for an adult. Thinking about it, Wang Ju became happy again. Her grandson was doing this to make her happy, which meant that the child was filial to her. Moreover, to have such a sensible grandson was something that she could only wish for in 8 lifetimes. Others probably didn't have it, right? So Wang Ju didn't care anymore. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Since you know, let's throw it down and see. The bait you gave you has a lot of hooks, and you also need to put some on the tongue. It's best if it's a worm or a red worm in a small ditch. There's a place you need to hold down. Otherwise, if you touch the hook and the tongue, it will close its mouth. Hang stones in the net below. If you hang other things, they will fall into the water in the end. It's not convenient to salvage them. Okay." Zhang Xiaobao didn't continue to pretend to be stupid. He carefully looked at the wooden otter. According to Wang Ju, the bait should be hung and the bait should be put down. This was to attract different kinds of fish. Both of them were ready, so they put the bait down and waited for fish to eat it. If a fish touched it, the wooden otter would close its mouth and release the stone below. It would float up automatically. Seeing her grandson put the things down, Wang Ju threw in a few more fishing rods and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I almost forgot. You and Cuckoo are not ordinary people. Also, the Ministry of Works that you let Yongqing manage and the technicians in your family design are more advanced. In the future, if you encounter something like this again, tell me the truth. The more you know, the happier I, as your grandfather, will be. Xiaobao, tell me the truth. Did you use your skills to make this thing?" Wang Ju felt that with the technology Sun Tzu had, he could make better wooden otters, so he asked. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and replied, "Grandfather, how could I possibly make such a thing? This thing can only catch one fish at a time. I can play with it for myself, but I don't have much time to play with it. I have to think about things all day. Although I came here to fish with you, I also have to think about other things. It's either I don't make it, but as long as it's something that Cuckoo and I make, it will definitely be something that the people of Tang Empire need. We also made tools to catch fish, but not just small things like this. We put big things on the fishing boats. They can help with the fishing nets and make it easier for the fishermen to catch and collect the fish. If we do it for ourselves, that is truly for ourselves. If we do it for the people of Tang Empire, Cuckoo and I will be happy. We don't care about the world, but we care about what we can do for Tang Empire. Compared to how many fish we can catch, a word of gratitude from the people makes us feel more comfortable. Selflessness is selfishness. I haven't seen true selflessness. Even if you don't leave your name when you make something, it's because as long as you think about how much help your product can bring to others and feel gratified, that's the embodiment of selfishness. It's just that one kind of selfishness brings benefits to oneself, while the other selfishness brings benefits to others. There's nothing wrong with selfishness. What's wrong is whether you belong to the former or the latter. Wang Ju listened to her grandson's words and then looked at the third wooden otter that had not been baited yet. She suddenly felt her face heat up. She thought to herself, no wonder His Majesty gave me the cold shoulder and valued Xiaobao and Cuckoo. She was just an opportunist, who helped His Majesty seize power. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were the ones who were truly magnanimous. They might have flaws and all kinds of small problems, but the people of Tang Empire approved of them because of their persistence and sincerity in the matters of Tang Empire. Just like how Xiaobei refuted Xiaofan, who had come looking for trouble and wanted to attack Xiaobei and the others, his meaning was very straightforward. He said, "Don't put ethics and morals on me. I'm not a saint. This is all I can do. I'm doing it, and I'm working very hard. As for what I did wrong, it's wrong. I'm willing to take responsibility. I have a good brother and sister, but you don't. With the help of my brother and sister, I can help others. As for you, you can only be a mountain village man. You can just be a good village man. Why do you have to question me?" She had originally wondered why Xiaobei and the other children were so direct, but now it was clear that their brothers and sisters were the same. The strength and calmness in their bones, and then they brought benefits to the people, were what the people liked the most. They were not something that a noble man full of benevolence and righteousness could compare to. The people admired morality, but what they needed more was rice. The people needed benevolence and righteousness, but what they needed more was invincibility. And what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were doing was what the people needed. One was improving their lives, while the other was conquering the world. Thus, the emperor did not need someone who would rebel. What he needed was someone who could stabilize the country. Everything was that simple. Wang Ju finally understood why she was alienated. It was because she did not immediately change. At the same time, she also understood why the emperor appreciated her. It was because of her relationship with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Xiao Bao was her grandson, and Cuckoo was her granddaughter-in-law. If she was still the same opportunist as before, then there were two possible situations. One was that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would rebel with her, and the other was that the two of them would watch over her. This was the emperor's idea. In that case, the emperor's trust in Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had reached a terrifying level. Did the emperor believe that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would not rebel with her? Zhang Xiaobao's words made Wang Ju think of many things. After thinking about it, the way Wang Ju looked at his grandson changed. He waved his hand, and everyone around him retreated. He asked, "Xiao Bao, if you and Cuckoo rebel, what will the result be?" Zhang Xiaobao's expression was still so calm, as if what Wang Ju asked was a very small problem. He smiled and replied, "Then we will have to find a new emperor. It is very troublesome and not worth it. The people of Tang will also be at a loss for a period of time. A person's life has an end. Cuckoo and I do not want to waste years or even decades to restore the confidence of the people of Tang. It is not worth it. Grandfather, do you know? Right now, Cuckoo and I are developing Tang's industrial development in a very effective and direct way. If we do not take detours, it will develop very quickly. You will see that Tang's technology is developing by leaps and bounds. What Cuckoo and I need to do is to train talents. We have bypassed all the detours in the development process. We will make the researchers believe that there is absolutely nothing wrong with their research. In a year, in less than a year, you will see a new carriage. Carriage? Alright, let's call for a carriage. It will definitely appear, because Cuckoo and I know what it is. We won't let the researchers waste too much time on uncertain experiments. We will not let them borrow money and find investments for the materials they test. We have omitted this process. This is the super-industrial revolution that Cuckoo and I are building. Just like this fishing device you made. Just like you said, I know that Cuckoo and I know that it is too simple. It is just a few interactive links. It is not a big deal at all. But how long did you think when you made it? How many times did you fail? And in the Ministry of Works, failure is only due to the difference in the choice of materials and proficiency. It is not because the thing itself is wrong. Cuckoo and I will control the direction and thinking of the research. Zhang Xiaobao's meaning was extremely clear. Without making any mistakes, he and Wang Wan could make the great Tang develop its industry as quickly as possible, and then lead other industries along the way. Every day was very precious. They were not willing to waste years or even decades on the matter of who became the emperor. With that time, Tang would have developed to another level. Wang Ju was frightened by his grandson's words. He really did not know the progress of Tang's industrial development, but after hearing this, he finally had a general impression and expectations. He wondered what the carriage that could replace a horse would look like. How fast could it travel? Would it be able to travel on all the roads? A year would pass very quickly. He was about to witness the emergence of a new thing. Compared to the fishing device he made, the fishing device was more useful. After thinking about it, Wang Ju asked again, "Xiao Bao, what if someone wants to rebel? Or is it someone close to you?" "Impossible. People close to us will never rebel, because they know that rebellion will interfere with my and Cuckoo's plans. Anyone who has such thoughts is not close to us, but an enemy. Therefore, in my and Cuckoo's opinion, there is only one way to deal with those who rebel, and that is, to kill them." Zhang Xiaobao's tone was still so calm, and there was no other expression on his face. However, his words made Wang Ju's heart tremble. "Xiao Bao, I am just asking. Since that is the case, you can go back to work. There is no need to fish. Fishing a few dozen fish is not good for the people of Tang." Wang Ju suddenly felt that asking his grandson to fish with him was a crime against the people of Tang. Xiao Bao was not his Xiao Bao, but the whole Tang. With a swish, Xiao Bao lifted a fishing rod with a foot-long grass carp wriggling on it. He looked at Wang Ju and said, "Grandpa, I'll make braised grass carp for you later. If I can get a fat head carp, I'll make a fat head carp for you. Grandfather, I suddenly thought of something interesting. Not only can it make money, but it can also improve your reputation. At the same time, it can also give the people a way to make money, and let the rich people spend more money to generate profits and taxes." Wang Ju was confused. Did he not express clearly enough just now? He said that there was no need to fish. Why was Xiao Bao addicted to it? Furthermore, if one were to say that Xiao Bao was absent-minded when it came to fishing, he caught the most fish, and his timing was even better. However, if one were to say that he was focused on fishing, how could he combine that with earning money and reputation, as well as making the people rich and raising taxes? "Xiao Bao, what's the matter?" Wang Ju could only follow suit and ask. He was really confused. This grandson of his was too strong. Needless to say, his fishing skills were excellent, but he was still able to think of a bunch of things in such a situation. No wonder Her Majesty always liked to pester her grandson. He was really amazing. He could still think of other things while doing other things well. Judging from the few benefits, it was probably not a small matter. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his grandfather in surprise. Was it necessary? Fishing was originally a form of entertainment. When he was fishing in the past, he decided on the income of hundreds of millions of yuan. Otherwise, who would accompany those people to fish? Was he that free? Ordinary people were not qualified to fish with him. Of course, excluding Wang Ju's identity as his grandfather, he could also be the Minister of Finance. He had been the Minister of Revenue before. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Grandfather, what I'm talking about is actually very simple. It's fishing. You can organize and set up a place for fishing enthusiasts to play together. Let's call it the association. Then we will have it together. How will we have it? I have a reputation, but what about other things? How will we make money? How will the people become rich? And where will others spend their money?" Wang Ju's experience made him unable to follow Zhang Xiaobao's rhythm. If it was Wang Wan, it would be much more convenient. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan cared about each other. It was really difficult to find someone who could understand you. Living alone in this world was indescribably lonely. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect Wang Ju to understand at once. He explained, if you set up a fishing association, you will naturally find a group of fishing enthusiasts. Then I will immediately follow and sell fishing rods and various fishing gear. Is it profitable? When the time comes, we will split the profits and give you half of the net profit. You have to find a place to fish, and you have to have fish. No matter where you look, the local people can set up a stall nearby to sell fishing gear, open a snack bar, or even an important lake. If your association goes there, you have to pay them. Only then will they give you a good fishing environment. As long as there is a certain amount of money flowing, there will naturally be taxes. Whether it is transportation, processing, or pure entertainment provided by enclosed areas, especially fishing in running water. You have to sit on a raft, right? People usually charge 10 copper coins to ferry people, but they charge you 100 copper coins. Are you willing to pay? Yes, the people in my association don't lack money. You can just throw out a little bit and it will be more than 100 copper coins. Who will buy the fishing gear? Don't you know how to make it yourself? Wang Ju was very surprised. If others make it themselves, not only will it be a waste of time, but they will also not be as professional as me. Grandfather, let me show you my fishing gear. I have prepared this big box long ago. The things inside are divided into running water fishing and dead water fishing, sea fishing and river fishing, stream fishing and lake fishing, stream fishing and rock fishing. Even if it is the same place, different rods and baits will be used to catch different fish. There are also different techniques. In addition to the basic fishing equipment, there are also auxiliary equipment, such as chairs, tables, pole erectors, and so on. There are countless of them. I only brought a little bit in my box. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he laboriously dragged a big box next to him over. He opened the lid, and a variety of fishing gear appeared in front of Wang Ju's eyes. Chapter 1063. Wang Ju, who thought of himself as a fishing expert, was completely dumbfounded when he saw the dazzling array of items in Zhang Xiaobao's box. He had never even heard of many of the items, let alone seen them. Is this a part of it? Wang Ju did not ask what each item was used for. He thought that his grandson would explain it to him and leave a few sets for him to use. However, he really could not think of a reason why fishing required so many items. The simplest type of fishing only required a rod, a line, a hook, and a bait. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and replied, "Grandpa, this is indeed a part of it. If we really want to talk about fishing items, even 10 boxes of this size are not enough. Different environments, different seasons, different geographical climates, and different types of fish have a huge impact on fishing. Of course, if we only use a fishing rod, it is not impossible to catch them. Perhaps some fish will come to join in the fun. But didn't we just say that you will be in charge of the fishing association? Naturally, we have to prepare more items so that others can have a choice. Moreover, the more items there are, the more professional it will appear. This will indirectly raise the status of the association. Otherwise, if you use an ordinary wooden rod as a fishing rod, it will not reflect your identity, right?" Zhang Xiaobao was very familiar with fishing. In the past, he often went fishing with others. While fishing, they would discuss business or scam others. He knew all the so-called high-level entertainment activities and was very proficient in many other aspects. For example, he could be considered an expert in golf. One was good at coordination, and the other was naturally rich. In fact, he was very clear that if everyone in the world played golf, then the people who were ranked high in the world would all be suppressed. They were not good enough. The reason why they could stand at such a high position was only because they could afford to play. Ordinary people, even if they had the talent, would not have a chance. This was the game that the rich played. It was not that they were really good at it, but that they did not play the games that ordinary people played. If they really played, they would be nothing. Wang Ju also understood the meaning behind Zhang Xiaobao's words. From the looks of it, it was not just for fishing, but to make money. However, the money was not just for the fishing association, but also for other places with various kinds of fish. At the same time, the people could also go and join in the fun. Of course, the most important thing was that all the fishing tackle was designed and made by his grandson. Therefore, for a period of time, his grandson could make a lot of profit just by selling fishing tackle. He could use the reputation of the Angling Association to sell his fishing tackle to his grandson. Good plan, it was really a good plan. Thinking of her grandson's ability to make money, Wang Ju smiled and said, "Xiaobao, according to what you said, if I become the president, won't my fishing ability be better than others? Stay a few more days and tell me how to use the things in the box." However, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "Grandpa, you don't need to be very good at fishing. What you need to do is to know the habits of each fish, know what kind of fish are in which place, and know how to use the rod, bait, and hook. Your role is to organize fishing activities and manage the departments under you. You used to be the Minister of Revenue, so I don't think there will be any problems, right?" Zhang Xiaobao knew the power of an organization too well. Whether an organization was good or not did not depend on the masters in a certain activity, but on the ability of the leader. It was easy to be a master. If one's own ability was not good enough, he could train them. If he could not train them, he could hire them. Just like in football, no matter how valuable the players were, they could not earn as much as the people in the club. Otherwise, the club would lose money. It was the same for car racing. In the end, the people who benefited from it were the people in the organization behind the scenes, not the people who risked all kinds of dangers on the field. This was the knowledge of using people. Wang Ju also thought of this and said with a smile, "Organization. I know how to organize an organization, but why does the fishing association need departments? Is there someone who takes you out to play, and someone who sells fishing tackle?" As he spoke, Wang Ju narrowed his eyes and looked at his grandson. Zhang Xiaobao's eyebrows and Weiwei frowned. He felt that his grandpa was getting more and more stupid. What a simple question. How could he ask such a question? Thinking but not showing it on the surface, Zhang Xiaobao explained, "Grandpa, the fishing association is not the inner court of our family. What we need is unity. In fact, it is no different from the court, except that the court is at a higher level and the association is at a lower level. Fishing fans from all over the Tang Empire can't be so united, so what you need to do is the simplest and most difficult work of internal balance. You don't allow them to be united and make them have conflicts. One is the temptation from power, and the other is the temptation from economics. Power is the right to speak, and economics is naturally money. Only when there are conflicts can there be competition, and you can seize the opportunity. If they really unite, they may overthrow you at any time. So, you need to do this." Zhang Xiaobao began to explain to Wang Ju. For example, the departments and power should be divided. After all, it was a fishing association, and there was no need to be afraid that there would be too many idlers. The departments were also divided into those with more profit and those with less profit, so that it would be easier for the leader to make decisions. He talked about the managers who were responsible for fishing in the running water, the people who were responsible for fishing in the streams, the people who were responsible for organizing the staff, the logistics, and the auxiliary medical care, etc. He could even guide the subordinates to explore new fields, such as not only fishing, but also catching shrimps and turtles. He even told them some of the fighting skills of the subordinates. The more Zhang Xiaobao talked, the more he did not forget to pull the baited fish out of the water from the West Lake and put them in the net nearby. He let them live in the water until they were fresh when he ate them. Wang Ju listened attentively and nodded from time to time. He stopped fishing and narrowed his eyes even more. The kind smile on his face also became more obvious. It has to be standardized and managed according to the administrative method. And, Grandpa, you can't do this. You know it, but you still want me to say it. I've been talking for a long time, and my throat is dry. As Xiaobao spoke, he realized that it wasn't that his grandfather didn't know anything. He just liked to listen to him and listen to his opinions on political matters. The better he performed, the more satisfied he would be. It was a kind of care and test from an elder to a younger generation. Grandpa had not become such an important official for nothing. Just like Old Man Pai and the others, they were all smart and had a good grasp of the situation. Perhaps there were many things that they knew clearly in their hearts, but they still pretended not to know. For example, when Old Man Pai looked for him and Cuckoo to fish, it did not matter who won in the process. What was important was the result after they reached a compromise. There was also that Li Longji. He was good to the two of them, but not from the beginning. In the beginning, there were all kinds of suppression and tests. If it were not for the existence of a very distant country that was very powerful, the two of them would not have survived until today and would have been controlled. People who could become emperors were usually not given for nothing. However, they would also make mistakes. It was probably because Li Longji did not believe that he was the same as Cuckoo that he gradually changed. There were many emperors who made mistakes in history. Even the emperors of so-called democratic countries would make mistakes, but the art of struggle was not lacking. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao could not accept it. He had said so many things to him, but in the end, it was just a test from an elder. Wang Ju chuckled. Xiaobao, don't blame Grandpa. It's just that the other children in Grandpa's family are much worse than you and Cuckoo. The younger children are also far behind Xiaobei and the others. Usually, I always want to teach them a lot of knowledge, including the political struggle you mentioned. They are afraid of me, so they want to learn, but they can't satisfy me. Now that you are here, shouldn't you make me happy? Okay, if you are happy, then what about the fishing association? Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. Of course, I will be the president and help my grandson sell fishing equipment. I know that fishing is not like before. Before there was no fishing net, it was the ancient way of survival. Nowadays, very few people fish to fill their stomachs. It is okay to fish for prawns, but the big prawns are in special places. It is not easy to use a net underwater, so fishing for them is not easy. Now that there are fishing nets, who would still fish for food? Come, take out the tools in your box and tell me which one is suitable for the lake in front of me. Once I learn it, I can help you benefit the country and the people. To be honest, selling fishing equipment is not very important to me. You don't lack money. What I care about is that the people set up stalls around the fishing areas and are responsible for processing the fish that they catch. Maybe the income is not the most, but the help to the people is the most direct. Today, there is the Fishing Association. Tomorrow, there will be the Snooker Association. The day after tomorrow, there will be other associations. Every association brings some benefits to the people. When many associations are added together, not only does it enrich the Tang Empire's entertainment, but it also slowly changes the lives of the people. Just like the pear garden that His Majesty built. Do you really think that His Majesty built it for him? His Majesty saw that the people were rich and was afraid that other things would happen, so he built it. Unfortunately, His Majesty thinks that he is rich, but in front of you and Cuckoo, he is still poor. Who asked for industrial and agricultural technology to not be able to keep up? Also, there is the canal that has been in use and has been expanding. Back then, Yang Guang said that it was for him to play, but he is not that stupid. Playing is just an excuse. His Majesty is also playing, and he goes to every place with a purpose. It is not His Majesty's purpose, but it is also the purpose of you and Cuckoo, right? Wang Ju also said a lot of things. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobao became even more depressed. Since they all knew, why didn't the book say so? Wasn't it because of political needs? None of these people were good people. Sighing, Zhang Xiaobao took out something from the box. Alright, then let's try out the various tools. While Zhang Xiaobao accompanied Wang Ju to fish, Xiaobei's team was getting closer and closer to Jiangzhou. However, they deliberately slowed down their speed. Now, the team was bigger than when they had just left Hangzhou. A portion of the gunboats had entered Poyang Lake, while the other portion had joined up with Xiaobei's team. There were also more hot air balloons in the sky. When they first started, no one could guess what was going on. However, when the identities of Xiaobei and the others were revealed, and when they started to encircle and annihilate the religious organization, everything became clear. Not only did the other party know, but the government also knew. Even the smarter people also knew. When a smart person said something, the other people would follow suit and spread the news. In the end, the more the news spread, the more ridiculous it became. In the end, some people no longer said that they wanted to encircle and annihilate someone. Instead, they said that there was a monster in Poyang Lake and that it was disadvantageous to the Tang Empire. It would overthrow the Tang Empire and cause the people to live in an abyss of suffering. The Zhang family and the Wang family gathered all their forces to find the monster and kill it. They wanted to protect the Tang Empire and allow the people to live a stable life. At the same time, there was another saying. The Tang Empire had angered the heavens and there was a monster in the Tang imperial court. Therefore, the heavens sent immortals to kill the monster. However, the monster had already cultivated and was not easy to kill, so the immortals could only hide in the lake for the time being. Many people spread the former, but the latter was so rare that it was less than 1 in 1,000 people. Furthermore, it was very secretive. It was so secretive that no one dared to tell others. Instead, it was written on very small pieces of paper and pasted everywhere. Children were the most literate. Ordinary people would only take time out of their free time to make up for their literacy lessons. There were not many of them now. The effect of pasting paper strips was naturally not good. Ordinary people could not understand it, but children could. However, once they told their parents would immediately tell them to shut up. Some even followed their children on the streets. Early in the morning, they would see the paper strips that had been pasted everywhere last night. When the children read them, they would immediately tear them down. Ordinary people were not stupid. They could tell who was good and who was bad just by looking at their lives. Some ordinary people even spoke bluntly in places like tea houses. They said that the Tang Empire did not have monsters, but immortals helping the Tang Empire. Moreover, even if there were monsters, they were good ones. The immortals sent by the heavens were bad immortals. When the immortals in the mortal world saw that people in the mortal world lived better lives than immortals, they were jealous. As a result, when Xiaobei slowed down the speed of the team, there would always be many citizens on the shore during the day. They would bring local specialties and ask the ferries in the river to help deliver them to Xiaobei's boat for Xiaobei and the others to eat. They used this to express their support for the Tang Empire. Ordinary people would not talk too much like the officials. They used the most practical actions to tell the rumormongers whose side they were on and who they supported. Rice noodles again? We can't finish them either. Did you pay? When it was almost noon, Xiaobei helplessly said to the inner courtyard as he looked at the items delivered by the ordinary people on the shore. We did, but the ordinary people were not willing to accept them. Look, a basket of rice noodles, if sold normally, would cost at least 15 copper coins. But in the end, The ordinary people who delivered the rice noodles only took 7 copper coins when we said that we would not take any money. It's not even enough to cover the cost, let alone the labor costs. Young lady, find someone else to be in charge of this matter. I think 6th Steward Wang is a good choice. Let him do it. I really can't stand it. Arguing with the ordinary people over a few copper coins is like fighting a war. The inner courtyard complained. He wanted to divert the trouble and did not want to do this work himself. Xiaobei chuckled and said, "It's the same no matter who does it. You work hard first. I'll discuss with them and see if they have any good ideas." After saying this, Xiaobei went to look for Xiao Yuan and the others. It wasn't until noon when they were eating rice noodles that they finally came up with a solution. That was to take out the things that were supposed to be sold at every bustling port on the road and exchange them with the people who sent them to the shore. The fleet had bought and sold along the way. Now, not only had they earned back the money they had spent, they even had a slight surplus. Most importantly, they had enriched the dining tables of the ordinary people. This was because the ships usually carried a lot of food, all of which were local specialties. Since the ordinary people wanted to give them things, it was better for everyone to take advantage of them. If they exchanged with the other party, they would earn a little in value, and the other party would not lose anything. If they did not exchange with the other party and instead bought the goods themselves, the price would be twice as high. This gave them an excuse to stall for time, allowing Hu Liang and the others to infiltrate the enemy's ranks more easily. Once the matter of the exchange started, the ordinary people were not willing at first. The person in charge explained that the fleet could earn money and even revealed a portion of the data. Only then did the ordinary people accept the proposal of the exchange. As a result, there were even more ordinary people waiting on the shore to exchange. Every family had local specialties that were not worth much. They took them out and sent baskets of them to the shore, waiting for the fleet to send small boats to transport them back and forth. This turned the fleet into a mobile market. Other than the local specialties, there were also handmade products. Xiaobei and the others did not stop them. As long as they came from the shore to exchange, no matter what the other party took out, they would exchange it with them. Even if it was a stone, it was fine. Of course, until now, no one had used a stone to exchange for it. They were afraid that they would be beaten up by other people who wanted to exchange. A few days later, the fleet finally slowly entered the territory of Jiang district. As soon as they arrived, all the guards became nervous. They did not know what the other party would do. Xiaobei and the group of children also stayed in the cabin and did not come out. Although it was a bit depressing, it was still better than being hurt by danger. They did not want to put themselves in a dangerous situation. This was also what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always done. In the beginning, when their family only had zhuangzi, they took out a portion of their money to protect themselves. They did not want to wait until they had earned money and status before accidentally dying. At that time, not to mention their situation when they had just become rich, even more powerful people could be assassinated. For example, Zhang Xiaobao once bought the life of a small country's prime minister and succeeded. Of course, it was nothing. Didn't many presidents of large countries die? Therefore, Xiaobei and the group of children also learned from their older brother and sister. When there was a possibility of danger, they would do their best to protect themselves. They all stayed in the cabin to play with Pan, and Wang Wan. At the same time, they settled down to study. When the ship reached the border of Jiang district, it did not immediately stop. The capital of Jiang district was in Xuanyang. They had to pass through the entrance of Poyang Lake and continue along the Yangtze River for a while. The speed of the fleet began to change. Sometimes they would speed up at night, and sometimes they would even stop during the day. The place that they could reach in a day actually took them 3 days. On this day, there were even more ships coming and going on the river. The morning sun shone down diagonally. There were not only cargo ships on the river, but also ferries and slightly larger fishing boats. On the river, there were no small boats like the ones in Sanshui County. Otherwise, with the Yangtze River's speed and volume of water, as many small boats as there were, they would capsize. Even the slightly larger boats were not something that ordinary people could control. The ferries all moved diagonally. After leaving the shore, they moved in a diagonal direction. Furthermore, there were boaters. Xuanyang is in front, right? It is very lively. I see a lot of people walking back and forth. I can't see if there are any officials coming to greet us. Xiao Bei held a telescope in his hand and ran to the uppermost cabin on the 4th floor. He opened a very small window that was not made of glass and carefully looked forward like a thief. As the capital of Jiang District, which had Poyang Lake, Xuanyang's dock could not be deserted. If the sound of the river water hitting the ship was a little quieter, the ship could even hear the noise of the dock. Xiao Yuan also held a telescope and looked there. He said, "I hope that there are no officials coming to greet us. Who knows if there are any dangerous people among them? Brother and sister have already told us to be very, very careful. I'm scared to death. It's possible that all the officials in Jiang District have been bribed by the other party, even the other party's core members. If the officials come, we can't not meet them. What if they put a grenade in their stomach?" Nonsense. How can a grenade be put in the stomach? Why don't you say put a large cannonball in it? I reckon that if they want to put explosives, they just need to buy a bunch of fireworks and wrap them around themselves. Then, they will be found after a search. If they want to see us, they have to go to another ship to take a shower and change clothes. Xiao Bei did not believe that anyone could put a grenade in their stomach. It was too big to fit in, and it was so heavy. Not necessarily. There are many capable people in the world. Either they bury explosives somewhere, such as the dock, and wait for us to go up. Then, they will light it up. With a boom, we will fly. Xiao Yuan had nothing to do, so he and Xiao Bei were discussing how to assassinate. At this moment, the inner courtyard member who was accompanying them said, "If they can really get explosives, it means that they have their own people in the army. This is troublesome. If they can get explosives, they can also get guns. It's too dangerous for us." "That's really possible." Xiao Bei became nervous. Then, he instructed, "Stop the ships and issue a warning. Get all the ships in the river to maintain a distance from our fleet. Don't let them come forward. No matter the reason, even if their oars are not properly oared. As long as they come close, sink them. We can't go ashore at the dock. Let's go somewhere else. Oh, get someone to send the big doll made in Old Willow Village to the dock. I want to see if there's anyone who doesn't want the doll to appear." Just as Xiao Bei finished speaking, Xiao Yuan suddenly shouted, "Those ships! Quick, look at those ships! What are they doing? They are approaching us. There are even banners on them. Quick, see what's written. No matter what's written, don't come close. If you do, sink them. Quick, send someone to shout. No, don't send anyone over. Use the loudspeaker. Even if it's to welcome us, don't do it." When Xiao Bei heard Xiao Yuan, he looked over. Indeed, there were about 20 small boats with banners on them. They were approaching the fleet at a fast speed. They were upstream, so all they had to do was follow the water and go down. When the people in the inner courtyard behind heard this, they became nervous. They immediately ran outside. Before he could run over, someone on the ship had already thought of this matter. The loudspeaker's voice was broadcast. "All ships, listen up. Don't come close. If you do, sink them. All ships, listen up. Don't come close. If you do," shouts rang out over and over again, but the boats that were flowing downstream didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Instead, there were people behind them who were rowing the oars, and their speed increased. Soon, they were less than 500 meters away from the first big boat in front of them. At this moment, on the ship Xiao Bei was on, he could already see the words on the banners through binoculars. There were words like Xiao Bei, welcome, Xiao Yuan, and so on. In front of each ship, there was a person waving a bouquet of flowers. This was a tradition passed down by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They welcomed others to use flowers. Furthermore, the person waving the flowers had a happy look on his face. He opened his mouth and shouted something. It seemed like he was welcoming them. The first large ship didn't care about that. At a distance of 500 meters, the guns could already shoot. The light machine gun was set up on the deck in front and fired a few shots as a warning shot. The expressions of the people standing at the bow of the small ship changed, but the ship still moved towards the large ship. In the blink of an eye, it was 300 meters away. The people at the bow of the ship waved even more enthusiastically. Almost at the same time, there was a rumbling sound. The small cannon on the first large ship opened fire. It was aimed directly at the small ship at the front. A few shells landed on the water, and a few more hit the small ship at the same time. Just as the people on the shore and the other ships were puzzled, the small ship that was hit suddenly exploded even more violently. With that loud sound, it seemed like the entire water surface trembled. Seeing this situation, even if the people on the first large ship were stupid, they understood what was going on. This was definitely not the power of a shell. Because it was a small cannon, it couldn't cause such a big explosion. At this moment, the people on the other small ships jumped into the water. Even the people at the back who were rowing disappeared from the water surface. They're so bold. Quick, destroy the small ship. Don't let them get close. Hurry up. Xiao Bei looked through her binoculars and shouted with all her might. Unfortunately, the ship in front couldn't hear her at all. However, the reaction speed of the ship in front was not slow at all. More shells and bullets poured out like they were free. The small ships that rushed over also exploded one after another. In the process of the explosion, the ships that were washed over by the water also exploded. In the end, only one small ship broke through the heavy barrage of shells and came to about 10 meters away from the large ship. This time, the people on the large ship did not attack. They just lay on the deck, meaning to let the small ship explode. After all, the ship was big enough, and the outside was made of iron. The only thing they were worried about was the vibration. They estimated that some people would be injured, but it wouldn't be enough to say that they would be killed. This was because the fleet had long been trained to move to a relatively safe place at critical moments. If they couldn't move in time, they had to stop all actions, cover their ears with their hands, and keep their mouths shut. The people on the large ship felt that the small ship that came over could still withstand it. At most, it would blow up the isolation cabin below the ship. If they were unlucky, water would slowly enter the ship. The damage control team on the ship would drain the water and slow down the ship's sinking speed. When the time came, the people on the ship would jump down and wait for the ships behind to rescue them. Everything was ready, but the small ship that came over did not explode. Instead, it sank very quickly after touching the large ship. From other angles, one could see that there was a hole at the back of the small ship. It was wet. When the other ships exploded, the gunpowder in that area was blown up. However, it did not ignite the gunpowder inside. Then, water flowed in and extinguished the line of fire. When the gunpowder was loaded onto the large ship and the hole was enlarged, the small ship sank just like that. The people on the large ship leaned on the edge of the deck and looked down. Then, they laughed and muttered, "Tisk, you want to blow us up? Don't you know that we have 2 little immortals in our family? God bless us." The people around were stunned. They were fine just a moment ago. Why did they suddenly start fighting? And why were the small cannons on the Zhang family and Wang family's gunboats so powerful? When they hit the ship, they could blow up the small ship to such an extent? Why are they fighting? Aren't they here to welcome the Zhang family and Wang family? Why are the Zhang family and Wang family opening fire? On a ferry that was not too far away, but not very close either, there was a person dressed like a scholar. His eyes were full of confusion. He seemed to feel that the Zhang family and Wang family in his heart had changed. However, someone beside him knew what was going on. He said to him, "What do you know? How can the cannonballs be so powerful? Look at the cannonballs that fell into the water. Why didn't they land on the ship? Welcome? The small ship must be carrying something that can explode. It's either the military's explosives or the gunpowder from the fireworks store." Fortunately, the Zhang family and Wang family reacted quickly. Otherwise, Xiao Bei might have been killed by the explosion. There are other children too. Damn it, who did it? Who wants their lives? It must be someone who was instigated by the monster in the lake. Don't let me catch him. Otherwise, I'll kill him. The scholar was shocked. He turned his head and saw that it was a person dressed like a butcher. Only then did he understand why the other party was so ruthless. The other people on the ferry also felt that it made sense. After carefully thinking about what happened earlier, they felt that it was indeed so. The other party had already shouted and told them not to approach, but they still moved forward. Then, when the other party fired 2 warning shots, they moved even faster. That's too bad. They are all bad people. They want to blow up people in the name of welcoming. If the ship's reaction was too slow, wouldn't it have been blown up? A young man of 14 or 15 years old said angrily. Another person said, "How can the ship's reaction be too slow? That's the most powerful team in Tang. Some rascals also want to mess with them. Humph, they don't know how powerful the Zhang family and Wang family are. Now that they have interfered, the people who are supposed to welcome them first don't dare to do so." For a moment, the people on the ferry started cursing one after another. It was the same for the people in other places. There were always smart people who could see what had just happened. Therefore, the people on the river and on the pier started cursing. At the pier, there were 4 people with gloomy expressions. They looked at each other and spread out to squeeze through the crowd. However, when they reached a place where there were fewer people, only 2 people appeared. The 2 of them looked at each other, turned around, and ran, squeezing into the cluster of houses next to them. After running for less than 15 minutes, 6 people appeared at the place where they had just come from. One of them observed for a moment, shook his head, and said, "We didn't keep an eye on them. They escaped. Let's go back and continue the interrogation." The people didn't know what they were doing, and Xiao Bei didn't know either. In the time before they took action, other than the pieces of wood that had been blown up, there were also corpses on the water. Some of the corpses were in pieces, while others were in one piece. They floated along with the river as it flowed downstream. Xiao Bei's face sank as she looked through her binoculars. When she saw the corpses, she didn't look uncomfortable at all. She had experienced a lot of things and had seen all kinds of people die. She only felt sad, but she didn't feel disgusted or anything. After looking at the corpses, Xiao Bei curled her lips and said, "A bunch of fools. The person who sent them must have told them to ignite the gunpowder when they were close enough. Then, they would jump into the water to escape. They really believed it. With the power of the explosion, how deep can you dive? Let's not talk about them. If I had jumped at that time on the boat, would have either been killed by the shockwave or fainted and drowned. They've really pissed me off. I haven't even made a move yet. Just you wait, just you wait. None of you can escape. I'll capture all of you. Then, those who deserve to be beheaded will be beheaded, and those who deserve to be skinned will be skinned." Xiao Bei, can you not make it sound so bloody? Stop the boat. This is great. The other party really has guts. Thankfully, our family is powerful and reacted quickly. We were prepared in advance. We were also lucky. A boat came over and didn't explode. I'm already waiting to save them. Xiao Yuan was also looking through her binoculars. She was also shocked. She was in the Great Tang, but someone dared to attack them, and in such a way. It was no wonder that her brother and sister had sent so many people to Jiangzhou. They really had foresight. If they had used the same protective measures as before, even if they didn't get injured, they would still be scared out of their wits. Xiao Bei looked elsewhere and said, I'm bloody. No matter how bloody I am, I can't compare to them. I really want to talk to them about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but I don't think they'll listen. What do you think? Even if you're right and we'll skin them after they're caught, I still feel that you shouldn't have said that. A girl should be like an elder sister. Xiao Yuan was just about to say a few more words when she sensed that Xiao Bei had turned his head. She hurriedly followed his words. After being suddenly attacked, the fleet stopped and remained on the surface of the river. The surroundings were heavily guarded, and the people woven from willow branches were sent to the dock. However, Xiao Bei no longer felt as oppressive as when he had first arrived. On the contrary, he felt very oppressed. He should have been the one to strike first, but in the end, someone else had taken the initiative. While Xiao Bei was uncomfortable, there was another person who was even more uncomfortable. That was 3 people in a single room in a restaurant in Xuanyang City. 2 of the 3 were sitting at a table, next to the window, while the other was facing the window. Several dishes were laid out on the table, as well as a bottle of white wine that weighed 2 jin. But the 3 had no intention of touching their chopsticks. Their eyes were fixed on the street below, as if they were searching for something, but also as if they were casually looking at the pedestrians. After a while, one of the 3 shouted, "Waiter, the dishes aren't ready yet?" Replying to esteemed guest, "We'll probably have to wait a little longer. The dishes take a long time to prepare." The waiter poked his head out and then retracted his head. The person who had just asked the question was clearly very anxious. He whispered to the other 2, "The plan this time doesn't require us to get rid of all of those evil creatures from the Zhang family and Wang family. We only need to blow up a few of their large ships and let them see our strength, so that they can continue to provide us with support." The other person picked up his chopsticks, looked at the dishes on the plate, then put them down again. Based on the faint sounds of activity coming from that side, there shouldn't be any problems. 24 ships equipped with dismantled fireworks and the medicine inside. As long as we stick to one of their ships, a single explosion will blow a hole in it. I know that although the outside of those ships is made of iron, the inside is still made of wood. It's not easy to make a ship that's made entirely of iron. Only small ships can be made of iron. I admit that their technology is formidable, and they're also smart. They can actually make iron ships float on the water, but so what? They can't hide even if they want to. The person who spoke earlier grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. He grabbed half of a cut chicken on the table with his hand and tore off a large piece. He casually chewed twice and swallowed, then said, "It's best to blow up those little bastards from the Zhang family and Wang family directly. I want to see what they can do then." That's right, that's right. The person who spoke earlier agreed. The 3 people fell silent for a moment and looked down at the street below. After a while, they asked the waiter again for the dishes. After getting the same answer, the person who hadn't spoken earlier said, "I'm afraid this matter is troublesome. There are 2 points. First, if we really blow up Xiaobei and the others, the entire docks and people on the river will be taken care of. Our people won't be able to send the news here. Second, it's useless. Our people have been discovered and are now hiding. No matter which point it is, it's dangerous for us. Let's wait a little longer. If it really doesn't work, we'll leave here. That can't be, right? Our people have been hiding in the crowd this entire time, and what's even more impossible is that the explosion didn't hit anyone. The people we sent out have all smoked cigarettes. For cigarettes, they're willing to do anything. The person who spoke at the very beginning spoke somewhat unconfidently. He was also afraid that if they encountered this sort of situation, then the three of them would be in danger. Just as the three of them were talking, a disturbance suddenly appeared in the crowd below. The three of them focused their gazes, but before they could ask, the waiter had already poked his head over and said, "The three of you, Xuanyang City has already been placed under martial law. We just received news that the number of soldiers at the gate to Xuanyang City has increased tenfold. Everyone who enters will be searched, and there are also soldiers going door to door asking questions. In addition, the entire city is open to entry and not exit. Would the three of you like to eat somewhere else? I reckon that the dishes won't be served." The waiter's words made the three of them stare blankly. They looked at each other and realized that their clothes were instantly drenched in sweat. How could that be? For the sake of an explosion, they actually dared to offend the entire world? The person who spoke at the very beginning exclaimed in shock. This was Xuanyang, not some ordinary small city. Didn't the Zhang family and Wang family say that they were always concerned about the common people? If they really did as they were told, just how great of an effect would the local area receive? Moreover, this had always been a struggle in the shadows. To be more precise, the intelligence agents of the Zhang family and Wang family had never openly appeared to arrest anyone. After saying this person revealed a delighted expression. Could it really be that Xiao Bei and the others were all killed by the explosion? Otherwise, why would the Zhang family and Wang family put on such a display? Fine, are we going to withdraw or not? The other two people prepared to stand up. Just at this moment, another waiter ran up from below, leading a person with a dusty face. The moment he entered, he said, "The dishes are here, they've been directly delivered." The three of them simultaneously turned their heads and asked in unison, "How was it?" The waiter shook his head and shook his head. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "It's over, we were all killed. Before we could even touch their ship, we were blown up by their cannons. One of them managed to get past with great difficulty, but in the end, it sank on its own and didn't explode. Of the four of us, I don't know where the other two went, while the other one split up with me. This place is dangerous." What? Didn't explode? 24 ships, but not a single one was blown up? Did they open fire? Could it be that your ships didn't put up a welcoming banner? One of them asked in shock. We did, but they used a loudspeaker to shout for us to stop. We didn't stop, so they attacked. They didn't give us the slightest chance. They all died. The people on the 24 ships should all be dead. The four of us split up and left. When we arrived at the rendezvous point, only two of us were there. The other two were probably captured by them, so we're already in danger. The person who came back said in a trembling voice. How could this be? They were actually that smart? They even dared to attack the people welcoming them. Weren't they afraid? It's already happened. What's the use of saying this? Let's go. Their people might come here soon. The restaurant has been exposed. Tell the people in the restaurant to retreat together. Quickly, those who can't escape should end their own lives. Don't drag us down. The person facing the window stood up and said, and immediately walked down. He turned around and said to the waiter, "Quickly retreat to all the hidden places we have. Tell the people there to retreat too, otherwise it's easy to be caught. Send out the secret signal." The other two people followed and walked down. The waiter said, "We know. Take care." Soon, the entire restaurant's shopkeeper, waiter, and cook were all gone. The people eating didn't know about this situation until someone called the waiter a few times, but no one answered. When they came out to check, they found that the entire restaurant was almost empty. Chapter 1064. Humph, do you really think we don't dare to make any big moves? That's a fool. The explosion has already reached my head, so why would I care about the people's livelihood? I believe that the common people will also support us. On the boat stopped on the river, Xiaobei had someone cut half a watermelon. As he ate it with a spoon, he angrily spoke. Xiaoyuan, on the other hand, was using a toothpick to stick the watermelon that had been cut into small pieces. Looking at Xiaobei's eating manners, he shook his head and said, "Xiaobei, aren't you afraid that you'll get fat while eating with all your might while being angry? Can eating watermelon make people fat? Unless you take the sugar out of the watermelon and specifically eat it. Xiaoyuan, do you think that if Big Brother and Big Sister knew that we ordered a lockdown on Xuanyang, they would scold us?" Xiaobei stopped eating and worriedly asked. Xiaoyuan continued to shake his head. They probably won't. Isn't it just affecting the people's livelihood? Besides, we came up with this idea together. Even if they want to scold us, they'll scold all of us. You don't need to be afraid. I hope so. Xiaobei was still unsure, so he took another spoon of watermelon and ate it. Sealing off Xuanyang and conducting house-to-house searches had been their orders, so everyone present had to listen to them. Unless a new order came from Zhang Xiaobao's side, no one was allowed to disobey the orders of Xiaobei and the others. Those who hesitated or resisted were executed on the spot. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had very boldly given their younger brother and sister this authority. They were confident that their younger brother and sister would definitely make good use of it. Although there was a telegram, at this crucial moment, every second was crucial. Because after Xiaobei's group had been bombed, they had begun a series of actions, having the troops in the city begin to move. Of course, doing this would cause great damage to Xuanyang. Besides economic damage, there was also psychological damage, causing everyone to panic. Xiaobei's group was gambling that the majority of the common people of the Great Tang would favor them and cooperate, but they had no confidence. They had already sent a telegram to Hangzhou. But they had not expected the degree to which the common people of Xuanyang would favor them. When the people conducting the search went from house to house, the people naturally wanted to know the reason. When they heard that Xiaobei's ship was almost blown up, the people were even angrier than the people conducting the search. One by one, they walked out of their houses and helped the people who were searching the area to introduce the people who lived in this area, who came later, what their surname was, who was usually in the family, who was often mysterious, and so on. One by one, the citizens walked out of their homes. Not only did they help the people who were searching by knocking on their neighbors' doors, but there were also people who spontaneously organized themselves and stood at the foot of the city walls. They were a few steps away from each other and stood at the foot of the city walls. They did not give anyone a chance to climb over the city walls or crawl out through the hidden dog holes. According to the order of the lockdown, only people were allowed to enter and not leave. The commoners were about to go crazy from anger. Someone actually dared to lay a hand on Xiaobei and the others. How preposterous. When they heard that Xiaobei was coming over, they had been looking forward to it again and again. Everyone knew that when the people from the Zhang and Wang families arrived, no matter where they went, they would immediately come up with ideas. Moreover, they would come up with good ideas based on the local conditions and circumstances. Thus, the lives of the local commoners would be much better than before. If they were willing to become local officials, then the commoners would be itching to personally organize a group and snatch them away. Thus, if Xiaobei and the others came to Xuanyang, it would naturally be beneficial to their own Xuanyang. But now, before they even reached the shore, someone had gone to blow up the boat. Although no one had been injured, if Xiaobei and the other children were scared off and blown away, who would come up with ideas to raise the standard of living in Xuanyang? This was what the commoners of Xuanyang City were thinking, and then the entire city began to mobilize. Needless to say, with the help of the people searching the area really did manage to capture quite a few members of that organization and were now investigating further. While Xuanyang was carrying out the entire search, Zhang Xiaobao in Hangzhou also received the news. In the past 2 days, he had been fishing with Wang Ju. They had changed many places, and according to the different environments and types of fish, he had switched out all sorts of fishing tools. Wang Ju was truly dazzled by all this. She couldn't understand just how her grandson had managed to learn all these skills. There was a limit to one's strength, and no matter how smart one was, learning this and that would always take some time. But this grandson of hers truly knew too many things. If it was just her grandson alone, perhaps there would be someone who could think of a way to contend against him, but with her granddaughter-in-law, it made one feel utterly powerless when facing the two of them. Taking one person alone was already very formidable, but it was still possible to find a few flaws. But when the two of them were together, they seemed to be perfect and unassailable. When one person made a decision, the other person would always voice out a different opinion. Then, they would discuss, supplement, or improve, and thus arrive at a result. No one was an absolute leader. Depending on the situation, the two of them would constantly switch positions. This was the truly formidable aspect. For this reason, Wang Ju would always beat around the bush, wanting to ask just what else her grandson knew. But just as she was about to ask, a telegram arrived. Wang Wan had personally ridden a horse to deliver it, her face a mask of indifference. Seeing Wang Wan like this, Zhang Xiaobao knew that something had happened. Throwing away his fishing rod, he asked, "What happened to Xiaobei and the others?" Xiaobei? Wang Ju was puzzled. How did Xiaobao know that it was about Xiaobei and the others? Just as she was puzzled, Wang Wan said, "They were blown up." "Did you catch them?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Wang Ju was even more puzzled. "Why didn't you, Xiaobao, ask your little brother or sister if they were injured?" "We're catching them. Xiaobei and the others have sealed off Xuanyang City and are searching from house to house," Wang Wan said as she handed over the telegram. Wang Ju now understood. She didn't even need to speak. Just an expression, a glance, or even a feeling was enough to know what she wanted to say. No wonder Xiaobao directly asked Xiaobei and then didn't ask about their injuries. They had their own way of communicating. Hearing the two's question and answer, Wang Ju's heart, which had just been raised, calmed down. She also threw down her fishing rod and went to Zhang Xiaobao's side to read the contents of the telegram. As soon as she finished reading, without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to speak, Wang Ju began to shout. "They're too daring, actually daring to blow up my grandson and granddaughter's boat. Ah, if this was Hangzhou, I would catch them and skin them alive. Xiaobao, look at the news they sent. They were even worried that you wouldn't let them seal off Xuanyang. You can't talk about them." Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Ju was protecting his little brother and sister and laughed. "Why not talk about them? So petty. You're worried about just sealing off Xuanyang. Come, pass down my order. Seal off all of Jiangzhou. If you report one person in the Jiangnan West Road, you can get money. If you report more than 5 people, you can get money. If someone from another country reports someone from another country, they can get money of tens of millions of strings. They can also choose 5 technologies from the great Tang. The informant will not be held responsible. As long as he or she is not the mastermind, he or she will be exempt from punishment." Someone to the side received the order and left. Zhang Xiaobao continued, "Send a report to Xiaobei and the others. Tell them to kill at least 100 people. Anyone who participated in this operation but didn't take the initiative to confess, anyone who didn't report, will be killed." Hearing this, Wang Ju finally understood what Xiao Bao meant. He was blaming Xiao Bei and the others for being too cautious. Wang Wan now said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It seems that we need to change our education. We've already been bullied to the point of being bullied, yet Xiao Bei and the others still consider this and that. Our Zhang family and Wang family usually protect the common people, but at the crucial moment, we ourselves are being threatened. What are we worried about? When we need to be strong, we need to be strong. There's no need to explain anything to others, and there's no need to explain anything to others. At worst, we can compensate them after the matter is over. There's no rush. If we teach them wrongly and they start doing things with great fanfare in the future, it'll be troublesome. They're still children, so we can't treat them like adults." Interesting, truly interesting. The other side knows how to strike first and explode, haha. I've decided. Once we catch them, we'll tie fireworks to their bodies one by one and then let them have a taste of what it's like to be blown up. We won't blow them up one by one. Zhang Xiaobao flatly said. Even though Wang Ju hadn't been in contact with his grandson for too long, he could still feel the anger in Xiaobao's heart. He then said, "Xiaobao, we should blow them up. I suggest that the firecrackers shouldn't be too powerful. Just use small whips and blow them up bit by bit for a few days and nights. Even if they're injured, we can treat them before we blow them up again. What do you think?" "Grandfather, I'm just joking. Why should we blow them up? If there are too many people, I'll catch them and make them build the railway. It's best if other countries are involved. Then, I'll have a reason to ask Cuckoo to send troops to catch more people to build the railway. Isn't that right, Cuckoo?" Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said. He really didn't want to kill more people. If he killed them, then so be it. But who would do the dangerous work? The current safety technology wasn't in place. If the railway was built at a high speed without any regard for anything else, it would be almost fatal. Oh, right. Catch them to build the railway. When the time comes, you should lead troops to catch Cuckoo. Wang Ju nodded in agreement. He had never taken a train before, but he had heard that it was very fast from the capital to Luoyang. Although the current speed wasn't as fast as the 800 km/h emergency report, the technology could be improved. The breed of horses was just that. It was too difficult to improve it. In the future, it would definitely be much faster than the 800 km/h emergency report. And most importantly, the emergency report could only take one or a few people at a time. The train could transport many things. A carriage could carry many people and a lot of goods. It was far from comparable to a horse. Wang Wan had a different idea. She said to the two of them, "Grandfather, Xiao Bao, I won't directly catch people. If there's really a need for war, I'll directly attack their country's capital. I'll surround them outside and not attack in. I'll force their emperor or king to sign a contract. That's how much labor they send to our Tang Empire every year. Like slaves, they don't care if they live or die. They don't get any wages, and they don't have food or drink. I'll make them lose the hearts of the people. I'll make them use force to suppress their people to work. I'll make their people feel helpless and indignant. I'll make their leaders know that it's wrong, but they have no choice but to do so. I'm even willing to help them maintain their imperial power and provide them with weapons to suppress their people. I think this is a good idea." Zhang Xiaobao agreed and continued, "I can also help. As long as they have money and are willing to come to the Tang Empire, as long as they buy enough things in the Tang Empire, I'll give them the right to do so. But I don't want their money. I only want minerals, food, and wood. Livestock and poultry are also fine. Even if they are officials, I will also help them and bring their families over, as long as they do what I ask. They dared to scheme against my brother and sister. I'll make their entire nation sink. It wasn't easy for me, Zhang Xiaobao, to finally have a younger brother and sister. They still want to deal with them. Humph, do they think I'm made of mud? Hearing the two of them speak, Wang Ju couldn't help but shiver. Killing people was just a matter of nodding their heads. Her grandson and granddaughter-in-law actually wanted to torture people non-stop. They wanted their rulers to take the initiative to force their people to do work that had a high mortality rate. What was the difference between that and forcing parents to cook their children? Eat their children? Their desire for revenge was too strong. Weren't Xiaobei and the others fine? It was said that Xiaobao and Cuckoo were very good to their younger brother and sister. Today, she saw it with her own eyes. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, since Xiaobei and the others are in trouble, aren't you going to go over? Wang Ju saw that her grandson and granddaughter-in-law had no intention of leaving and asked. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. We can't go over. Xiaobei and the others have already gone, so let them take care of them. Children need to be raised bit by bit. My request for them is very simple. As long as they don't deliberately harm the common people and don't do something when they know it might harm the common people, then I won't care about them. The harm I'm talking about is direct physical harm, not economic harm. Economic harm doesn't matter. If any commoner suffers a loss, I'll help compensate. For every copper coin they lose, I'll compensate them 2 copper coins. In other words, if they steal food from the common people's fields, I'll condone it and compensate them. But I won't allow them to ride their horses on the streets. That will hurt people. Of course, I'm just giving an example. Usually, Cuckoo and I never teach them to do that. You can tell from their usual behavior what kind of education they received. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Ju. In fact, there was something he didn't say. Jiangzhou was dangerous, but Hangzhou was not necessarily safe. If he were the other party, he would include Hangzhou. Therefore, he and Cuckoo had to guard Hangzhou. But he couldn't say it out loud. If he did, wouldn't he be saying that his grandfather, Wang Ju, was incompetent? Wang Ju didn't know what Xiaobao was thinking. After hearing her grandson's words, she nodded and said, Indeed, Xiaobei and the others may do something wrong. But if you say that they deliberately do bad things, then you're definitely falsely accusing them. They have always wanted all the Tang people to live a good life. So, you and Cuckoo will stay here? No, Cuckoo and I will leave at night. We'll take a boat and go against the current to the north. We'll act like we're heading towards the capital, Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 1065. Zhang Xiaobao didn't tell Wang Ju what he was going to do. Even the inner courtyard of the Wang family didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do, let alone Wang Ju. Only a small part of the inner courtyard of the Zhang family knew, but they kept their mouths shut. Similarly, before they arrived in Hangzhou, the inner courtyard of the Zhang family didn't know what Wang Wan was going to do. They were originally a family, but now, they had formed their own system. The next morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan packed up a little, boarded a big boat at the dock, and headed north. Half a day later, a shop about 300 meters to the east of the same street as the Wang family in Hangzhou was bought. It was on the other side of the road, and the Wang family was diagonally across the street. The shop originally sold braised food, including chicken and pig. There was no braised beef. The business wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. Braised food was very simple. It was salt. Braised food was usually boiled in salt water. Later, Zhang Xiaobao specially made a few simple seasonings to make braised food. Most of the braised food shops bought the ingredients themselves and used them according to the recipe. Seasonings were also very expensive. Ordinary people wouldn't buy them all the time. After all, meat could be eaten in any way. There was no need to use seasonings to make braised food. That was why braised food shops were able to stock up. If seasonings were 50% cheaper, half of the braised food shops in Tang would have closed down. The main dish of the braised food shop was braised chicken and pig. Once a person ordered it, it would be cut into slices. It wasn't too salty, and it was just right for people with light appetites. People with light appetites would dip it in soy sauce, and people with sour appetites would dip it in aged vinegar. As for white vinegar and vinegar blended with ice vinegar, ordinary people couldn't afford it. The shop also sold rice wine and white wine. With the increase in grain production, there were no restrictions on making wine or raising pigs. Pigs didn't have to eat a lot of grain. There were people who often came to ask for a small plate of braised food and could drink 2 bowls of rice wine. When they came the next day, they found that the owner of the shop had changed. The original 3 people had become a couple, who looked to be in their 30s. The male host smiled whenever he saw someone. The female host maintained herself well and didn't look like someone who did heavy work all day. If it weren't for the 10 or so pockmarks on her face, she would definitely be a beauty. Unfortunately, she was guarding the counter with an abacus, pencil, and paper on it. She should be the female bookkeeper. When the people who came in saw that the shopkeeper had changed, they were first surprised and then felt uncomfortable. There was an extra sense of closeness and belonging to the people they knew. Now that the shopkeeper had changed, they didn't feel as comfortable as before. The person hesitated for a moment, but still decided to try a meal. He walked in and was about to look for his usual seat when he suddenly found that the layout of the store had changed. There were originally 6 tables, but now there were 4 tables. There were even 2 tables with long stools placed horizontally on both sides. In front of the 4 stools were 2 or 4 tables, which were much narrower and much longer than the tables. The tables were originally 5 feet wide, but now they were 2 feet wide. Connected together, they were very long, even as long as the stools. There were even lines drawn on the tables. It gave people the feeling that the person who was eating was sitting on the stools with a grid in front of him. It seemed that it wasn't very comfortable to eat in that position. The person who came in didn't plan to sit. Instead, he went to the big table and sat there. He turned his head and looked at the man in the store. This man was also a troublemaker. Without waiting for the customer to speak, he immediately walked over and asked with a smile, "What do you want? What do you have? Do you have the previous ones?" The person asked back. When the man who worked as a waiter in the store heard this, he showed a look of understanding and smiled even more brightly. "You are a regular customer, right?" "Yes, we have the previous ones. When we took over the store, that big brother said that we can't take away the previous ones. Some people like this kind of food. How can I just take it away casually?" As soon as the words came out, the person was satisfied. His status was unknowingly raised. Listen, regular customer. The new owner also knew that he was a regular customer. A plate of pig head meat, a bowl of rice wine, and a plate of salt beans. The person said happily. "Not yet, wait a moment." The man was still smiling like he shouldn't. He nodded and turned back. The female owner standing behind the counter had already served the tea. The tea was brewed, which was popular in Tang now. Usually, no one drank the brewed tea. Not to mention that it was time-consuming, the taste was also not as good as the brewed tea. Of course, if one really wanted to set up a tea ceremony, it would also take a lot of time. However, if this was not a place that specialized in drinking tea, no one would set up a tea ceremony for you. The tea was very strong, but the tea leaves were not good tea leaves. When poured from the pot into the cup, there was still foam. However, the customer didn't care. If the tea was really good, he might feel that the taste was not strong enough. What he drank was bitter and astringent, like the taste of the tea leaves foam. Just as he blew on the tea and drank a mouthful, the male waiter and owner came back with a tray. This was very professional. Who in ordinary small stores would use a tray to serve food? Well, there is a tray. I also enjoy the feeling of eating in a restaurant. In the past, I usually ate in the wind-riding pavilion near the lake. Only then could I enjoy this treatment. You also have it here, The customer saw the tray and said with satisfaction. "Io, you are Brother Chow, right?" The man who put the dishes on the table was stunned and asked. "How did you know?" The person who was called Brother Chow was surprised. "How could I not know? The original Big Brother told me more than 3 times that there was a person called Chow Chow who always came to eat. Every time he came, he would talk about the wind-riding pavilion. Moreover, he recited a poem there. Although it was only 1 line, the mood was extraordinary. What was it called again? Oh, it was called The Rising and Falling Tides, Brother Chow. He. The waiter chuckled and appeared to be even more intimate. When Chow Chow heard this, he shook his head helplessly and said, "You didn't forget to mock me before you left for such a trivial matter." "All right, Brother Chow it is." Is there something wrong with your dishes?" "I only asked for a plate of pig head meat, a plate of salt beans, and a bowl of yellow wine. You served 2 more dishes. Is this plate of dried tofu? And this plate of quinoa?" Yes, it's dried tofu and quinoa. Well, many people call it kimchi now. The 2 of us saw that there was still meat in the brine, so we put the dried tofu in and cooked it for a while. Then we took it out and cut it for you to try. Brother Chow, you are an old customer. It is normal to add 2 more dishes. I didn't know Brother Chow was coming. Wait a moment, I will go back." The waiter nodded and explained. Then he turned around and went back to the back. When Chow Chow was happy, he came back again with 2 more plates in his hands. He put them on the table one by one and said, "This is chicken wing tip, just right for the wine. This is pig skin salad. Although it is just skin, it is more fragrant than meat. Others who come in can't even order this dish. Io, how can I accept this?" Chow Chow showed an embarrassed expression. "Brother Chow, there is no need to be so polite with me. Although this is the first time we met, we still have a long way to go. You are an old customer, and you are used to the taste of the old dishes. You are already giving me face by coming in. Try it, and if you think it is still good, come often in the future. I will earn back the money," the waiter said with sincerity in his eyes. "Okay, I appreciate your kindness today. You are an honest person. What is your surname?" Chow Chow felt very comfortable in his heart. The waiter's words warmed his heart, and he was also an honest person. "My surname is Zhang, and my name is Shi. In the past, the people in the village called me Shi. The one standing at the counter is the one in the house. Originally, there were 2 children at home, but they were not around. It was more convenient to send their mother to school. If they really came over, it would not be easy to take care of them. Try it, the restaurant has just been taken over." The waiter smiled and said a lot of things about himself. Even before Chow Chow asked, he also said it. Chow Chow found that the waiter was really honest. He just needed to report his household registration. Hearing the waiter, he picked up a piece of pig head meat, dipped it in the soy sauce on the plate next to him, and put it in his mouth to chew. After chewing twice, his eyes widened and he stopped eating. Then he quickly ate 2 more mouthfuls. At the same time, his chopsticks kept working. In the blink of an eye, 5 pieces of pig head meat were in his stomach. He suddenly turned his head and said in surprise, "Sure, you opened a small restaurant with this kind of skill? It's a waste of talent, a waste of talent. To be honest, this plate of pig head meat is not expensive for 20 copper coins. How can that be? It's still the same price as before, 11 copper coins. Brother Chow, don't flatter me. Don't I know my own ability? It's good that you can eat. The waiter, Zhang Shi, rubbed his hands embarrassedly and said. It's more than eating. That's good, I didn't lie to you. Alas, it's a pity. If you really go to a restaurant, I won't be able to eat. With your skill, I will come here often in the future. I will also tell others to come and eat. Chow Chow said as he went to taste other dishes. Every time he tasted something, he was surprised. Brother Chow, you eat. The waiter said, turned around and went to the counter. He stood there without saying anything. In the end, Chow Chow drank 5 bowls of rice wine and paid the bill. He stood at the door and praised for a while before leaving. After he left, the waiter sighed. Seeing that it was still early, he guessed that no one would come in for a while. He went to the counter, pulled a stool and sat down. He said to the hostess, "Wife, how was it? Your husband's skill is good, right? Did you hear that? People say that the pig head meat is usually worth 11 copper coins, but your husband's dish is worth 20 copper coins." The hostess pursed her lips into a smile and said, he might be able to endure it. My husband is still the best. He made a plate of pig's head meat and sold it for 20 copper coins. In the future, when Li Longji eats it, we will ask him for that amount. This is a little difficult. 20 copper coins is considered a high price. Li Longji is a poor ghost. Not to mention 20 copper coins, he can't even afford 2 copper coins. Just bear with it and treat it as helping the poor. Did you see my makeup? The waiter raised his head and looked at the hostess. The hostess rolled her eyes and said, "You don't believe in my skill? Go and prepare all the dishes. It'll be noon soon, and it'll be time for people to serve. Don't be too busy. Every copper coin counts. Remember to mark the dishes that don't look good so that I can reduce the cost. People just praised you and said that you're an honest person. You can't lie and ruin your reputation." Yes, I will do it right away. Quick, it will be ready in a while. I can't help it. I am like this. I have good skills and I am an honest person. I will never lie. I am born to be bullied, and I will be bullied for the rest of my life. The waiter walked to the back of the kitchen while talking. The hostess asked, "Who are you talking about?" "Customer. Am I not a waiter?" "I am a waiter, but I have to create opportunities for others. Do you think it is easy for me?" The waiter said and disappeared behind the door. Chapter 1066. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran to open a shop diagonally across from Wang Ju's house. They even disguised themselves as a married couple in their 30s. Even those who stayed in the inner courtyard of Hangzhou didn't know. Only those who left with them knew. But they couldn't send the news back, so they continued to sail in the direction of the capital. No one else knew what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were doing. Only they knew what they were doing. They were going to the capital because they were afraid that someone from the other side would arrange people in the capital to make trouble. Once the news of the two of them returning spread, the other party would naturally shift their focus to avoid the two of them. Or, they would try to kill them on their way back. This was something that the other party would definitely do. Even Xiao Bei and the others would dare to do. Another reason was that the other side would feel that they had a chance when they left Hangzhou. As for buying the store, it was also to create opportunities for the other side. Zhang Xiaobao was the best at this. The highest level of deception was not to take the initiative to deceive people. It was to find the right target and make the other side come to him to be deceived. Whether it was successful or not depended on the means of operation. That was the purpose of buying a small store. Zhang Xiaobao worked hard. He tried his best to make everything delicious. He also changed the way the braised food store sold things. He didn't sell large pieces of meat by the dozen. Instead, he sold them separately. The braised chicken was cut into pieces and divided into chicken head, chicken neck, chicken wing tips, chicken heart, chicken thighs, claws, and so on. The pork was also divided in the same way, especially the pig head. The pig ears were bought at a high price from a butcher. Together with the pickles he made a few days ago, it could last for a few days. Now, he bought a new jar to make it. In addition to the above, there were all kinds of side dishes. They were placed on plates. Beside the counter, there was a shelf. The side dishes were all 1 copper coin per plate. The rice wine jar was also placed outside. There was a grape hanging on it. The washed bowls were placed on the side. Whoever wanted to drink could go and get a bowl. If the wine was good enough, no one would care if the wine was about to overflow. It was 3 copper coins per bowl. If he was willing to eat the side dishes, he would take a plate to the table or the narrow table. He would eat and drink while chatting, and when he was done, he would pay the bill when he left. As for the other dishes, they were also placed on the shelves. Plate by plate, there might be more on a certain plate, or less on a certain plate. It was up to the customer to choose. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao would always place a plate that was obviously missing something. With that comparison, the other dishes would sell well. This was the psychology of consumers. Zhang Xiaobao was only responsible for wiping the table and cleaning up the dishes, while Wang Wan was in charge of accounting and replenishing the shelves. There was another job for Wang Wan. It was a new model in the restaurant. She could mix the dishes with the same price. For example, the chicken heart and pig ears would cost the same. If the customers didn't want to spend 2 sets of money to buy 2 plates, they could order the same dish and put it together. On the day that Brother Chow came, the business was pretty good by noon. Most of the customers were former customers. Zhang Xiaobao dealt with them with ease. He had specifically asked the previous customer about many things about the former customers. Although it was a scam, it had to be presentable. He couldn't lose his professionalism. If the business wasn't good, wouldn't it be a disgrace to his reputation as an international swindler? Most of the former customers were willing to come in and try the dishes. Only a small portion of them left when they saw the new customers. Some of them even asked where the original customers were as they missed them very much. The food that Zhang Xiaobao meticulously prepared naturally wouldn't taste bad. When he selected the ingredients, he chose the best ones and was very careful. He only calculated the cost of the ingredients. Every time he sold a set, he would only get a profit of slightly more than 10%. As for the labor cost, it was impossible to calculate. It seemed that no one could give an answer to how much he and Wang Wan earned by working for an hour. The former customers who came to eat on the first day were all very satisfied. They went back to help advertise the restaurant. The next day, the business of the restaurant became popular. Since the restaurant opened in the morning, people who specifically heard the rumors and wanted to join in the fun had already come. After a quarter of an hour, the 4 tables were already full. Some people even sat together. As for the other long and narrow table, no one was willing to go there as they felt uncomfortable. After waiting for another hour, the long table was also filled with people. There was no other way. There was a lack of space, so they could only be particular about it. In the past, if they encountered such a situation, some people would find a place to stand and eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also busy. They kept wiping the tables, tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, and replenishing the food on the shelves. Batches of customers came and left. By noon, there was no place for them to stand. The taste of the food was indeed extraordinary. Many people felt that it was not worthwhile for Shi to open a small store and that he should work as a chef in a restaurant. That way, he could earn more than what he was doing now. Compared to the past, not only was the taste better, but there were also more varieties. More importantly, the price was not expensive. The original items were the same as the previous ones, and the new ones were estimated to be of the same price. The restaurant was open for 2 consecutive days. On the 3rd day, more people squeezed in. Seeing that there was no place to eat, they packed and brought back to eat with their families or find a few friends to drink together. People said that the braised food was in the wind riding restaurant, but it was in fact bought by the restaurant between the clouds and the water in Hangzhou. Xiao Bao, it's been 3 days. I think the effect is almost there, right? Is it time to move on to the next step? After finishing the work on the 3rd day, the restaurant was closed at night. Zhang Xiaobao cooked 2 dishes and made several plates of braised food. When he was drinking and eating with Wang Wan moved her shoulders and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was also tired. At noon and in the evening, the 2 of them didn't have time to eat properly at all. Too many people came to buy food, and they all thought that they had taken advantage of the situation. The 2 of them only ate a few pieces of meat to fill their stomachs. Wang Wan's arms were tired, and Zhang Xiaobao's waist and legs were sore. After hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head slightly. Let's wait for 2 more days. We have to let people see that we are really too busy. More importantly, our reputation is not big enough. We have to let Grandpa's family like our food, and then I'll adjust the ingredients. Alright, let's work on the ingredients. In the end, I estimate that we will lose some money every time we sell a dish. The fishing association should be open in 2 days. Then, I'll ask Grandpa's family to buy the food. Starting from tomorrow, we will limit the sales, or we will die of exhaustion here. Wang Wan nodded. After having some food and wine, she tilted her head and stared at Zhang Xiaobao for a while. Then she said, if you can really ask Wang Ju's family to buy the food and let Li Longji eat it, I'll admit that you are good at it. Otherwise, it will be a failure. I'll suffer for a few days with you. You have to pay me back. What do you mean by suffering? If it were someone else, they would be happy if their restaurant is so popular. This is money. I've decided to slightly raise the price of some of the food. Those who can afford it will eat it, and those who can't afford it will still eat the original food. Zhang Xiaobao was very confident, as if he were going to make the business of his restaurant a big hit. Eat now and take a rest. You have to go to the morning market tomorrow morning to buy things. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she lowered her head and ate quickly. When she was almost full, she thought of something and said, you should prepare something tonight. We'll eat together tomorrow. It's not worth it to open a shop with you and starve me to gastric problems. That's what I think too. As for the staple food, I'll make pancakes tomorrow morning. I'll buy some crabs and sea hares and roll them in the pancakes. I won't sell them to the people who come here for the braised food. Zhang Xiaobao finished the wine in the bowl. The 2 of them cleaned up quickly, took a cold shower, and slept next to each other in the bedroom. The next day, the store only opened at 4 in the morning. There were already people waiting anxiously outside, and there were even people knocking on the door. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up at 6 in the morning. They went to buy some things first, and when they came back, they were busy again, just like real businessmen. The difference between the 2 of them and other people was that they had to spare some time to dress each other up. As soon as the door opened, people rushed in from outside. Some of them were packing and some of them were looking for seats. They were all idlers who did not work and came here to eat. Some of the people who were packing were very unhappy and suggested to Zhang Xiaobao that they should open the restaurant earlier next time as they still had something to do after they bought things. Zhang Xiaobao did not know what they were going to do. They came to buy things at 9 o'clock. Normally, if they had something to do, it would be too late to open the restaurant at 7 o'clock, which was 7 o'clock in the morning. He did not say this, but nodded and explained with a smile that they should open the restaurant earlier next day. It was a special situation today and they were busy with other things. When the people who came in to eat saw the various kinds of food, they found that it was indeed so. There were new things added today, and some of them looked more delicate. It was just that the price was more than a little expensive. Some people would complain, but most of them could understand. The food in the restaurant was good to begin with, not to mention the more delicate ones. They had to make money, and they also had to make a living. At noon, some people who had earned money from their work in the morning and were not going to work in the afternoon came to drink some wine, eat some food, and buy some back home. They were done for the day. There were not many people like this, and most of them had to work for another day. Chow Chow, who came on the first day of the restaurant, also came today. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao, he smiled and said, "Sure too, good business. Brother Chow, I'm counting on your auspicious words." "Seat, eh? There is a person over there who is almost done eating. I'll reserve a seat for you. You can first see what you want to eat today." Zhang Xiaobao knew that Chow Chow was a helper at the docks. He was also a small leader. The main thing was that he knew a lot. Not only did he have strength, but he also knew how to use rope to make sailor knots, help with the packing, and arrange a place. He was much better than the average person, so there were more than 10 brothers who followed him. In the Hangzhou docks, he was also a little famous. The ships that often came to load and unload goods also liked to let him take over, even if he had to pay more. He was familiar with it, so they could rest assured. Therefore, he was more relaxed. When he had work to do, he could work for 2 days and earn a month's wages of others. The helpers at the docks were also divided according to their working ability. It was not just strength. When it came to skills, their value was naturally different. He didn't come for 2 days, probably because he had a good job. After 2 days of work, the sky was a little cloudy today. It looked like it was going to rain. He probably didn't plan to work. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to get more information from him, so his attitude was the most enthusiastic. As for waiting for the other person to finish eating and leaving a seat for him, that was because he came in the right order. Otherwise, it would be another story. Ordinary shop assistants didn't have such eyesight and skills, but Zhang Xiaobao's current profession was a swindler. A swindler had to be professional. It was the most basic professional quality. This profession was not something that anyone could do. The requirements were too high. It was very difficult to reach the highest level of a swindler who didn't think of himself as a swindler. After waiting for the other person to finish eating, Zhang Xiaobao arranged for Chow Chow to go over. Similarly, he added 2 small plates of side dishes. After glancing at the situation in the restaurant, he felt that he wouldn't be busy for the time being, so he brought out another plate of food and went to Chow Chow's side. "Brother Chow, I specially made some staple food. It's not for sale. I brought it over for you to try. It's all seafood." Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. For a moment, Chow Chow felt that his identity was different. He inadvertently looked at the other people who were eating. Under the different gazes, he also smiled and said, "Sure too, you are always too polite. It's embarrassing. I have to pay as much as I can. I can't let you do business at a loss. Brother Chow, that's a long way to go. If I say that I'm not for sale, how can I give you money? When autumn comes, I think my 2 children will come. You can help them at the docks and find a stable boat. Then I will feel at ease. I can't trust others." Zhang Xiaobao proposed a matter. If he always gave others things without asking for anything in return, others wouldn't believe him. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Chow Chow was satisfied. He patted his chest and promised, "If you want to talk about other things, I might not be able to help you. Find a boat and get someone to bring it over." "No problem, leave it to me. In the future, if you encounter anything related to boats, you can look for me." "Thank you. I'm afraid that I don't have any connections outside. In the future, I will rely on Brother Chow." quickly try it. Zhang Xiaobao's performance was even better. He helped to roll up a pile of seafood and put it in front of Cao Cao. He said, "These are all cheap things. Most people don't eat small crabs. Take a look." Cao Cao didn't hold back. He took a bite. Before he finished chewing, his eyes widened. He nodded at Zhang Xiaobao and praised, "It's delicious. Why hasn't anyone made it before? It's fresh and fragrant." He couldn't think of more words to praise, so he spoke very loudly. It made the other people eat more attentively. Zhang Xiaobao certainly knew that it was delicious. It took a lot of effort. The small crabs were fried, the sea rabbits were blanched, and the small shrimp were boiled in chicken soup. There was also garlic sauce, Shanghai cabbage, and fresh water. All kinds of flavors were present. It would be strange if it wasn't delicious. This thing was specially made for later use. It was not sold in the restaurant to people who eat braised food. Hearing the praise, Zhang Xiaobao quickly said modestly, "Brother Cao, it's good that you think it's edible. I plan to make more and then wrap it in oil paper. In the morning, I will sell it to people who have free time to eat and play. For example, people on the lake, people who visit the scenery of West Lake, and, fishing, sure too, let me tell you. Fishing people are also good. Recently, there is a fishing association in Hangzhou. It's full of rich people. I think the thing you make is good. Sell it to them." Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to say it himself. Cao Cao followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and thought of this matter. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Zhang Xiaobao was very cooperative. "Brother Cao, I don't know him. If I were to look for him, the people around him would probably stop me from afar. Speaking of fishing, I do have some ideas. But you see, my shop sells braised food. So, you see, my shop sells braised food. I don't dare to say anything else, but when I make it, I really put my heart into it. You can't see the kind of greasy skin on the meat. Also, I sell braised big bones in my restaurant, but I never put the leftovers together and give them to others. I don't want to earn money. If there are leftovers, I just throw them away. In fact, it's good to use them for fishing. Wrap them in gauze, make a net, and half immerse them in water. When the small fish smell the greasy smell, they will naturally go into the net. When you lift the net, you can catch a lot of small fish. It's perfect to use them as bait. For example, if a few people gather together and put more bones and oil, it can become a nest. The big fish will also follow. The big fish also like to eat. There are also small fish. What do you think? I can sell a biscuit with seafood and give it away. It's useless to leave it here, so everyone will go fishing. It's not worrisome and convenient. But you can only buy it in the morning and eat it on the same day. If you eat it at night, you can't touch it, or you will get poisoned." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he looked at Cao Cao with expectation in his eyes. His meaning was self-evident. Cao Cao was interested. He thought for a while and said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile, "Good, sure too, I didn't expect you to be so smart. You can come up with such a good idea. I don't fish, but I have a leader at the dock who is in charge of things. He joined the angling association and wants to know more people who can help him in the future. So, you prepare a few biscuits for me, and I'll take them to see if he went out today. Let him taste them first. If he goes fishing in the afternoon, he can eat them in the evening. He has nothing to do all day. He just needs to charge us a few biscuits and take care of the warehouse near the dock." Okay, I'll prepare them right away. No matter if it's a success or not, I'm willing to accept you as my subordinate. In the future, when you come over, I'll pay for everything. If I charge you 1 copper coin, I'll. What's the point of saying that? Business is business. Do you think I'll deliberately come here to eat for free? We'll talk about the future later. Go and prepare." Before Zhang Xiaobao could finish his words, Cao Cao interrupted him. He looked very magnanimous, but his words were not. Zhang Xiaobao smiled honestly and trotted back to the back. After a while, he came out with a basket in his hand. He walked to Cao Cao and said, "I have 15 biscuits for you. There are 10 biscuits for fishing and 10 biscuits for a small roll of fine gauze net. You don't have to worry about it." The remaining 5 biscuits naturally belonged to Cao Cao. Moreover, he couldn't charge him. He was going to help deliver the biscuits. How could he dare to charge him? Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's performance, Cao Cao was even more satisfied. Zhang Xiaobao was sensible and knew what to do. Cao Cao nodded his head and promised a few more words. He finished the food as fast as he could and only drank 1 bowl of wine. When he stood up to pay the bill, Zhang Xiaobao tugged at him and refused. He pushed Cao Cao out of the door and refused no matter what. After Cao Cao saw him out of the door, the diners in the restaurant began to ask about the biscuits. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and generously took out the biscuits. He gave each of them 1 biscuit for free. However, he said that he would only sell them out in the future and the price would be very expensive. He asked people to help him find out who was fishing and recommend him. Today was his treat. Except for those who didn't like seafood, the diners all thought it was good. Whether they could recommend it or not, they at least said that they would recommend it. Cao Cao carried the basket out of the door and walked a mile in the direction of the dock. After thinking for a while, he directly took it. The manager thought that all the biscuits were for him. That wouldn't do. He had to leave 5 of his biscuits for his wife and children to try at home. Although Stone's restaurant was small, the food it made was really good. Last year, he followed the manager to a banquet at Wind Riding Pavilion. Now that he thought about it, it seemed to be much worse than Stone's restaurant. Especially when it came to the same staple food, biscuits. How did Stone make them? They were thin and chewy. They were chewy. If he made a good relationship with Stone, his wife and children would have a good meal in the future. There was nothing to say about Stone's craftsmanship. Thinking of this, Cao Cao planned to find a shop and get something. He separated the biscuits in the basket and opened the lid. When he looked inside, he was stunned. In addition to a pile of oiled paper packets, there was also a cloth bag and a roll of gauze. He flipped through the paper packets on the right and didn't count them. There were about 20 of them. Then he carried the basket and took out the cloth bag. He opened the lid and saw that there were also more oiled paper packets. It looked like there were more than 5 of them. After looking through each one, he found that 5 of them were rolled biscuits. There was also a big one. Just by looking at it, he knew that it was definitely not pork. He lowered his head and sniffed the smell. He was shocked. It was actually donkey meat. It was a big piece, about 4 catties. There were also 2 small packets. When he opened one, it was cold pork tendons. The other one was candy. When he saw those things, Cao Cao couldn't help but look back in the direction of the restaurant. He nodded silently and said to himself, "Stone is really a good person. He prepared everything and even gave me more. The candy is for my children. I have to do this no matter what. Otherwise, how can I have the face to eat in the future?" The next morning, Zhang Xiaobao opened the door at 8:00 in the morning. It was half an hour earlier than yesterday. The people who were waiting were very satisfied. Yesterday, he said that he should be early. Even if it was a quarter of an hour earlier, it was still giving face. Not to mention that it was half an hour earlier. Zhang Xiaobao yawned. It seemed that he didn't have a good rest. Wang Wan also had dark circles under her eyes. However, she still appeared to be very energetic. The customers came to eat, not to see how you look. Just as the 2 groups of people were about to eat, Cao Cao hurried in from outside. He anxiously said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Quick, Stone, hurry up. Prepare 20 portions. I'll give them to you immediately. I'll take them away." "How much?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei were stunned. They opened their mouths and asked, "Brother Cao, it's done. You don't trust me?" "Yesterday I went back just in time. The person in charge was going fishing in the afternoon. I gave him 10 portions. This morning, when I just arrived at the dock, he found me and said that he wanted 20 portions. He will leave immediately. You have to calculate how much it will cost." Cao Cao had taken care of the matter. He spoke with confidence. Zhang Xiaobao immediately turned around and went into the kitchen. After a while, he came out with a basket. He handed it to Cao Cao and said, "Brother Cao, you haven't eaten yet, right? I brought you a portion. It's free today. Starting tomorrow, it'll be 30 coins per portion. Today, I added something. Brother Cao, you worked hard." Cao Cao didn't stand on ceremony with Zhang Xiaobao. He took the basket, nodded and said, "Okay, 30 coins is not expensive. If you change to a different restaurant, your portion will be cheap for 300 coins. Then, I'll leave now." After he finished speaking, Cao Cao hurriedly left. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the other person's gradually disappearing figure. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Just like that, a day passed in a busy and dull manner. The next day, before Zhang Xiaobao could open the door, a knocking sound came from outside. Then, someone shouted, Sure to, open the door. Quickly open the door. It's me, Cao Cao." Zhang Xiaobao was in the middle of cooking when he heard the noise. He came out from the back, unlatched the door, and let Cao Cao in. Cao Cao didn't come alone. He was followed by 2 people. As soon as he saw one of the 2 people following him, Xiaobao's heart calmed down. He had seen that person before. He was a servant from his grandfather's house. However, from the look in his eyes, he didn't seem to recognize him. "Sure to, don't pour tea. I don't have time to drink. Do you have anything? We'll come and get it. Also, give me 10 big bones. I'll give you 2 strings of money. You don't need to give me the change. Your basket can't be taken back. You can wrap it in cloth." Cao Cao quickly said when he saw that Zhang Xiaobao was going to pour tea. Zhang Xiaobao didn't refuse. He took the money, nodded, and turned back. After a while, he came back with 3 baskets. 1 for each person. There were also 3 cloth bags. He said, "Brother Cao, thank you for your hard work. Here are 3 baskets. You can eat them on the way." While speaking, he gave the 3 bags to the 3 people. Cao Cao didn't say anything, but the 2 people's eyes lit up. When they looked at Zhang Xiaobao again, they felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye. They took the baskets and walked out. When they reached the door, the servant of Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather turned around and said, "Prepare 100 baskets before noon. Someone will come and get it. Pay when the time comes. Don't forget. Otherwise, you can't afford to be punished." 100 baskets. Brother Cao, so many people are fishing? Zhang Xiaobao asked Cao Cao with a surprised look. Wang Ju stared at him and scolded, "Just do what I ask you to do. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It won't do you any good to know too much. Let me tell you, the baskets made at noon can only be better than yesterday's. Otherwise, be careful of your head. Do you hear me?" I hear you. Yes, you did well. Otherwise, be careful of your head. Take care. Zhang Xiaobao repeatedly bowed and nodded. But in his heart, he thought angrily, "Brat, I can't teach you a lesson now, but you dare to teach me a lesson? Wait for me, I'll let you know who is the one who is careful of their head. After sending the servant away, Zhang Xiaobao let out a long breath. He didn't close the door. He put the things in place and walked to the back. He said to the busy Wang Wan, "Okay, there is one last step. Let's see what the other party will do. I'm afraid they are stupid." Wang Wan took the last bit of food out of the pot and asked, "Grandpa's family is here?" "Yes, that brat still dares to scold me. If it was the inner courtyard of our family, he would definitely not speak like that. If he offends people for no reason, it will cause trouble for the main family. I'll ask my grandpa to teach him a lesson. I'm not deliberately taking revenge." Zhang Xiaobao picked up the big pot, turned to the shelf outside and began to put new things. Wang Wan pursed her lips into a smile and said, "I know. You're not seeking revenge. You're helping that kid. He's grateful to you for being beaten up. You used the most direct method to show him the way of life. You're as great as a lighthouse in the dark night of the sea. Madam knows me best. Why am I so kind? I plan to buy a big mirror and put it in the bedroom. The first thing I do when I wake up every morning is to kowtow to myself in the mirror." Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Chow Chow and the other two went out, each carrying a basket. Chow Chow's status was much lower than the other two's. He wanted to help them carry the basket several times, but they refused, saying that he carried too many things and walked too slowly. They were afraid of wasting time. On the way, the three opened the cloth bags. They did not eat breakfast. The two's cloth bags were filled with seafood and a bag of salty pig ears. In addition to these two things, Chow Chow's cloth bag also had a few notes. Chow Chow secretly glanced at the two and checked the amount of money. There was a total of 350 copper coins. After calculating, he took out 1,500 copper coins, which was the usual 5 cents for the rolls and 15 cents for the 10 large bones. The remaining 350 copper coins were all given to him by Shi Tu. He did not even take the money in the basket. While feeling grateful, Chow Chow was puzzled. Why did Shi Tu prepare so many baskets? Did he know that he would come to take a lot of things? The cloth bags were also the same. Usually, when they were packed, they would just wrap them in oil paper and tie them to others. Was it specially prepared for him? Chow Chow stealthily put the money into his pocket. He was even more determined to get customers for the store. Today, he had earned 350 copper coins, which was enough for him to work for 6 to 7 days. If it were someone else, it would take more than half a month, or even a month's worth of wages. The other two did not know that Chow Chow had received money and also thought that the food was delicious. They had never eaten it before. Yesterday, they only heard that it was delicious. When they came today, they planned to buy one for themselves. They did not expect that the other party would be so considerate and give them a set of pig ears. After the three finished eating, they sped up and sent the baskets to the side of West Lake, where there was a place specially used for fishing. Naturally, someone would take the baskets and use silver needles to test for poison. Someone even took out a roll and ate it. When noon came, if they did not feel uncomfortable, they could give it to others. At this time, the weather was still a little cold, but there were still many people gathered under the shade of the trees. Wang Ju was leading the group, talking and laughing with the others. From time to time, he would introduce the use of fishing equipment. Beside him, there was a man wearing a bamboo hat. He was silent and did not raise his head. Compared to yesterday, the number of guards in the surroundings had more than doubled. It seemed that there were guards everywhere. When Wang Ju was talking to others, he would occasionally glance at this person. He seemed to be very careful. When the food was delivered, they planned to eat it at noon, but the man wearing the bamboo hat said, "Give me one to try first. I want to see how good it is." "Okay, but the person who tested it just." Wang Ju agreed and then hesitated. It's just a braised food store. The owner of the store would not poison it. Give me one. Besides, the doctor is next to him. What are you afraid of? The man wearing the bamboo hat said again. Okay. Wang Ju took a deep breath and asked someone to bring the food over. He opened a few oil paper bags and picked out a good-looking roll. He held it with both hands and handed it over. The man in the bamboo hat received the cake and took a bite. Then, he slowly chewed and swallowed a mouthful. He smacked his lips twice and praised, "Good craftsmanship. The cake is baked well. It's not inferior to the cakes of you. Genyu Restaurant." That's right, Genyu Restaurant. They specialize in selling cakes. Also, the ingredients inside are all processed in different ways. Opening a small shop is really a waste of talent. Yes, it's a waste of talent. When I ate it yesterday, I also thought so. Why don't I go to your place? Do you specialize in making things? Wang Ju suggested. The man wearing the bamboo hat shook his head. There's no need. No matter how good his food is, I can't eat better. It's not like you don't know who makes the food I usually eat. It's a pity that I won't be able to eat it for a while. Ask the person in the store what else he knows how to make. Yes. No matter how good his food is, it won't work. If it's brought to the house, every time we eat it, we have to test it for poison first. Hot food will be cold by the time it's ready to eat. Besides, the food he makes is just average. Wang Ju followed up. When the people around them heard the conversation, they had already guessed who the man wearing the bamboo hat was. It seemed that the only person who could make Wang Ju so respectful was, the people who guessed it all became nervous and excited. Chapter 1067. The customers who passed by and came to eat the braised food were very clear about how the business of the store was doing. As soon as the notice was written and put out, those who had not found a satisfactory job or were working as waiters in other stores all had their own ideas. It did not matter if they were illiterate. Naturally, there would be literate people who would explain to others after seeing the notice. Being able to read was also a symbol of status. There were even parents who borrowed their children from school and brought them to the door to let them read aloud to them. In fact, they were showing off to others that their children were literate. The content of the notice was very simple. There were two big words at the top, hiring. Below that, there was a row of requirements. One of them was that they must be no younger than 16 and no older than 25. The other was that they must be able to endure hardships. They must work at least 18 hours a day. If necessary, they might have to work more. However, there was no limit to their experience. Even if they had not worked elsewhere before, they could still work as waiters. This time, a total of 4 waiters were recruited. They were responsible for the chores in the store and the delivery of food. The salary would be determined according to the situation of the job. However, the basic salary was 5 copper coins a day. As for the other rewards, it was uncertain at the moment. There would be a trial period of 3 days, 8 people would be recruited. In the end, 4 people would be retained. However, before the trial period, 50 people could be allowed to come in contact with the manager. After seeing the contents of the notice, many people who had ideas shook their heads and left. They felt that the working time was too long. 18 hours a day was the minimum, leaving only 6 hours for rest. Working in the store was too tiring. If the salary was higher, it would be fine. However, it was only 5 copper coins a day and less than 150 copper coins a month. It was clearly bullying. As for the rewards mentioned above, it was not up to the boss. If the boss said to give it to you, then it would be given. If the boss did not want to give it, then he could just find a random reason to keep the money. If it was 10 years ago, 100 copper coins a month would be a job that everyone would fight to do. However, it was not 10 years now. Just find something to do and it would be more than 100 copper coins a month. Even if a child was willing to study hard and be ranked in the top 10 in school, they would still be rewarded with more than 100 copper coins or items. 150 copper coins truly can buy many things. If it's just oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and grain, 100 copper coins is enough for a family to live well for a month. But in the Great Tang, we don't just need to eat our fill, we need to eat well, right? How can 100 copper coins be enough to buy a mirror, 2 sets of comfortable clothes, and some delicious meat? Among the people who were reading the notice, some of them began to talk. A person wearing fine linen and waving a folding fan in his hand spoke to the people next to him in a loud voice. The surrounding people nodded in agreement. Someone even added, "Isn't that so? More is more. I heard that the things they buy are the property of the rich compared to the things they buy in Xinhua. The money we Tang people earn in a day's work can take at least 10 days to buy the things they need to buy. But we're not from Xinhua. We're from the Great Tang. How can a country be the same as a country? It's too little. If it were me, I wouldn't go. I'm already past my prime." There were many such voices, but there were still people who were willing to stand there. Most of them were people who met the age requirement. Perhaps they thought that doing things for 18 hours was not the same as doing things for 18 hours, so they still had time to spare. Most importantly, by becoming a waiter, they might have the opportunity to come into contact with the delicious recipes of the braised food shop. If they could learn it, wouldn't they be able to find a place further away and open a small shop as well? When it was time to close at night, the people had been recruited. There were less than 50 people. The wages and working hours of the braised food shop made many people shrink back. A total of 31 people stood at the door, waiting for the shopkeeper to take a look. Zhang Xiaobao looked like he was about to die of exhaustion. He supported his waist with his hands and stood at the door with a grin. He said to Wang Wan beside him, "No matter what, I have to recruit people today. If I work for another 2 days, I'll lose 10 years of my life. I can't take it anymore." Yes, we have to recruit people today. I'm tired too. Wang Wan frowned and said. Her eyes swept over the 31 people, and she waved her hand and said, "Enough, come in with me. I want to take a good look and see which one is pleasing to the eye." As she spoke, she and Xiaobao turned around and went in. 31 people rushed in and each one of them found an empty spot to stand. Zhang Xiaobao put down his hands that were supporting his waist, smiled honestly, and spoke first. "Others call me Stone. My surname is Zhang. I don't think you're old, so don't keep calling me boss. I'm an honest person. As long as you can work, it's fine. In the future, call me Brother Zhang." It sounds more intimate. I'll go prepare some braised food for you to eat. Let's eat some. Okay, go quickly. Before Zhang Xiaobao could finish speaking, Wang Wan pushed him into the back kitchen. When the 31 people heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, their hearts relaxed. They felt that this boss was not bad. He was honest, and he wanted to give them some braised food. They thought that in the future, their work in the shop would not be too hard. At least, there would be no problem in eating. Just as this idea appeared in their hearts, but before it could germinate and grow into a towering tree, Wang Wan's face became cold and she said to them, "Look at you, what are you doing here? Are you VIP? Let Stone make Lu Wei for you. Your eyes are so big, can't you see life? Didn't you see that the people just left, and the things on the table haven't been cleaned up? Stand by the side, clean up the bowls and chopsticks on the table, and send them to the back. 2 more people, go to the back to wash the dishes." The others set the table and swept the floor. A few people went to the door. There were still people outside who threw things. The shop's face is face. Go and clean it up. What are you looking for? No broom? Don't you know how to pick it up with your hands? Are you VIP? Let me tell you, if you work in my shop, you have to be diligent. You have to have work in your eyes. Don't stay in my shop if you're all stupid. I'll say this. If you don't want to work, leave as soon as possible. If you want to continue, do your work immediately. I don't keep idlers in my shop. Hurry up, what are you looking at me for? Go and work. For a moment, most of the 31 people felt the warmth in their hearts was suppressed by the 1,000-year-old ice. At that moment, 14 people glared at Wang Wan and walked out of the shop angrily. They did not forget to turn around and spit twice. They also left while cursing. The remaining 17 people temporarily endured and began to look for things to do. There was strength in numbers. Soon, the whole shop was cleaned up. The tables were also wiped clean with a cloth. There was also no other debris at the door. The sound of dishes being washed came from the back of the kitchen. The person washing the dishes was puzzled. The shop was not big, but there were many bowls. Other small shops only bought bowls according to the number of tables. The bigger shops used porcelain bowls. However, although the braised food shop was not big, there were hundreds of plates, bowls, and chopsticks. It was unknown what the owner and female owner were thinking after saving for an entire day. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao came out of the kitchen. Very timely, the others had finished their work. He came out with a basin full of various kinds of braised food. When they saw the braised food, other than the person washing the dishes who was still busy and anxious, the others revealed a happy expression and waited for the food to be served. Ha, ha ha ha, have you been waiting for a long time? I don't know what you want to eat. I thought for a while and decided. Give me a little of each. Eat all of them. It's clean. That's great. You're quite diligent. In the future, I'll leave the shop to you. Eat all of them. The basin that Zhang Xiaobao carried was not small. It seemed to be at least 8 kilograms. He was still as simple and honest as before. The people who did not wash the dishes were about to take the basin and put it on the table to eat when Wang Wan spoke again. Stone, what do you think they are? They are not masters who eat, they are shop assistants. Can't you cut some skin? Look, what is this? Pig's ears, you actually gave them pig's ears. What should I say about you? Are they people who eat pig's ears? Do they have that kind of life? Take out the chicken heart, chicken liver, and liver. Keep the broken pieces and take away the rest. Yo, you prodigal stone. Chicken wings, you are so generous and rich. Don't you know how much a chicken wing costs? What kind of life am I living with you? Do you treat people as family members when you catch them? Let me tell you, if I don't exist in this house, you will starve to death. Don't you know how to settle accounts? Wang Wan's words made the people in the shop confused again. They finally understood that the owner was not bad, but the female shopkeeper was different. The owner was usually bullied by the female shopkeeper. What a pity, what a good owner. They thought that if they knew that the idea was thought of by the seemingly simple and honest owner in front of them, they would probably bang their heads against the wall. They would not stop until they were bleeding and knocked out. The person who was about to take the basin looked at the basin and stood there awkwardly. He did not know whether to take it or not. If he took it, the female shopkeeper said that there was something valuable in it. It would make it seem like he had to eat it. If he did not take it, the owner would be holding it. Wang Wan glared at the person who was about to take the basin. What are you looking at? Still looking? Quickly take it and put it on the table. Carefully pick out the things that you shouldn't eat with your chopsticks. Stupid. After she finished speaking, she watched the person go to take the basin. Wang Wan turned around and went back to the kitchen. Then, the people outside heard a voice coming from inside. Washing the dishes, not smashing the dishes. Why are you making such a big noise? Even people standing outside the shop heard it. What? Are you planning to change your profession? Go and be a musician. I'm not talking about you guys. You're so clumsy. I'll say it here today. If you break a plate, 5 copper coins. If you break a pair of chopsticks, 2 copper coins. If you break a plate, 3 copper coins. If you break a bowl, 10 copper coins. In the future, it will be paid from your wages. No one is allowed to be lazy. Who washed the plate? This plate, in the basin, come out. You? Are you blind? You still have the face to stand out. Do you see the oil on the plate? Hey! You dare to use a rag to wipe it? Who are you kidding? Wash it again for me. If it's not clean, I won't give you any food in the morning. I still say the same thing. If you can't do it, leave early. Don't wait for me to chase you away. I'm annoyed. You over there, change the water. You want to wash all the dishes with a basin of water? Lazy. Go to the back and get the water. When the voice stopped, Wang Wan walked out and continued to glare at the people. She found a place to sit and crossed her legs. Her voice was not loud, but it could be heard muttering, I don't see a smart one. Stupid as hell. In my opinion, 5 copper coins a day is more than enough. Humph, this family will be ruined sooner or later. Eat, eat, everyone who sees food becomes spirited. After she finished speaking, the whole restaurant became quiet. After 10 breaths, some people came out of the kitchen. Some people were originally outside. Suddenly, 9 people left. They were not even willing to spit. They just looked back at the 6 people left and shook their heads. They meant to say that they had offended such a female boss. Zhang Xiaobao also stopped picking things out of the basin with his chopsticks. He stood up, rubbed his hands, and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He said awkwardly, This is not enough for 8 people to try it out. There are still 2 missing. What are you talking about? 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged toads are everywhere. There are only 6 left. That's enough. You 6, don't eat first. Go and wash the dishes in the kitchen. We'll talk when you come back. I'm telling you, I've already washed them. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she coldly snorted and walked towards the bedroom. When she arrived at the back door, she stopped and said without turning her head, Sure too, pick out the food and put it away properly. If I find out that you dare to give them food, you can sleep with them on the table and stools outside at night. Don't forget to heat up the bath water. You're making me sweat all over. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the door where Wang Wan disappeared. He raised his hand and patted his forehead. Then, he said to the remaining 6 people, Don't look so fierce. In fact, she's a good person. That, each of you have a taste first. Then, quickly wash the dishes. We'll eat later. The 6 people looked at each other. 5 of them walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen was not very big. It was a little crowded with 5 people. The last person looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, Brother Zhang, are we sleeping here tonight? Isn't there a special place for us to stay? I used to make soup pancakes in other shops. If you want to use me, can you find a place for me to stay? Sleeping on the table and chairs won't help me get tired. Okay, there's another room that's empty. It used to be a place for storing sundries. That family moved away, so it's empty. Soup pancakes are good. Actually, go ahead and walk along the street. The shop in front is not bad. The owner is also good. If you want to be an apprentice, you can go there. Zhang Xiaobao could see that this person was not lying. However, he understood the situation of his shop. If this person had some ambition, he would really stay in the shop. It would be a hindrance to him. Therefore, he wanted to show this person the way to the shop where he learned the soup pancakes from. Of course, if the person in front of him thought that his skills were good and did not want to be an apprentice in someone else's shop, then it was his own business. The person who asked the question understood. After thinking for a while, he said to Zhang Xiaobao with embarrassment, "Brother Zhang, then I, go. Wait a minute." As he spoke, Xiaobao took a piece of oil paper and went to the table to wrap up a large bag of braised food. There were all kinds of food. He handed it over and said, "Bring it over to eat. Give it to your new boss. He's looking for an apprentice. You'll definitely be able to do it." "Brother Zhang, I don't want it. When this person was about to say that he did not want it, Wang Wan came back from the door. When she saw the situation here, she wanted to say something. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei shook their heads. Wang Wan swallowed what she wanted to say and pretended that she did not see it. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I was over there just now. Why did I hear you say that you want to let them live in the empty room? There will be more and more people in the future. Don't we need to prepare things at home? If you let them live there, where will they put the things? They can sleep outside. It's not cold. I'll go out and buy some old summer mats and a few old blankets. They can sleep on anything. It's fine as long as they can sleep. If they can't sleep, they can only say that they are not sleepy." After that, Wang Wan went out. He did not know where she was going to buy old things. It was already late. Go, you go too. The soup pancake shop can't be closed now. He does business almost 24 hours a day. He is not afraid of closing it. Knock on the door. Someone inside can show you. I guess someone is thinking about making new soup pancakes. Zhang Xiaobao stuffed the wrapped things to the person and said. This person was not stupid. He saw Zhang Xiaobao shaking his head just now. He suddenly found that this shop was not what it looked like. The owner had to listen to his wife, but his wife was like that. However, she did not care about the things that were given out. It was very strange. He took the owner and walked out. When he reached the door, he turned back and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Brother Zhang, I know you are a good person. Okay, go. Don't give me the card." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. This person left, but he kept thinking. What card? Could it be that he was playing the Monopoly game? Of course, he did not know what Zhang Xiaobao meant by shaking his head. He was telling Wang Wan that there was no need to chase this person away. He was leaving and did not fit the target. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao also went out and put away the recruitment sign at the door. He had achieved his goal. If there was no target among the remaining 5 people, it would be useless to put up a recruitment sign. It would only cause more trouble. There would be more people coming to ask about it. Then, he would have to think of a way to chase them away. It was very tiring. After a while, the remaining 5 people came out of the kitchen. The bowls and chopsticks were also washed. Let's eat. Come and eat. Tonight, you guys can eat first. I will think of a way to find a place to stay. Zhang Xiaobao asked them to come over and eat. Of course, he picked the leftover braised food that was not good. He himself used a wine stick to boil a pot of wine. There were about 300 grams of ginseng wine. There were all kinds of important ingredients in it. When Wang Wan came back, they would drink some to warm their bodies and improve their blood circulation. Although both of them were in good health, they were tired after a few days. Not only were they tired physically, but they were also tired mentally. While there was still time, he ran to the kitchen and fried mutton with scallions and cucumbers with garlic. When Wang Wan came back, he also made a big bowl of radish soup. In fact, he knew that Wang Wan liked to drink shredded potatoes, but he could not get any potatoes now. As for the staple food, it was biscuits used to collect seafood. He took out a lot of biscuits and gave them to the 5 people who were working. The 5 people ate the braised food with different expressions. Some were surprised, some were thinking, some were curious, and some were indifferent. But when they saw the boss coming out of the kitchen and smelled the food, they all had the same expression, which was puzzlement. Just by smelling the food, they knew that the boss in front of them was good at cooking. Why did he only make braised food? Couldn't he add stir-fried food? It seemed that the boss knew what they were thinking, and it seemed that he was willing to talk more. When they looked at the boss, he spoke. Actually, I would like to cook stir-fried food, but there are not enough people. Today, you guys eat braised food and biscuits. When I have time, I will cook something else for you guys. I am really tired today. Brother Zhang, don't worry. From tomorrow onwards, you won't be tired anymore. We are here. A waiter said with a smile. The other 4 people also smiled and nodded. Then, when they looked at the person who spoke, there was a different meaning in their eyes. After a while, Wang Wan came back with a person behind her. This person was carrying a bag. As soon as they entered the door, Wang Wan stared at them and shouted at them, "Are you blind? Don't you see there is work? Eat, eat to death. All you know is to eat. Lazy people, come here. Who are you waiting for instead of packing your own things?" Then, she walked to the counter and took out 2 coins. She walked back to the door and gave them to the person who came back with the bag. "Here, what 3 coins? Look at how slow you are walking. You wasted my time. I will deduct 1 coin. We agreed on 3 coins. If it was 2 coins, I wouldn't come. How can you only give me 2 coins? It is not easy for me to do this job. 2 coins. Do you want it? If you don't want it, you can carry it back. I don't need you. I will ask the waiter to carry it. 3 coins is to come back quickly. Look at how long you have been walking. I think 2 coins is too much. If you don't want it, I will take it back." Wang Wan did not wait for him to finish. She began to find excuses to deduct 1 coin. The other party was also an honest person. He sullenly took the money and left without looking back. The 5 people who were recruited understood even more how stingy this female boss was. She actually dared to bully even a person who was resistant to death. Move faster. Don't make dust everywhere. Don't think that you are cleaning. We still have to eat here. You all have problems. Wang Wan changed the topic and fired at the 5 people. The 5 people endured and carefully took the things back. They did not dare to untie the rope. They had to wait for their boss to finish eating. When they returned to their seats, they looked at Wang Wan. They wanted to sit but did not dare to. "Why are you looking at me? Why don't you stop eating? Go, sit on the side." "Huh? Pie, sure too, you gave them pie. Forget it, forget it. You're tired today. Your body won't be able to take it if you do anything else. Let them have it easy. From tomorrow onwards, let them choose someone to do their own thing. I'll decide what they do and what they use." Wang Wan said a few more words. Then she sat opposite Zhang Xiaobao and ate. She did not forget to glare at Zhang Xiaobao. She meant to say, "You came up with the idea, and now I am the bad guy. Are you satisfied?" Zhang Xiaobao winked at Wang Wan. He picked up the hot wine, poured it into a small cup, and pushed it in front of Wang Wan, indicating that she should drink. In the presence of outsiders, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would not talk about other things. They talked about the trivial matters in the shop, such as how the chopsticks were old, how they should have saved the money for the chopsticks when they bought the shop, how one of the table legs was too short, and how they should find something to cushion it. The 5 people who were hired felt that it was normal. However, they did not know that the people who were talking about the trivial matters in the shop would be studying the political, military, economic, cultural, and other things of the Tang Dynasty if they were in a different environment and identity. But now, they were so ordinary that they couldn't be any more ordinary. No matter how you looked at them, they were a couple who ran a couple's restaurant. The male owner had a wife who ran around. The wife was very scheming, while the male owner was honest, simple and honest. Furthermore, he was a good cook. After they finished eating, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally went to the back to take a shower. The 5 people who were hired did not have this privilege. They did not dare to squeeze in, so they could only wash their faces casually. They did not even dare to brush their teeth. They could only deal with it today. That night, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao lay on the bed. Although Hangzhou was very hot this month, they did not like to sleep on a summer mat. The main reason was that there was no good summer mat. The ordinary summer mat was spread under the bed. If they slept on it, there would be marks on their bodies. Zhang Xiaobao did not mind the heat. He put an arm under Wang Wan's head, controlled his breathing, and listened carefully. Wang Wan was also listening. After a while, the 2 of them looked at each other. Xiaobao said, "It's actually 5 of them. I can tell from their eyes that you did that. If you can still tolerate it, you must have some ulterior motive. Also, when I saw them eating just now, they didn't look like they were faking it. The only one who looked like it was from our family. I'm so disappointed. You know, sometimes it's lonely without an opponent. Now I finally understand what it means to be cold at a high place. It's very reasonable, under normal circumstances. Under normal circumstances, for every 1,000 meters, the temperature drops by 6 degrees. If you go any higher, you will fly out of the atmosphere. Although it's called a high place, it can actually be said that the earth is above your head. It depends on your body posture. If it were not for the fact that the intelligence system at home could not find out, why would we bother? Sigh. The other party did not give it for nothing. They actually forced you to do it personally. They should be proud." Wang Wan continued Zhang Xiaobao's words. The purpose of her coming out with Zhang Xiaobao was very simple. First, it was to make the other party in Beijing vigilant and change the idea of causing trouble in Beijing. Even if it was to reduce the danger, it was fine. Second, it was to let the other party in Hangzhou think that Hangzhou was temporarily empty. They could see that the other party had always been treating them as a real opponent. These 2 points were achieved. Third, it was to create an opportunity to open her own restaurant. Then, she would let the food into Wang Ju's house and be valued by Li Longji and the others. Then, her family would buy things from her restaurant. The 2 of them were tired, but they definitely did not say that they were tired to the extent that they showed. This was not a problem at all. Even if they were a few times more tired, they could still bear it. When sleeping at night, the 2 of them could quickly enter a deep sleep state. They could do it through a long-term training habit and psychological suggestion. For someone like her, she was a genius to begin with. Furthermore, she had the support of her family, so the training she received was the strongest and most professional. When it came to her own Ba Wang flower training, the most basic thing was not fighting, or firearms. The most basic training for her was makeup, nutrition, and sleep. Shooting and fighting were the next level. The selection of Ba Wang flower was not based on a person's hard work. Instead, it included talent when it was eliminated. As for Xiao Bao's talent, there was no need to talk about it. The early learning and training were all part of the foundation. Later on, when he had money, he found someone to learn from, and it was more powerful. The two of them were like this. The reason they could not endure it was to make others feel that it was normal. Then, they would recruit people. Naturally, if the other party had influence in Hangzhou and was smart enough, they would definitely think of ways to enter the braised food store. This was because the store could send things to Wang Ju's family. This was the most important point. From the looks of the people they recruited today, they had succeeded. The other party was ambitious, and there were people in Hangzhou. As expected, people came. The only thing they did not expect was that 5 people came at once. They were all people who did not come for the salary, but for a certain purpose. Even their own family's intelligence organization had sent someone over. He was not bad and knew the key to this place. It was just that the other party did not recognize the two of them. It was very simple for the two of them to recognize him. As long as the intelligence personnel's ability had not reached the level of perfection, they would never be able to get rid of the traces left behind by their training. Every training system had its own training methods. Therefore, this kind of training concept would be directly reflected on the trainees. Of course, the other party also did not recognize the two of them. He was not in the inner courtyard with the two of them every day. He was far from that special magnetic field reaction of the body. Why was it said that some couples who had been together for a long time could know what the other party was thinking with just a look, a movement, or even when the other party was not doing anything? Besides being used to it, it was also because they had adapted to each other's magnetic field fluctuations. At first, they thought that Zhang Xiaobao was making a fuss over nothing and that the strategy he used would not have any effect. Unexpectedly, they really caught the fish. Thinking of this, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao again, "When it comes to deceiving people, you are really good at it. How did you know that they would take the bait?" "How would I know? There is no 100% certainty in deceiving people. It has never happened before. If one plan does not work, another plan can be made. As long as the other party has the desire, then we can make use of it. To be honest, I am ready to fail. I am not as confident as before when I deceived the officials." Zhang Xiaobao listened to the movement there while talking to Wang Wan. Wang Wan did not follow Zhang Xiaobao's topic. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was criticizing the officials at that time. Of course, it was not Zhang Xiaobao's fault. The officials at that time were really a little too much. They were so overboard that the people clearly knew, and the officials themselves also knew that they had done something wrong. Moreover, there were many shameful actions that were exposed. But what did the officials do? They were just lying with their eyes wide open. Was it wrong? Yes. Did others know? The whole world knows, and I know, but I just don't admit it. What can you do to me? I'm shameless, I don't care about human affairs, I don't care about ethics, you people can only watch and stare at me in disbelief. I am an official. I want to tell you through my actions that it is useless no matter how much evidence you have. You should never think of using public opinion to restrict me or threaten me. I want to let you gradually know the reality of this country. I want you to accept my actions. If I say that I did not do it, then I did not do it. Even if it is the truth, and the whole world knows. But even so, Wang Wan did not want to hear it because she was numb. Anyway, it was already like that. Zhang Xiaobao could not change it no matter what he said. It would only make people upset. Why bother? It seemed that the officials had achieved their goal. She changed the topic. Xiaobao, I can see it too. The 5 of them all came here with ulterior motives. However, one of them is ours, while the other 4 are actually divided into 3 groups. One group has 2 people, and the other 2 groups have 1 person each. Which one do you think is which? I don't know which one is which. I know that the force definitely sent people in. As for which group, we need to observe. If it is not 2 people, then it is 1 person. Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was saying a tongue twister. Do I need you to say that? It is just a small shop, but there are actually people from 4 forces. That is interesting. Since it is so, we should let the other 4 people enjoy it. We need to take care of our own people. You also need to find a place. Wang Wan said with a smile. There were 5 people in total. One of them was from the intelligence department of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, and the other 4 belonged to 3 different forces or organizations. From this, it seemed that Hangzhou was also a gathering place. Of course, it did not matter if there were 4 forces, but her own person had to help him and let him relax a little. However, she could not reveal her identity immediately. She had to do it at a critical moment. After hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao moved his arm and supported Wang Wan's head a little. They really needed to find a place. Now that 5 people were living in the shop in front, it was not only inconvenient for the 2 of them to do things, but also inconvenient for the 5 people. After considering the layout of the surrounding houses, Zhang Xiaobao said, there is a narrow street behind our braised food shop, and there is a courtyard diagonally there. When we bought this house that day, didn't that house also put up a notice to rent and sell? Let's see if they sold it. If they didn't sell it, let's rent it first. I will buy more large vats and make more pickles. Whether it is to sell them or to take them with us when we leave, it will be fine. Also, we have to specially prepare some ingredients. Since the burrito has been sent in, I think my mom will also want to try it. We have to make something for our mothers to eat. Seeing that they are by our side, it will be unreasonable if we don't take care of them. When the time comes, we will arrange for the 5 of them to sleep there. They can fight and play among themselves. Let's help our person and make him feel better. Rent a house? Why don't we buy it? Oh, right, we are people who don't have money. If we buy it directly, people will be suspicious. It is fine to rent it. I have seen the courtyard. There are 2 courtyards at the front and back. The front courtyard is bigger and is about 30 square meters. The back courtyard is about 16 square meters. There are 3 rooms. Wang Wan leaned her head on Zhang Xiaobao's body and closed her eyes. Zhang Xiaobao did not continue to listen to the movements outside and also fell asleep. The 2 of them fell asleep, but the 5 people outside could not sleep. 5 people and 4 big tables were put together into a place where 2 people could sleep. The other 3 people naturally had to sleep on the ground. In order to be able to sleep on the ground, the 5 of them had a competition. The main reason was that they could sleep on the ground with the other 2 people. They could talk to each other softly and improve communication. This was a rare opportunity because at the end, one person had to leave. The other party only said that they would recruit 4 people, but now there were 5 people. No one wanted to leave, not even the organization that had 2 people in. 2 people were not a lot. It would be better if all 5 of them were. One more person meant one more helper. Not to mention the other 3 people. In the end, the 4 tables were put together, and the 2 people sleeping on the table were also close to each other. Then the problem was solved. The 5 of them also said their ages and surnames. Unexpectedly, 4 of them were Zhang and 1 was Wang. No one knew what they were thinking. It seemed that these 2 surnames gave people the feeling that they were more common. The only one with the surname Wang was an intelligence agent of the Zhang family and the Wang family. His surname was Wang, and he followed the main family's surname. As for whether the other 4 were really surnamed Zhang, he did not care. Because one of the 2 was there, he did not win the competition, so he was squeezed to the table with the other person. On the first day, sleeping time naturally would not be wasted. The 3 people below were lying there and whispering. The intelligence agent of the Zhang family and the Wang family was called Wang Gang. He did not need to fake his name. This name was so common that many people would give it, just like Wang Wan's name. He said to the person next to him who was called Zhang Yu, third brother, I think that although the restaurant is small, the food is really good. I ate braised meat at night, and now I feel hungry again, so I ate a lot. I ate 3 pieces of the pancakes. What do you think? Zhang Yu was facing up. When he heard Wang Gang's words, he nodded. He did not care about the pain in his neck and responded, yes, I think so too. Second brother, where are you from? You don't sound like a local. Not a local. I came from Hunan, which is far away from Hangzhou. Third brother, what do you think of the female boss? Wang Gang replied and asked again. Zhang Yu pretended to think, and then said, she is very good. I have seen many people like her. In fact, they are not bad. He did not dare to say bad things. There were 5 people now. If someone said bad things behind his back, the people below would hear it. If 3 people said bad things, even if he had a helper, it would be very troublesome. After saying this, he asked Wang Gang again, you live in Hunan. Why did you come to Hangzhou? It's a long story. Ah. Third brother, where are you from? You don't sound like a local. Wang Gang saw that the other party did not say bad things about the female boss, but asked him instead. He was vigilant in his heart, thinking that the other party was not so simple. Me? I'm from Jiangnan East Road. Later on, I fled to Jiangnan West Road, and then came here. It's been 3 years, but I can't change my accent. It sounds different to you. How long have you been here? Did you just come here? It was not warm in your place for the first 2 months. Zhang Yushi was talking to Wang Gang while listening to what was going on below. Just as he finished asking, he heard someone talking about the seafood burrito for fishermen. Then he added, I don't know if we can taste that burrito. Everyone says it's delicious, but it's too expensive. It costs 30 coins. It's not easy to earn money. Brother, have you ever seen one? The brother he was talking about was the one who was with him, but he thought that the other people did not know that the name this person said was Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi heard the other party's words, he understood that the other party was lying on the table and did not have much gain, so he asked for help. So he replied, I don't know either. Second brother, where did you live in Hangzhou? Look, I'm still lying on the table. Actually, it's good that you're here. You're older than us, so it's only right for you to sleep on the table. The floor is cold, and there's only a mat. It's damp, so why don't we change? Wang Gang was facing other people's questions again, so he just said one sentence lightly. How could he not understand the principle of saying too much is bound to make mistakes? To tell a lie, he needed to tell more lies. It was always easy to inadvertently reveal a loophole. After answering Zhang Yi, he said to the 2 people on his left and right, fourth brother, fifth brother, help me to persuade the eldest brother. Before fourth brother and fifth brother could say anything, Zhang Yi laughed and said, second brother, I am only 3 months older than you. I am not old at all. Second brother, why don't we think about who will go out to deliver things and who will stay in the shop? Then we can tell the boss. You tell us first, and we will listen. If you want me to say. After saying these 4 words, Wang Gang acted like he was thinking about something, but in his heart, he was cursing. Zhang Yi was too bad. No matter what he said, he thought that when the time came, the 4 of them would agree with what he said. Then, one of them would go to the boss and let the boss arrange according to what he said. Moreover, the boss would specifically mention that it was his idea, and the 4 of them would agree. Then what would the consequences be? The male boss might still be as honest as before, nodding and agreeing. But the female boss would probably think that he was not clear about his identity. Would he have to listen to the arrangements of a shop assistant? Then, there was a high possibility that he would be driven away. He could not say anything. Second brother, have you thought about it? Zhang Yi urged. Wang Gang twisted his body, which made him look very awkward. Fortunately, the moonlight shone over and they could see his outline. He shook his head and said, "If you want me to say, when the time comes, we will just wait for the boss's orders. The boss is very good at judging people. Of course, he will have a foolproof plan. Big brother, why don't you tell me what to do?" As for me, I think second brother is right. We will listen to the boss. Go to bed early. We have to get up early tomorrow. We can't delay the boss's business. Sleep, all of you sleep. Zhang Yi did not dare to say his thoughts, but he felt that if he did not say something, he would be weak. So, he directly said to sleep. If the other 4 people all fell asleep, it would naturally reflect his status. Zhang Yu quickly echoed, "Big brother is right. Sleep. When we are free, I will listen to Big brother and sleep first." After that, he did not say anything. It seemed that he had fallen asleep, and it was better for others not to disturb him. The other 3 people had no choice but to adjust their positions. They covered themselves with a blanket that they did not know where the female boss bought from. There was also a blanket with an indescribable smell. They also fell asleep one after another. Whether they could sleep soundly was another matter. Chapter 1068. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got up. They first put on makeup in the room to make sure there were no flaws. Then, they calmed down and went out. They didn't need to go outside to know that all 5 of them were awake. Looking at the 5 of them, they also knew that none of them slept well last night. No matter how they pretended to be awake, the tiredness in their eyes couldn't escape Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's eyes, but the 2 of them couldn't see through it. "Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, good morning." The 5 of them greeted almost at the same time as if they had discussed it beforehand. They said the same words, but the tone was different. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned, then showed a simple and honest smile and nodded. "Good, good. You just came here yesterday and slept on the table and floor. You didn't sleep well, did you? It's okay. I discussed it with Madam and rented a place for you today. In fact, it's not just for you, it's... If it's not for them, who is it for? You want me to sleep there? You're all lazy when it comes to work. You only know how to set the table. Don't you know how to wipe the table legs with a cloth? Do you need others to tell you to do everything?" Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao, then turned around and glared at the 5 of them again and said with dissatisfaction. It was now 5:15, which was around 4:30. The 5 of them had just gotten up. They all knew that the restaurant was going to make steamed buns today, so they got up early, afraid that they would be kicked out. Last night, they went to bed after midnight and were sleepy, so they didn't have time to clean up. The blanket was just folded, and the mat was just rolled up. They didn't know where to put it. They couldn't just throw it in a corner of the room. Perhaps it was because it was not easy to find a good job. The 5 of them did not say a single word of explanation and hurriedly looked for jobs themselves. That was called taking the initiative. They even kept saying things like, "I'll do it, I'll do it." It was very friendly and harmonious, reflecting a kind of team spirit. Wang Wan snorted and deliberately used her hand to pick up the hair on the right side of her newly styled hairstyle, revealing her face with very special spots. She swayed her hips and entered the kitchen first. Zhang Xiaobao followed them to the kitchen. After taking 2 steps, he stopped, turned his head, and smiled at the 5 people. He said, "Work hard. Today, we'll eat steamed buns. My steamed buns are very good. There are prawns in them, and... Sure too, you come in here. What kind of prawns are you? Are you blind? Can't you see life? Steamed buns? Last night, we gave them the noodles and steamed buns. From tomorrow onwards, we will find a place for them to stay and they will cook for themselves. They are used to it. Wang Wan's voice came from inside. Zhang Xiaobao responded loudly and said to the 5 people in a low voice, Don't listen to her. Steamed buns, she's like that. She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Last night, she discussed with me and said that we will find a place to put things and for you to stay. She said that it doesn't belong to a rich family. Below, there are boards and mud. Hangzhou is very humid. It's not enough to just use a mat. I'm afraid that you will get sick from sleeping. Work hard. I'll go in and make steamed buns. Let's taste them. When the 5 people heard the words of the 2 masters, they looked at each other and remained silent. They didn't know what to say. There was a unique feeling lingering in their hearts. If the master was good, the female master was too hateful. If the master was bad, the male master had always been so honest. He even wanted to find a place to rent a house. No matter what the purpose of renting a house was, at least the 5 of them came over before he said that. Moreover, he also asked them to wait for them to stay. Under these conflicting feelings, the 5 of them finished their work with different thoughts. Each of them was very nimble. Then, they went to the kitchen again. While trying not to disturb the boss, they brought out the leftover braised food from yesterday. They put it in the vat and cooled it with the well water. Then they cut them, put them on a plate, and smelled them one by one. If they couldn't smell them, they pinched them and tasted them to see if they were bad. If they were bad, they could only be thrown away. When the steamed buns were ready and the new steamed buns were put in the pot, the sky had just become bright. Wang Wan finished her work. She went to the chair behind the counter and sat down to have a short rest. Zhang Xiaobao began to spread the pancakes. At the same time, he came out and took the money from Wang Wan's hand. He handed it to Wang Gang and said, Xiao Gang, go to the market in the morning according to the list and buy the things back. The fresh seafood in the morning has to be eaten like this. Otherwise, it will become dry goods. Otherwise, it will easily make people sick. Brother Zhang, I'll go. I'm familiar with the market in the morning. I've been in Hangzhou for a long time. The opportunity to show off came. Zhang Yu came over to take the purchase order and the money. Wang Gang took it in advance and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Brother Zhang, don't worry. I know. I'll run and come back in a while. It won't delay. After saying that, he ran outside. Zhang Yu also wanted to go. When he walked outside, he said, I'll go with you. Stop. Do you need 10,000 people to buy something? Do you want to run out and be lazy? Wang Wan stood up. When she sat behind the counter, only her hair was exposed. When she stood up, the counter reached her waist. The rules of the traders were like this. The shopkeeper was not allowed to sit. If he wanted to sit, he could. If he went out of the counter, it was even more impossible to raise the stool. How could he sit so high? The shopkeeper of Between the Clouds and the Water did not dare to do that. Zhang Yu shook his head repeatedly and wanted to explain something. Beside him, Zhang Yi immediately moved the stool a little to remind Zhang Yu. At this time, the shopkeeper would think that he was talking back. Zhang Yu hurriedly lowered his head again and felt unspeakable anger in his heart. He had never suffered like this. If it were not for the task, he would not have worked 10 coins a day, let alone 5 coins a day. After saying that, Wang Wan sat back again. She leaned back in the chair with the backrest. Now, even her hair could not be seen. She said to Zhang Xiaobao discontentedly, You always let me talk. Why do you care about the business? 2 people go together. Don't you have a companion? There are many things. It's heavy for one person to carry. Zhang Xiaobao helped to speak. Do you need to find a few people to play music? A companion? Shopping is not for sightseeing. Wang Wan scolded Zhang Xiaobao again. Zhang Xiaobao did not continue to say. He rubbed his hands on his apron and went back to the kitchen to continue to spread the pancakes. The reason why he sent Wang Gang was that he knew that Wang Gang would not make trouble when he was shopping. Wang Gang's identity did not conflict with that of the shopkeeper. After all, he was on the same side, so he could rest assured. When Wang Gang came back with the things, Zhang Xiaobao had almost finished spreading the pancakes. It was not a slow fire stall. It was not a waste of time. There was a big fire below. Only then could one see how good the pancakes were. After waiting for a while, the pancakes were finished and the new braised food was ready. He asked the staff to go in and help to take out and sort the pancakes. Zhang Xiaobao went to deal with the seafood. He was busy until 7:15 in the morning. Only then did he finish all the work. When he opened the door again, there were already people waiting outside. He let them in to eat and the 5 staff stood in their respective positions. Actually, there wasn't a lot of space. 2 of the workers were standing in the kitchen at the back, eating steamed buns. Zhang Xiaobao steamed 10 trays of steamed buns at one go, one tray after another. He left 3 trays for Wang Ju's family to take away and ate the rest for himself. This was the first time he made the buns. Wang Ju's family just wanted to taste the buns. Since they asked for a few trays of buns, they naturally had to eat at least 3 trays. The 5 staff, including Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, took turns to eat breakfast. Wang Wan took out the money, put it in her pocket, and said, "Wang Gang, Zhang Yu, come with me. Let's see the house. After you choose, you don't have to live on the ground tonight. Each of you is like a master, and I have to serve you." "Humph, you are spoiled." Wang Gang and Zhang Yu's eyes lit up and immediately trotted out. Zhang Xiaobao stood behind the counter. There were still 3 staff in the shop. It was busy enough. After going out, Wang Wan led the 2 to the back. After passing through a narrow street, she saw that the paper outside the courtyard had not been torn down. She understood that it had been empty. She turned around and went to the broker house. The notice was from the broker house. It should be that the family had other things to do, so they entrusted the house to the broker house. When the time came, the broker house would directly sign the contract. Of course, the government also had to notarize it and leave it for the record. There was no phone to call, so they went to the broker house. The broker house sent someone to open the door and let them see the house. Wang Wan took Wang Gang and Zhang Yu into the house and looked around. In fact, she was not looking at the layout. Anyway, she was not going to live there. She was just looking at the quality. She had to buy a house in the future. What Zhang Xiaobao meant was that since they had bought a braised food shop, it would be a waste to throw away the reputation that they had earned from the fishing association after they left. Therefore, it would be better to arrange for someone to manage it. The yard behind the shop could be used to store goods and people could live there too. If the quality of the house was not good, they had to look at the foundation. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to renovate it. They could not invest a lot of money to build a new one. When the deal was handed over, the cost of the courtyard also had to be borne by the deal to maintain a certain degree of independence and profitability. After all, it was not a public welfare or charity organization. After checking it, Wang Wan felt that the house was not bad. It would not fall down in a short time. There was some furniture in the house, which was abandoned by the original owner. She took it over. She was not going to live in it, so it was not bad to give it to the workers. After leaving the house, she walked around the backyard to check the soil on the ground. She wanted to see if she could plant some vegetables. She looked like she was living a frugal life. She had seen it all. Wang Wan asked the people from the broker house, "How do you rent it?" 200 coins a month, 3 rooms, front and back courtyards, and a well. You can pay once a month, but you have to leave a 1-month deposit. If you pay for 3 months at a time, you don't have to leave a deposit. In the last 10 days of 3 months, we will send someone to ask. The broker house replied. Wang Wan did not nod or shake her head. Instead, she asked Wang Gang and Zhang Yu next to her, "Is it okay?" "Okay." Zhang Yu answered quickly. "What about you?" Wang Wan heard that Zhang Yu said it was okay, so she asked Wang Gang alone. Wang Gang rolled his eyes and showed a bitter face. Wei Wei shook her head and said, "Boss, it's not that I talk too much. It's just that I think it's expensive. Look at this yard. There are many broken fences in front. I heard you say that you want to raise chickens. If you don't repair it, other people's dogs can get in at will. Won't the chickens become the dogs' food? If you renovate the fence and replace it with planks, it will be at least this high, right?" Wang Gang raised his hand and gestured at the position of his chest, and then said, "You have to be at least 1 foot into the ground, or else you will fall down with a bump. The stake will have to be rebuilt. I estimate that it will cost at least 20 copper coins to get down. The salary of a helper will be 30 copper coins. Nowadays, helpers are expensive, not comparable to the past." Wang Wan nodded. "It will cost more. What do you think?" she asked the broker house. The broker house thought for a while and asked, "How long will you rent it?" "At least 1 year. If you have spare money in the future, you can buy it," Wang Wan said. "Then it's 195 coins a month. You have to sign a 1-year contract and pay a month's deposit." The broker house made a concession. Wang Wan still did not respond immediately. She continued to ask Zhang Yu and Wang Gang, "What do you think?" "Okay, it's 5 coins cheaper." Zhang Yu's mind was not on this. Why bother to talk about a few coins? Who knew that Wang Gang still had a bitter face and said, "Boss, it's not that I talk too much. It's just that I think it's expensive. We came to see the house. It's impossible to go up the house. This house is a tiled house. Look carefully. Do you see moss on it? This is to say that the original house didn't break the tiles. After a month, the plum rain season will come. If there is a leak, water will enter. Should we repair it or not? Who will pay for it? If we don't repair it, who will live in the house? Don't we need to find people to work? We need to get mud where we need to get mud, and we need to get grass where we need to get grass. If we calculate the labor cost, we need to get less than 100 copper coins per day. There are 3 rooms. Just the wages alone, if 2 people work, they will have to work for a full day. 30 copper coins per person is not much. Including the cost of 2 meals, even 100 copper coins may not be enough. Fine work comes out of slow work. What do you think?" Wang Wan asked the broker house's man. The broker house's man stared at Wang Gang and said in his heart, "Why are you so troublesome? You are just an employee. Why do you care?" He thought in his heart, but said, "Well, you can give us another 10 coins a month. At least you can rent it for a year. Or you can buy it. There is furniture for you to use. Isn't that money?" This time, there was no need for Wang Wan to ask. Wang Gang still said with a bitter face, "Boss, it's not that I talk too much. It's just that I think it is expensive. Just now, I went in with you to see the furniture. We are running a small shop. There are many tables and chairs that are not used. We put them in. What I saw was that some of the dust on the wall had fallen off. You said that if I were to stick paper on it, it would be expensive. Furthermore, it would turn yellow when it rains and becomes wet. If I had to reapply the dust, I would have done it with a trowel. If I knew how to do it, I would have done it. But I don't know how to do it, so I would have to hire someone. So, Wang Gang said a lot. Anyway, they were all problems. Wang Wan kept asking the broker house's man. Maybe the broker house also wanted to rent out the house quickly. Moreover, Wang Wan said that she wanted to buy it and leave a good impression. At the same time, the broker house's problems were really picked out. So, they made concessions again and again until the rent was reduced to 150 coins a month. They said that if they still didn't rent it, the broker house wouldn't rent it. They had reached the bottom line. Wang Wan happily paid 3 months' rent and a month's deposit. Then she signed the contract with the broker house. Then she led Wang Gang and Zhang Yu back. When they came to the door of the shop, Wang Wan stopped and said to Zhang Yu, "It seems that you are from a rich family. How can you agree with the price they ask? We can't afford to raise you. Go back and see if there is anything you want to clean up. After you clean up, I will give you 10 coins. It's your 2-day work. You can find another job." Chapter 1069. Zhang Yu was stunned by Wang Wan's words, and then he suddenly reacted. She didn't want him. Was it because he didn't help to bargain when they were renting the house? That's right, he was a shop assistant, not a rich person. He agreed to the price the broker asked for, but the female boss was dissatisfied. That's right, the female boss didn't care whether she was rich or not. With her stingy appearance, she hated that she couldn't split a copper coin into 2 and spend it. Of course, she would appreciate a shop assistant who could help her bargain. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu regretted it very much. He was careless. If he was driven away, he would be left alone in the restaurant. It would be more convenient for him to do things with 2 people. Boss, listen to me. I'm not good with words, but I'm quick with my work. I don't know how to bargain. Boss, please give me another chance. Zhang Yu stood beside Wang Wan and bowed to explain. Wang Wan shook her head. As a waiter, you don't know how to talk. What if the guest asks you something during dinner and you don't answer well? Won't you offend the guest? After that, Wang Wan walked in, not giving Zhang Yu the slightest chance. Zhang Yu stood at the door and was stunned for a while before he went in. When he went in, he was already depressed. The other 3 waiters in the restaurant also heard what Wang Wan said at the door. 2 of them were happy, and 1 of them was very annoyed. When Zhang Yu came in, he stared at him, but he didn't say anything because he knew it was useless to say anything. After staring at Zhang Yu, he wanted to stare at Wang Gang. Just as he glanced over, he suddenly realized that one of his people had left. He couldn't continue to offend others. He had to find a way to build a good relationship with others to make things easier. Thinking of this, his eyes became calm and he said to Wang Gang, "It's hot. Are you tired outside?" Wang Gang was happy in his heart. He had found that the 2 people were in the same group, and their purpose was not pure. Finally, one of them was driven away by him. If it was more or less the case, it should be the faction that was always causing trouble behind the scenes. That faction had a lot of people, and they were actually able to infiltrate this place. Unfortunately, their foundation was not good enough. In terms of the cultivation of spies, they were not even close to the main faction. He must not have gone through any systematic training. How dare he come here to cause trouble? Let's wait and see what the remaining person has up his sleeves. Although Wang Gang was thinking about it, he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, "I'm not tired. Boss is the one who's tired. Boss has put in a lot of effort to find a house for us to live in. We have to work hard in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Wan, who had taken over Zhang Xiaobao's position, spoke up. "Little Gang, you're not bad. You've saved money for the store. It's not easy to find a good worker. How about this, from now on, you'll be paid 6 copper coins a day. Also, I see that the workers in the bigger stores all wear the same clothes. Our store is not bad now. Take the money and find someone to make 4 sets of clothes. With your skills, I think you won't be too bad. I trust you. Xiao Yi, your eyes are a little lively. Can't you see that there's a shelf above? Hurry up and fill in the blanks. Humph, all you know is to stand there like a fool. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she began to flip through the bookkeeping book. She glanced at the other tables and lowered her head to count them one by one. It seemed that she didn't even trust the male boss. Zhang Yi secretly sighed. He knew that he had been tricked by Wang Gang. Originally, he wanted to get closer to Wang Gang. Who would have thought that the other party would mention the Dong family? He didn't say that the Dong family was implicated. Sure enough, the Dong family was remembered by the narrow-minded Dong family. Say it with all your might. Do you really think that I'll take a liking to your shabby store? Wait until the task is done. I'll let you open the store. Humph, I'll let you take my life. You'll pay me back. I'll definitely pay you back. Zhang Yi cursed in his heart, but he had to hurry up and fill in the blanks according to Wang Wan's words. At the same time, he hated Wang Gang. In less than a day, he was chosen by the boss and arranged such a good job. Wang Gang could directly take the money to make clothes, and the boss didn't worry that he would pocket the money, which meant that he had won the boss's trust. This was not good. Maybe he would get more opportunities in the future. If he couldn't get a certain amount of trust, it would be more difficult to find an opportunity to act according to the orders of the boss. The other 2 shop assistants also noticed this. One of them looked at Wang Gang with a slightly different look than Wei Wei. It seemed that he was confused and guessing. The other one acted as if nothing had happened and turned around to clean up the bowls and chopsticks on the table of the 2 people who had just finished the braised food. The whole shop returned to its previous tranquil state, as if nothing had happened. However, Zhang Yu took the money and left gloomily. He didn't know if he would be punished when he returned to the organization. After all, because of his negligence, Zhang Yi had to carry out the plan alone. When Zhang Yu went out, he didn't forget to stare at Wang Gang. Wang Gang acted as if he didn't see it and still stood at the door. When someone needed to pack something, he went to help. He glanced at Zhang Yu and sneered in his heart, because he knew that Zhang Yu wouldn't leave easily. Zhang Yu didn't know what Wang Gang was thinking. He walked out of the door angrily, looked around, and then went east. About 100 meters behind him, there was a person who seemed to have just walked there. The person also followed him. Wang Wan checked the account and nodded with satisfaction. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, who came out from the back and brought some water to the front, "Did the steamed buns take away?" "Yes, I didn't take the money. I said to let them try it. If they think it's good, they can buy it again. If they don't like it, they won't make it." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he smiled at Wang Wan. Wang Wan returned his smile. Now that the 2 of them had chased away the waiter, it would be much more convenient for them to carry out their plan. Zhang Yu being driven away was something that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had planned. 2 people from the same organization were sent in. Of course, they couldn't keep all of them. If one was driven away, there would be 4 left. That would be fun. Of course, there was another purpose for driving Zhang Yu away. It was to let their spies follow Zhang Yu and see if they could get some information. They didn't arrange for people to follow Zhang Yu. According to normal circumstances, since Wang Gang came, the spies in charge of spying naturally had to check the situation in the store. However, they couldn't find out whether their identities were real or fake. Before they came, they had already prepared a set of real identities. The spies under them weren't good enough, so they could only report and let the higher-ups investigate. They found out the birthplace of the 2 owners of the store. The higher-ups would naturally follow the instructions of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and tell the spies under them that their identities were correct and they didn't need to pay attention to them. In the past, it was really difficult to investigate a person's identity in Tang. Many people didn't have an identity and didn't even have a citizenship. For example, in a village, they didn't have a citizenship and hid in the mountains. In this way, they didn't have to pay rent and didn't need to do voluntary work for a period of time every year. But now, it was easy to investigate the identity of a person in Tang because there were a lot of benefits. If a person with a child went to school, he must have a citizenship. Otherwise, why would the businessmen of Tang help people from outside to raise children? Also, if a woman in a family was pregnant and had a citizenship, she would receive benefits from Tang from the time she knew she was pregnant until the child was born. Moreover, she would be rewarded for giving birth to a child. Or, if a person from the same place didn't have a citizenship and didn't have any money, they could only find a job or beg for food. If they found a job, they wouldn't be paid every day. If they begged for food, they would be arrested by the local authorities. But it was different with a citizenship. If they really ran out of money, they could just go to the local authorities. According to the policy proposed by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to Li Longji, every local authority had a special room to receive the commoners. As long as one went in and said that they were hungry, someone would send food to the poor and say that they couldn't find a job. The authorities would still ask them what they knew and if they had any skills. If they did, they would be arranged to work in such a place. If not, they could only do manual labor. And the prerequisite for all of this was that one had to have proof of one's citizenship. If one lost it, they had to say it so that the local authorities could verify it. Under such a policy, there wasn't a single commoner in Tang who didn't want a citizenship. This was because having a citizenship gave them more benefits than not having one. Because it was very easy to investigate a person from Great Tang, it was just a matter of money. If it was someone from another country, it would be easier to identify them. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's identities were confirmed. At the same time, the shop opened by the two of them provided a clue for the spy system in his family. Our intelligence personnel are still the best. Look at that Wang Gang, he has indeed undergone professional training. You don't know how good Wang Gang was when I went to rent a house. Wang Wan whispered to Zhang Xiaobao. Even though Zhang Xiaobao didn't follow along, he could imagine the situation after hearing Wang Wan's words. Wang Gang must have found an opportunity to help the owner save money so as to gain the trust of the owner and be able to stay in the shop. Competition was everywhere. What a good spy could do was to obtain the final victory in the competition. Wang Gang had succeeded. Not to mention that the two of them had deliberately made him stay, even if it was an ordinary shop. If they could negotiate the price when they went out with the owner, they would still be able to gain the favor of the owner. The ability of the spy trained by the system showed at this moment. I stay, you go, it's that simple. Of course, our people are not for nothing. In order to train them, how much manpower and material resources have been used? Now it seems that his performance is not bad. Give him a few more chances to show his performance and help him establish the leadership of the four people. I believe that he will make good use of it. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Gang, who was helping the customers pack. Wei Wei nodded and said to Wang Wan. At the same time, there was a hint of pride on his face, because many of the training methods for spying were provided by him. Wang Wan also showed a little smile. You are awesome. Go to work. Do you think it is easy for me to take care of this shop? Yes, I will listen to you. I will go to the back and have a look, Zhang Xiaobao said cooperatively and turned around to leave, which made Wang Wan smile even more. She found that it was really fun to open a shop with Zhang Xiaobao. It was also interesting to experience the living habits of different people according to their different identities. Unfortunately, when this matter was settled, she would have to return to her real self again. She didn't know how to busy herself and left behind many things. Damn the power, when they found out, none of them would be good. Wang Gang was also puzzled when he saw the two owners whispering to each other with different expressions on their faces. He always felt that the two owners of this small shop were faintly hiding something, but he couldn't tell what it was. There was no problem in all aspects. They were no different from the owners of other small shops. They were very ordinary. The man was simple and honest, but he was not stupid at all. As for the woman, she was very fond of fussing over little things. It seemed that she wouldn't give up until she tired others to death. She was afraid that she wouldn't get a return on her salary. Just like other women, there were such types. But why did he have a special feeling? It seemed that he felt it from the eyes of the other party. It seemed that they were examining him to see if he was good enough. Examining was a very normal thing. As the owner of a shop, of course, he would look at how his employees were doing when they were working. However, he felt that they were not only examining his employees, but also examining his other identity. Just when he thought of his other identity, Wang Gang couldn't help but tremble. His other identity was a spy for the Zhang family and the Wang family. If his other identity was also seen through by others, wouldn't he be too bad at his job? It was impossible. How could two people in this small shop see through his identity? What a joke. Was he thinking too much? Was his mind unstable? That was a taboo for spies. No, it wasn't that he was thinking too much. He really did have a feeling. According to what was said during training, spies needed to trust their intuition at critical moments. If there was no other choice, then they should act according to their intuition. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to test these two people and see if their intuition was wrong or right. Wang Gang made a decision in his heart. He relaxed for a moment and his mood improved when he started working. He was waiting for an opportunity to test them. He had to be a little more discreet. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy buying and selling goods in the shop. On the river near Xuanyang in Jiangzhou, Xiao Bei and the others' fleet had not yet docked. They occupied a lot of space on the river, so the cargo ships and passenger ships had to carefully pass through. But even so, no one complained. This was especially true for the people in charge of transporting goods on both sides of the river. Not only were they not unhappy, they were very happy. In the past, when they worked, they always had to be very careful. If they weren't careful, the boat would easily capsize. Every year, there would be all sorts of accidents on this part of the river. Some people died, some goods were lost. For example, when they were in the middle of the river, a sudden gale would cause the boat to reach the center of the river. Then, it would depend on the boatman's skill and luck. Moreover, they couldn't accept any work at night. That would be courting death. But it was different now. With the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families' fleets on the river, the boatmen weren't worried about any problems. This was because a problem had already occurred once. A small boat carrying people was capsized not far from the center of the river. There were 21 people on the boat. Including the boatmen, there were 22 people. At the time, the people on the shore and on the water cried out in alarm. The boatmen also accepted their fate, and so did the boatmen. In the end, just as the boat capsized, a group of frightening swimming experts jumped down from the boats of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families' fleets. Various life-saving devices filled the sky. The entire river seemed to be covered with them. As long as the people who fell into the water grabbed onto any one of them, they wouldn't drown immediately. In the end, the 22 people were all rescued. Even the capsized boat was tied up with hooks and stuck to the side of the big boat. The only thing that was lost was a small portion of the life-saving devices, which were washed away by the water. A large amount of life-saving devices were scooped up with nets. As for the ones that were washed away, they would probably be scooped up in other parts of the river. Seeing the unique rice seedling symbol of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, they should be able to send them to the Great Tang Bank or Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's restaurants. Since they weren't going to send them, there was no harm in leaving them. It didn't matter who used the life-saving devices. The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family didn't care about this little bit of money. Human lives were more important. With that situation, the people who used the boats to ferry people were completely relieved. Every one of them became bolder and more confident. Because they weren't worried that something would happen, they were confident and in a good state. Instead, there were no problems. For them, the most important thing was that they could ferry people at night. The electric lights on the fleet illuminated the river as bright as day, and business became better. Because many people were afraid of water, they wouldn't take the boat if they could. They would rather take a long detour and walk on the bridge built by the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, or not cross at all. But since they didn't have to worry, they naturally wanted to take the boat and take a look. It was fine to treat it as a vacation. Some old people who didn't dare to cross the river their whole lives even took their grandchildren to see the scenery on the boat. It could be seen how much they trusted the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. They even hoped that the fleet carrying Xiaobei and the others from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would never leave. Of course, this was just their imagination. It was impossible. At the same time, they hated the people who wanted to bomb Xiaobei and the others even more. This was because they knew that Xiaobei and his children were still hiding in the cabin, not showing their faces at all. The local people were very angry. This was the Great Tang, the territory of Jiangzhou. When the children of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family went to other places, they could casually stroll around the streets and play with the local children. But when they arrived in Jiangzhou, they could only hide in the cabin, not even daring to go up to the deck. To the people of Jiangzhou, this was a disgrace. Therefore, the commoners helped to search again and again. After the search in the morning, when they were eating lunch, perhaps there would be commoners who would organize themselves to search again. Then, in the evening, or even in the middle of the night, they would take turns to get up and form groups to search again. Not only were they searching for others, but they were also checking to see if there were any bad people in the search team. This process continued for several days. It was as if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground to give Xiaobei and the others an explanation. The result was that the people hiding in Xuanyang were captured one after another. Anyone who was caught would first receive a beating. If they hadn't been handed over to the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family for interrogation, they would have already been beaten to death. In just a few days, with the help of the people of Xuanyang, 42 people had been captured. All of them were imprisoned in the provincial capital of Xuanyang, where they would be separated and interrogated through various methods. As for Xiaobei and the others, they continued to stay on the ship. They played in the largest hall, all of them devoting their energy to studying. We've caught 42. This is the strength of the people. It's true that water can carry a boat, and it can even capsize the boat. Without their help, relying only on my family and the power of the authorities, it would be pretty good if we could catch even half of them. Truly amazing. As Xiaobei ate, he said this to the others. Xiao Yuan did not correct Xiaobei's words. Instead, he took the fish and fed it to Panner, who was waiting with her mouth open. He said, "We should go down. If there are still some that slip through the net, they might take advantage of the time we go down to think of a way to make a move against us. We can catch them all. If we don't go down, what do we go down for? Wait for the people to continue searching. They actually dared to blow up my ship, so I definitely won't let them have an easy time. I plan on personally killing a few of them to prove their courage." Xiaobei shook his head. If we keep asking the people to help search, won't the people still work? If we delay the opportunity to make money, who will be responsible? Xiao Yuan was a little dissatisfied. Yet Xiaobei carelessly said, "What's there to be afraid of if we delay time? We'll give them a chance to make extra money, and we'll even give them some gifts as thanks. That way, we'll make up for our losses. I'm not going down because I'm afraid, and I'm not going to torment the people. Rather, through this operation, I want the people to understand the importance of unity and cooperation. For example, in the past, there were people who didn't have a good relationship with their neighbors. When questioned by our people, we can ask them if their neighbors could be bad people and have them speak the truth. I believe that for the sake of their responsibility to us, they won't speak carelessly and will instead evaluate objectively. In the past, when their relationship was not good, they would always remember each other's bad points. Now, when they evaluate objectively, they will think and speak at the same time. In the process, they will discover that their neighbors were actually not bad people. Both sides were responsible for their previous conflicts. Then, they will search together and cooperate. They will take turns on night watch. Their relationship will gradually become harmonious. Without communication, it will naturally deepen their conflicts. With communication, it will be fine, right? Aren't I very smart? As Xiaobei spoke, he did his best to stick out his chest, looking as if he was waiting for someone to praise him. Amazing, truly amazing, Xiao Yuan very cooperatively praised. And this was truly the case. The relationships between the common people of Xuanyang had improved because of this matter. Those who normally had conflicts with each other gradually resolved their conflicts as they worked together, especially when they worked together to capture a single person. When they high-fived each other in celebration, the smiles they gave each other turned into smiles of resentment and gratitude. Presumably, once this matter passed, the common people of Xuanyang would spend a very long time reminiscing about the events of each day. Even if there was some friction, they would still remember that they had once worked together, that they had persevered for the sake of the same conviction. So, we still have to continue waiting for them to capture another person. What they lose is time, and their time is usually used to earn money. We can use other methods to compensate them. What we lose is just a bit of money, but we have made the people of Xuanyang even more united. Compared to the fact that the people of one place in the Great Tang can become even more united, what is the money we lose compared to what we gain? Isn't that right? I've also prepared a speech. When the time comes, let the people stay on both sides of the river. Let's use the loudspeakers on our ships to thank them for this matter. I'll specifically mention the matter of their unity, and I'll mention it a few times. I'm the best at this. Xiaobei was so excited that he didn't even eat. He just stood there thinking as he spoke. As he spoke, the others could only stop and accompany him, occasionally helping him add a few words. Even Panner and Panner were no longer willing to eat. They blinked their large eyes as they curiously listened to their older brother and sister speak in a language they didn't understand. By the time Xiaobei and the others had finished adding to their plan, the dishes had already gone cold. Other than the cold plates and the hairtail fish that could continue to be eaten, the rest were taken away and sent to the kitchen to be reheated. While waiting for the dishes to be reheated, Xiao Hai said, "Big brother and big sister said that they have something to do, but I don't know how they're doing. I haven't been able to get in touch with them these past few days. I hope that they'll be successful." "They'll definitely be successful. Big brother and big sister won't be defeated," Xiaobei firmly declared as he waved his fist. The undefeated big brother and sister that Xiaobei spoke of were currently worried. They actually want the two of us to go to their manor to cook for them. Are you kidding me? If we go there, others won't recognize us, but how could the servants who usually serve us and my mother, your mother, not recognize us? Not to mention the mother that he always saw and grew up with, even mother and daughter who had been separated for many years would sometimes have a telepathic connection when they brushed past each other. No matter how good our disguises are, I believe that as long as my mother sees us, she'll immediately recognize us. My mother hasn't learned this kind of thing before. If we reveal something wrong and are discovered by others, what should we do?" Zhang Xiaobao said with difficulty. At noon today, people from the Wang Wan family came. It was that very arrogant person who relied on his family's power. He said that he wanted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to go to the manor before noon the day after tomorrow to make something in front of them. The people in the manor would choose the ingredients. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao couldn't go. That was why he was worried. Wang Wan was the same. She knew that what Zhang Xiaobao said was true. At that time, they often had cases where long-lost relatives found each other. One reason was because relatives would always remember that someone had been separated from them. The other reason was because of the telepathic connection that was currently unstudied by science. A picture on the monitor could give a long-lost relative a special feeling, let alone meeting them. She and Xiaobao had only been separated from their mother for a few days. Once they met, they would definitely be exposed. Perhaps Xiaobao's mother had received good education and could endure, but what about her own mother? If she was agitated, all her previous efforts would be wasted. Xiaobao, don't worry. There are still 2 days left. Think of a way. Maybe we cannot go. If we really go, we can only catch the 3 workers in the shop and torture them. But in that case, the clues will probably be cut off somewhere. You see, Zhang Yu left, and Zhang Yi didn't have any problems. No one came to catch him, which means that our spies didn't find any useful clues on Zhang Yu, so they didn't dare to act rashly and alert the enemy. Or maybe Zhang Yu and Zhang Yi's forces aren't the forces that are secretly causing trouble. The best way is to continue waiting. Wait for the other side to show a loophole, then we can catch them and find the people behind them. Defense is never as easy as offense. If we go to other people's place and hide behind them to cause trouble, it will be more troublesome for them. Wang Wan persuaded Zhang Xiaobao. In fact, she was also comforting herself and calming herself down. She knew that she had to find the people hiding in the dark and deal with them. Otherwise, with the method of controlling religion and using the big tobacco ointment, the other party would continue to grow stronger. Of course, if it was history, there was no record of this in Great Tang. Perhaps she and Xiaobao developed too quickly and attracted the attention of people from other places. Perhaps there were people from Great Tang involved. It was hard to guard against a thief in one's home. Hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao fell into deep thought. After a while, he whispered, "Tomorrow morning, there will be 10 trays of buns. Each tray will be 60 copper coins. Altogether, a bun is 5 copper coins. I'm making small buns. If you have to find a name, it will be sheep's eye buns. The texture is very good. It's fine to eat one in a bite, but it doesn't matter if you eat half in a bite. It's not easy to eat the stuffing. It's probably because they feel that it's good when they eat it. Since you and I are going to the capital, they can't eat the food I make and want to find a replacement." Wang Wan smiled and replied, "Of course. Isn't your goal to attract them and have more opportunities to send gifts to Wang Ju's residents? That's why the food you make is the most suitable for their taste. They are used to the food you make and will feel a sense of familiarity. In the days without us, they will naturally think that it's a blessing to have a good chef who can make food that is similar to their taste." Unfortunately, they didn't know that many of the things they were used to would be completely different if they were made by someone else. Only the most familiar people could make the most considerate meals. This was why there were so many famous chefs, but many people's favorite meals were at home. The dishes made by famous chefs are good because they consider everyone's taste. The food made by people at home is targeted. One is for taste, while the other is for time. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. It was normal that the dishes he made tasted good. He had this talent. Moreover, the dishes he taught the chefs were also liked by many people. However, he believed that if 100 people were given the choice of eating the dishes made by the chefs of Shuiyun for free every meal, or eating the dishes made by their mothers or other family members at other times, 99 of them would choose the latter. just like when I sold 13 spice to the person who picked me up. At that time, we didn't make much money. Many people would rather buy the boxes of 13 spice, which were very expensive, than the cheap 13 spice we sold. They just liked to listen to me and my grandfather sing the song of selling 13 spice. Most of the people who bought it thought that we sang well, so they bought a pack of 13 spice as if they were giving us a tip. In fact, we hoped that they would buy it because they thought it was good, and not because they were influenced by other thoughts. The boxes of 13 spice we sold were for the general public. When we sold them, it was different. It depends on the person. If they wore ordinary clothes, I would give them normal 13 spice. If they wore good clothes, I would try to reduce the spicy smell. This is because people generally like to eat light food. They probably want to cook vegetables, not meat. Moreover, if they wanted to buy more, I wouldn't sell it. If they bought it, they wouldn't be able to finish it and it would spoil. If you buy it in the supermarket, no matter how much you buy, they will sell it. They are purely trying to make money, so they lack a kind of humanistic care. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the past again. A trace of unique feelings appeared on his face. It was as if he had seen it lightly, but he also missed it. It was winter at that time. When I was in the north, I ate potatoes, radishes, cabbage almost every day. Occasionally, I would eat a bowl of wonton. Later, when I was rich, there was nothing in the world that I couldn't eat. However, my favorite food was still potatoes, radishes, and cabbage. You should have noticed that the dishes I made tasted the best. The quality of the ingredients is important, but it is not absolute. Whether the food is good or bad does not depend on the ingredients, but on whom it is made for. For example, the taste of the braised food in the restaurant is actually ordinary, but the steamed buns are different. This is because I know that maybe our mother can eat the same braised food. If you ask me to make the same braised food for our mother now, the taste will definitely be different. This is because food also has its own soul. Okay, I know you are awesome. Hehe, I have to pour cold water on you from time to time. If I let you continue talking, you will become the god of food. What we are discussing now is what to do the day after tomorrow. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. In fact, she knew that the braised food that Xiaobao made at home would definitely not taste as good as the food in the restaurant. This was because it was made for the family, so the thought put into it was completely different. You can't always discourage me. You have to encourage me. Otherwise, I will lose confidence. Once I lose confidence, the steamed buns won't taste good. If they don't taste good. That's right, you will only let us go the day after tomorrow, right? Then, if the taste of the steamed buns tomorrow is bad, can we not go there? As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and his eyes lit up. Without waiting for Wang Wan to speak, he said dejectedly, "No, if the steamed buns are bad, how can we continue to let the people in the manor eat them? If they don't eat them, we won't be able to achieve our goal. I'm so worried. If only we had a group of people to help us come up with ideas. The more people, the better. Okay, let's let the 4 fellows help us come up with ideas and see what their reactions are. Who supports going in and who is sincere in helping us? It can also be a test for Wang Gang. This is a choice for him. What do you think?" Wang Wan was reminded by Zhang Xiaobao's words. She remembered that there were still 4 fellows. The 4 of them actually belonged to 4 different forces. It was amazing. Zhang Xiaobao heard this and laughed, saying, "Wang Gang, he is really unlucky to have met us. A normal spy would not be in a situation like ours. It is nothing more than hiding, spying, and collecting information. Well, it's a good opportunity to tease them." Once the matter was settled, a day passed as well. At night, the door of the restaurant was closed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arranged for the 4 fellows to clean the rented house. Then, they found a place to put the bed and told them not to rush to sleep after they finished their work. They had something to discuss when they returned to the restaurant. The four fellows were puzzled. They did not know what the boss was going to do. It couldn't be that he felt that there were too many people and wanted to drive them out, right? One of them had already left, and there were just 4 of them left. When they first said that they wanted to recruit 4 people, they were going to recruit 4 people. With doubts in their hearts, the 4 of them went out from the back door and cleaned the house. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to their room to sleep. They would sleep as long as they could. Only when they had enough energy would they be able to do things properly. At the same time, they decided to continue tormenting the 4 of them so that they could sleep for at most 4 hours a day, which was 4 hours. They wanted to see if they could persevere and how long they could last. The longer they persevered, the more important they were in their respective organizations. The 2 of them slept for nearly 2 hours before the 4 fellows finally finished cleaning. Originally, it was like this. Except for Wang Gang, the other 3 fellows had planned to clean a random room and put the bed in it to sleep. They would clean the other 2 rooms the next day. This way, it would be very fast. But Wang Gang told them, "You guys go back first. I'll clean the other 2 rooms myself. The boss might be resting now. He's been tired all day. When you guys get there, if the boss is sleeping, don't call him first, or else he'll be angry." When he said that, the other 3 fellows secretly hated him. If they really went back, even if the boss was not sleeping, the boss would definitely ask them where Wang Gang went. How would the 3 of them answer? Should they say Wang Gang's original words? The boss would definitely value Wang Gang more. How considerate. If they lied, they would wait for Wang Gang to come and ask him. Wang Gang would say the original words. Based on Wang Gang's current position in the boss's eyes, the boss would naturally believe Wang Gang. Wouldn't the 3 of them be in trouble? Therefore, he had no choice but to follow along and clean up the 3 rooms. Almost 2 hours had passed by the time all 3 rooms were cleaned up. Once it was 4:45 p.m., who asked the shop to close so late? The sky was already dark, and they even lit oil lamps to light up the diners. Today, there were 2 tables of people who were drinking non-stop. They even called for the fellows. What a scam. However, Wang Gang knew what was going on. The 2 tables of people who were eating non-stop were arranged by him. Their purpose was naturally to torment them. He had been trained to be able to maintain his energy as much as possible when he had little rest. He did not believe that the other 3 fellows who seemed to have their own motives were also trained. It was now 4:45 p.m., which was 10 p.m. They were waiting to go to the boss to talk about something. No matter what, they had to delay the time as much as possible. Moreover, there were still dishes to be washed. If he suggested to wash the dishes, he would probably not be back after midnight. Tomorrow morning, they would have to wake up early in the morning to see if the 3 of them could bear it. Moreover, there would still be people coming over for dinner tomorrow night. They would not leave until very late. If it really did not work, the time in the morning could also be used. For example, they would wake up at 4:45 p.m. to clean up the front and back courtyard. They would tell the boss that they wanted to tidy up the courtyard, place things, or plant vegetables. Then, what would the 3 of them do? With different thoughts, the 4 of them returned to the braised food restaurant. Hearing the footsteps, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up. They yawned and waved at the 4 of them, asking them to go to the front. When the 3 fellows saw that the boss was indeed sleeping, they were very surprised. They looked at Wang Gang in puzzlement, wondering how he knew. Wang Gang actually did not know. He was just saying. He was also puzzled. Why was the boss so sleepy that he wanted to sleep so early? Sit down, sit down. Don't stand there. It is tiring to stand there. Zhang Xiaobao asked the four of them to sit down. His face was still simple and honest. The four fellows sat down on a bench opposite Zhang Xiaobao. They did not dare to sit at the same table as the boss like other people. Wang Wan found a seat slightly further away and sat down sideways. The four fellows found that the female boss had a good figure, but there were too many pockmarks on her face. Her facial features were also well defined. If there were no pockmarks and fewer wrinkles, she would definitely be a great beauty. After glancing at her, the four fellows immediately turned back and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for his instructions. Actually, it is not a big deal. Today, someone from a wealthy family came over. I believe you all heard what he said. He asked us to go to their house the day after tomorrow to make steamed buns. They will prepare the food for us. I don't know which wealthy family they are from. You all have seen me and the people in my restaurant. It is already good enough to open a small restaurant. When have we ever been to a wealthy family? I heard that wealthy families have many rules. If we go there and offend them, do you think I will not be able to open my restaurant in Hangzhou? I asked you all to come here to ask you all to tell me which wealthy family they are from. Should we go or not? If we go, who knows the rules of that family? If we don't go, how can we tell them? Sigh. It is not easy to do business. If we don't do well, we will not make money. If we do well, we will be targeted. Everyone says that Tang Dynasty is good, but I don't think so. What do you all think? Zhang Xiaobao looked very distressed. He talked to the four fellows and yawned from time to time. He seemed very sleepy. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. The other three frowned. One looked at Weiwei, one looked at his feet, and the other looked at the same level without blinking. The four of them just looked at him, but no one said anything. Just as Zhang Yi was about to speak, Wang Wan said, "Stone, why are you talking so much? They are all stupid. Can they understand? If they had the ability, they would be the boss, not the assistant. Why don't you just ask them directly if they want to go or not? Look, you've confused them with so many questions. You four, did you hear me clearly? I asked you about your business." "Yes, yes." The four fellows nodded. They were really annoyed by this female boss. She was too tormenting. "Say it if you hear me clearly," Wang Wan said again. Zhang Yi raised his head and said, Boss, I think you should sleep for a while. We will wash the dishes and then talk about it. Otherwise, when we leave, it will be your turn to wash the dishes." Before Zhang Yi could say his thoughts, Wang Gang suddenly said. Chapter 1070. Wang Gang's words made Zhang Yi's face turn ugly. Why was this Wang Gang always against him? There was no end to it. Instead of using his mind on work, he was thinking about this kind of thing. Zhang Yi never thought about whether his mind was used on work or not. Anyway, he felt that Wang Gang was an eyesore. Okay. Wang Wan smiled. Little Gang is sensible. Then you go wash the dishes. I will go with your boss to think about how to make you live more comfortably in that house. After speaking, Wang Wan got up and walked to Zhang Xiaobao. She touched Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Why are you standing there? Let's go. It's different to have a smart guy." The two of them went back to rest one after the other, leaving the four people. Zhang Yi stared at Wang Gang fiercely. He didn't believe what the female boss said. What made the four of them live more comfortably? The female boss was the kind of person who would not be comfortable if others were comfortable. Sigh, he would continue to suffer. And this Wang Gang, wait and see how I will deal with you when this is over. Under Wang Gang's suggestion, the four people went into the kitchen and began to work. They didn't dare to make too much noise, so as not to disturb the boss's rest. Things were washed slowly. After a day's worth of things, there was still time to wash. As soon as Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao entered the bedroom, they laughed. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "That Wang Gang is really interesting. He didn't forget to calculate people at this time. I guess he intends to use fatigue tactics. Good, he is a talent. It's normal. What kind of training did he receive? Most people can't compare to him at all. However, there is one person who seems to be from that faction. That person is Zhang Yi. When I was talking just now, there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. You know what I said, right?" Zhang Xiaobao was also full of smiles. His own spies were powerful, which meant that his side was strong. He should be proud. Wang Wan nodded and said, "I know. You said that everyone is talking about the Tang Empire, but you don't think so, so he is happy. It seems that he is indeed from that power. As for the other three, one of them is the one who looks at the ground. He probably doesn't want his thoughts to be guessed by others. He is Wang Gang." There was also one who was frowning, clearly not agreeing with what you said, but he didn't dare to retort. Another had a blank look in his eyes, similarly trying to hide his thoughts. I can see that the frowning person is probably on the Great Tang side, but I can't see the last one. With just one sentence and one expression, Wang Wan was able to analyze so many things and confirm that this person was not a threat. Zhang Xiaobao said, "The last one is also on the Tang Empire's side. His eyes are indeed on the same level, but I am close to him. I can feel that he is controlling his breathing. He should be suppressing the anger in his heart, because he will not be affected by it if he is happy. There are many kinds of happy emotions, but he is afraid that you and I will think that he is dissatisfied with his boss and get rid of him. It doesn't matter if he is happy. That is to say, 3 of them are on our side, and 1 is from that power. Good, it means that we still have the people's hearts. Of the other 2, 1 is probably on Li Longji's side. He is the one who is on the same level. He represents the imperial court and hates to hear others badmouth the Tang Empire. That is why his reaction was so strong. As for the one who is frowning, I can't tell which power he is from. His action of frowning shows that he is a little disgusted, but his training is not very good. He actually made his action so obvious. But he doesn't treat us as people who oppose the Great Tang, just ordinary people complaining. Thus, he frowned, not glared. That's my general judgment. As for whether or not there's any discrepancy, we'll have to continue observing. In a little while, I'll mention this again. Watch carefully. Good, it is indeed interesting. Zhang Yi is going to deal with 3 people alone. Interesting, very interesting. Moreover, he is not only dealing with 3 people, but also the 2 of us. I think we should give Zhang Yi some benefits and give him power. Otherwise, under the suppression of 3 people, he will lose his confidence. What if he gives up? When Wang Wan thought of the situation Zhang Yi was going to face, she felt that it was interesting, especially when both she and Zhang Xiaobao knew about it. Because she and Zhang Xiaobao were the ones who hid the deepest. The last one was Zhang Wang. The 2 of them slept for a while longer. It was already past midnight, and it was already past midnight. The 4 waiters finished their work in the kitchen. Zhang Yi whispered to the other 2, Zhang Nan, Zhang Yu, let's talk to the boss later. Leave one person in the kitchen so that he can wash the things during the day. Don't wait until the end to wash them together. It's too tiring. During the day, we're all standing at the front, so there aren't that many people for us to attend to. In this small store, 4 workers are enough to fill 3 such large stores. It's tiring to stand, and it's tiring to work. Why don't we finish the night work during the day and take turns? The 2 of them hesitated for a while and nodded one after another. Especially Zhang Yu, who looked very tired, said, "Big brother, you tell us. We will follow you." "Second brother, what do you think?" Zhang Yi was very happy to get the support of the two of them, so he deliberately asked Wang Gang. Wang Gang smiled and didn't say anything, but he nodded in agreement. The four of them looked at each other again. At this time, Wang Gang said softly in the direction of the bedroom, "Boss, are you asleep?" "Not yet. I am lying down. I will get up soon." Zhang Xiaobao's voice came. After a while, the two of them came out of the bedroom. Just like before, the six of them sat down. "Where was I?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "Boss, you were talking about whether we should go to other people's houses." Wang Gang reminded him. Zhang Yi looked at Wang Gang with dissatisfaction. He could talk about this later, but he had to talk about washing dishes first. Then he said, "Brother Zhang, just now we were thinking about it in the kitchen, but, oh, you thought about it? Do you want to go or not?" Zhang Xiaobao asked eagerly. "It's not about that. It's about washing the dishes. We plan to leave someone behind to wash the dishes during the day. After that, we won't disturb you at night. We don't have much to do during the day anyway." Zhang Yi said to Zhang Xiaobao, and then he looked at the other three people. Zhang Nan understood and quickly said, "That's right. During the day, there are many people, so we all stand in the front. It's good to let someone take turns to wash the dishes in the kitchen." "That's what I think too," Zhang Yuqiang agreed despite his tiredness. Zhang Xiaobao listened and then looked at Wang Gang, who hadn't said anything yet. Wang Gang quickly said, "I am also willing. I promise that I won't steal food at the back. And in the future, if we need to send things out, we can hire another person if we don't have enough people." Wang Gang had the same attitude, but Zhang Yi was angry when he heard it. They were talking about washing dishes, but why did they mention stealing food and hiring people in the future? Aren't you reminding the female boss when you say that? How could she agree? As expected, a few breaths after Wang Gang finished speaking, Wang Wan suddenly stood up. His eyes scanned the four people over and over again. His face, which was full of pockmarks, trembled uncontrollably. His breathing was rapid as he raised his hand and pointed at the four people. "No, what are you thinking? You want to go to the kitchen to wash dishes? You said you won't steal food, so you really won't steal food? Do you know how much a portion of braised food costs? If you eat a little, you won't even get a day's salary. Also, when the business becomes more and more prosperous in the future, when we need to make steamed buns and send them out, we won't have enough people. Who will pay for that portion of the salary? Won't I pay for it? Let me tell you, when you go to the kitchen to get things, you have to be quick. When you come back, open your mouth and let me see. If you have food in your mouth, you will lose your salary and leave." The four people all looked like they were scolded and didn't dare to say anything. They lowered their heads. As for what they were thinking, only they knew. Zhang Yi was probably going crazy with anger, but Wang Gang was secretly happy. Okay, no. They didn't say that they had to do it. It's just a discussion. Sit back. Don't be angry. The great Tang was just like this. There was not much to look forward to. They just had to make do with their lives. Money was needed everywhere. The great Tang people did not care where they went. They were very particular about what shops they went to. It's not okay to have a little chip on the plate. It's said that only beggars use broken bowls. It's okay to give them a chipped bowl, but since it's for beggars, they can't take money. Plates, bowls, and so on, even if they are not broken. It's not easy to buy one. If it's broken, it can't be used. If there's more or less food in the plate, it's troublesome. Who can put it so accurately? Could it be that they still had to weigh it? They can't afford that. Plus the people who pack it. Isn't the oil paper money? Send people fishing food, and the basket can't come back. It's money again. I don't see what's good about the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao persuaded Wang Wan. As he persuaded, he became angry. Yes, brother Zhang is right. The Tang Empire still has some shortcomings. If we don't change, the people's lives will be difficult. Alas! Zhang Yi's eyes lit up and he followed the words. Zhang Yu, who was frowning, couldn't help but raise his head and try to control himself. He said, the Tang Empire doesn't need to spend money to see a doctor or raise a child. Isn't it good? Where else can you find such a good thing? And the government also gives money to people who can't work. Our shop spends a lot, but it also earns a lot. Every penny we spend, we may earn a penny. Isn't that right, brother Zhang? What is it? Can't pay taxes? The imperial court took away the taxes. Of course, it has to be used on us. The wool comes from the sheep's back. We are actually using our own money. Wang Wan said unhappily. The Tang Empire's army is still protecting us? Zhang Nan, who was looking straight ahead, mustered up his courage and said. You still dare to talk back? Protect? What do you mean protect? Didn't you see what that rich man said when he came over? I said that I can't even not sell. Is this protection? They want us to go to their residence. We are still worried. How can we not go? Didn't you hear what he said? He wants us to prepare. It's not a discussion, it's an order. I said that if we don't go, they might not let our shop open. Where's the army? Where is the army? I didn't see it. I know that I can't afford to offend them. If you talk back to me again, get lost. I don't want to raise people like you. Humph! Wang Wan pointed at Zhang Nan's nose and scolded him. Zhang Nan clenched his fists. Then, he leaned forward and loosened his fists. The three people had different attitudes. Wang Gang's eyes lit up. He looked at one and then at the other. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He said, Boss, don't be angry. It's just a small talk. Let's talk about serious matters. What small talk? Dare to talk back to the boss? Can we still keep this servant? Zhang Yi is still the best. How about this, Zhang Yi, when you live in the back, you will be in charge and be more tolerant. You are the boss. Take care of the younger brothers. Zhang Nan, do you still dare to talk back? Wang Wan even changed the way she addressed people. One was close, the other was distant. She gave the power to Zhang Yi. Zhang Nan lowered his head and said, Boss, don't be angry. I won't dare to do it again. I really won't. Zhang Yi immediately said, Boss, don't worry. I will take good care of them. I am a busy person. Sometimes, I don't need to be in the right place. I think you are not bad. Don't you think so, sure too? Wang Wan was still catching her breath. Zhang Xiaobao quickly said, Yes. I think Zhang Yi is also not bad. He is old and sensible. Then let's talk about whether we will go or not. If we go, we are afraid that we have not seen the world. If we don't go, what if they close my shop? Oh, what should I do? Zhang Yi, you go first. The question of whether to go or not was thrown to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was very excited. He nodded fiercely, Okay, I will say. I will say. I have to go. Why? I think that they are a big family. They have rules. Usually, it is impossible for all the people who know the rules to go in. There must be someone who teaches them. I think I can do it. When they teach me, I will memorize it. After I memorize it, I will follow Brother Zhang and boss and remind them at any time. Brother Zhang, what do you think? Yes, yes. The rules are taught by others. As for me, I am afraid. I have never seen the masters and madams of a rich family. What if, I am scared. When I am making the buns, I tremble and the buns are not delicious. Will I be beaten? I will accept it if I am beaten. I am afraid that they will beat my wife too. My wife is weak and can't withstand the beating. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated. He still didn't completely agree with Zhang Yi's words. He looked worried. Zhang Yi looked at him and thought that he couldn't do it. If he didn't go, he would lose the opportunity. He persuaded again, Brother Zhang, don't worry. It will be fine. Think about it. A big family knows what kind of people we are. Even if we make a mistake, they will not care. What's more, Brother Zhang, the buns you make are really delicious. Oh. Then we will go? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the other three people. Wang Gang thought for a while and said, Brother Zhang, if you really don't want to go, tomorrow when they come to pick up the buns, you can let me try. I will tell them. If it works, we will ask for the rules first and learn. Then, when you want to go, we will go. Is that okay? Okay. Oh, Xiao Gang, you are not bad. During the day, you are in charge of the shop. You are smart enough. Zhang Xiaobao also gave Wang Gang a share of power. As for who had more power compared to Zhang Yi, it was up to them to decide how to use it. Chapter 1071. When Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Zhang Yi, who had been tasked with managing the accommodation, was stunned for a moment. He had just thought that he had some power and could help him, but before he could be happy, he received a blow. He knew too well who had more power. In the rented house, the power was nothing more than things like cleaning, whether to light the oil lamps, and where to sleep. There was no problem with tormenting people, but no matter how much you torment them, they would not listen to you or find all kinds of excuses. You could not go to the boss for every little thing, right? Besides, the boss did not see it. When the time came to complain to the boss would just ask and then tell the other three to cooperate. However, it was different when it came to managing the matters at the front. Who would dare to disobey when it came to who would stand in that position and who would deliver things outside? The boss was right next to them. Not to mention the purpose of his visit, even if he was a real worker, if he could be arranged to deliver things to a slightly more wealthy family, they would definitely be in a good mood and would definitely give him some tips. That would be an additional income. Zhang Yi really wanted to change places with Wang Gang, but he knew that it was impossible. He glanced at Wang Gang secretly, and his thoughts were complicated. Go to sleep. You all did well today. I'll give you 3 copper coins each. I'll give it to you immediately. Zhang Xiaobao said considerately. He also looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan was not satisfied, but she still took out 12 coins, 1 copper coin each. She counted them back and forth in her hand. After counting them 6 times, she gave each of them 3 copper coins. Looking at the expression on her face, it seemed that she was not giving money, but cutting off her flesh. The 4 workers were very excited. Each of them received the money and counted it several times in their hands. As for what they were thinking, it was not difficult to guess. When they left the restaurant and walked back, the crescent moon in the sky was almost hanging in the west. The 4 workers became listless. Zhang Yi touched the 3 coins in his hand and sighed. It was not easy to be a worker. If he had a choice, he would not accept this kind of task in the future. The next morning, the worker who had slept for less than 4 hours came to the front again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already put the buns into the drawer and steamed them in the pot. The two of them slept well. When he saw the four workers, the difference was obvious. Wang Gang didn't look tired at all, Zhang Nan had slight eye bags, Zhang Yi had dark circles, and Zhang Yu's eyes were bloodshot. In comparison, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very pleased. Their spy training system was indeed better than others, but at the same time, they were worried that Zhang Yu would not be able to hold on. From the looks of it, Zhang Yu should belong to another faction that had a certain or even absolute loyalty to Tang. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded, indicating that they knew what to do. Then they were busy with various things. Wang Gang sent Zhang Nan to the morning market to buy seafood, while Zhang Yi asked Wang Gang to arrange the task of washing cloth and wiping the table and chairs again in the morning. Zhang Yu also asked Zhang Yu to put the braised food and side dishes on the shelf, while Wang Gang helped Zhang Xiaobao in the kitchen. From the layout, it could be seen that he was not willing to let the other three workers touch the kitchen. After the work was done, they began to eat breakfast. Everyone had 4 meat buns and a bowl of soup made with wild vegetables in the courtyard of the rented house. The vegetables were dug by Wang Gang, and the soup was made by Zhang Xiaobao. The rented house was not opened yet, so they would talk about it when the house was empty. The meat buns were the same as the ones that were sent to Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather's residence today. The meat buns were all good meat. The meat around the pig's foreleg was wrapped into a ball. Generally, pork would not be wrapped into a ball. Usually, it was beef and mutton. Of course, venison would also work. However, the meat around the pig's foreleg was the closest to the effect of beef and mutton head. The reason why it was so good was that the meat was not directly cut out, but was smashed out by Zhang Xiaobao with the back of a knife. If it was another rich family, Zhang Xiaobao would not even care if they gave him 10,000 strings of cash. He knew that today's buns would definitely be eaten by him and Wang Wan's mother. Yesterday, they might only eat a little. How could Zhang Xiaobao be afraid of the trouble of making food for his family? In addition to the pork and onion stuffing, Zhang Xiaobao also made 2 additional trays of chicken soup dumplings. The chicken was black-bone chicken, which he made after the workers left last night. He mixed the soup twice, and the stuffing was a mixture of mutton and fish. It was specially made for his mother. He believed that when the food was sent, the cooks in the inner courtyard would know that it was suitable for pregnant women to eat as soon as they smelled it. They would test for poison first. However, they were not steamed in the trays because it was different from the traditional ones. They were not frozen stuffing or frozen stuffing put into the trays. Instead, they were open-mouthed buns. Each of them had thin skin and large stuffing. Just a little while before they were fully steamed, they would directly open the pot and pour in the boiling soup to cook the stuffing. Therefore, they had to wait for people to come to get it before they could steam it. After steaming it, they would directly take it away. Wang Wan had never eaten such a bun before. The expectations were too high. Zhang Xiaobao had also honed his sword for 10 years. Other than 99% of his sweat, the most important thing was that he had that 1% talent. Zhang Xiaobao also prepared a large jar of wild vegetable soup. Afraid that it would get cold, he even poured a layer of cooked oil on it before sealing the jar. Of course, when the workers ate it, they did not have such treatment. Zhang Xiaobao would never spend so much effort on them. Even if they ate it, they might not be able to taste the difference. After lunch, when the door was about to open, Wang Wan said to Zhang Yu, "Little Yu, I have something for you to do today. You go to the dock and ask Chow Chow where the people of the fishing association will go fishing today. You go there yourself and watch others fishing. Then, when it's time for lunch, you have to keep an eye on them and see if they are not willing to eat and directly throw away the food. You can come back at night. Go." Zhang Yu was stunned at first when he heard the order. Then, he was delighted. He knew the benefits of this task. He could go to rest. It was not easy to watch others fishing. He could find a place to sleep for the whole morning and wake up when it was almost noon. After watching others eat, he could continue to sleep in the afternoon and come back at night. Zhang Xiaobao also said, "You take the braised meat and pancakes in the restaurant with you. Don't starve at noon." Zhang Yu was even more touched. Although he knew that he came with a mission, and this Zhang Shi did not seem to have a good impression of Tang Dynasty last night, as a boss, he could not find fault with his care for his workers. After one worker left, there were only 3 workers left. Zhang Yi was very envious of Zhang Yu, and even a little jealous. He also wanted to go out so that he could pass the message to his own people. If he did not receive a mission from the boss, he could not go out. If he went out without permission, he would very likely be kicked out by the female boss immediately. Wang Gang glanced at Zhang Yu's back as he left. He had no expression on his face. He knew that his people would follow Zhang Yu and record his every move. The 3 workers took a short break. More people came. The person from Wang Ju's family, who always liked to show his identity by relying on the power of the main family, also came. Wang Gang did not go up to greet them. Instead, he went to a table where 2 people were eating and wiped the table for them. Although the table was clean and there were no other traces, the 2 people who were eating chatted with him for a while. Then, he went to talk to the servant of Wang Ju's family. He kept talking and finding things to talk about. The servant of Wang Ju's family was still waiting for the soup dumplings to be ready. One of the 2 people who were eating left. After a while, when the soup dumplings were ready, another servant of Wang Ju's family came in from outside and whispered to the servant who came first. The servant was surprised at first, but then nodded repeatedly. After Zhang Xiaobao packed everything and collected the money, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You don't have to go tomorrow. It's not good if you don't know the rules. Can you read? It's okay. I know a few. It's not too difficult. I can understand it." Zhang Xiaobao knew that the matter was done. Wang Gang helped him through another channel. "It's good that you can understand it. Remember it well. Otherwise, if you make a mistake, no one can protect you. Beheading is light. More serious, exterminating the whole family." The servant of Wang Ju's family raised his head again, as if he was the most important person in the world. Zhang Xiaobao also gave the servant a bribe and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, I will remember. I won't dare to forget. You are from a rich family. Flowers and grass are more precious than grass. I know. Hee hee. You go well." The servant of Wang Ju's family, who did not know how big of a trouble he had caused, left with the 2 people who came with him. Not long after, someone else came over and gave her a stack of paper. There were a total of 7 sheets, and each one was filled with words. He threw them on the counter and told Wang Wan that these were the rules, and that she should learn them quickly so that she could go to the manor. Zhang Xiaobao was temporarily free. He moved closer to Wang Wan and looked at the paper. He whispered, "Let me see. What are the rules? If I make a mistake, beheading is a light punishment. I'm scared. Go away. Why are you messing around? Didn't you see that I'm keeping records? It's not like we'll really go there. When we do, our identities will change." "What rules?" "We are the rules. The soup dumplings you made are sent over. Normally, the soup dumplings sold in restaurants have crab or something in them. They are cold but fresh. But you didn't put anything like that in them. It's obviously specially prepared for pregnant women. Aren't you afraid that your mother will guess?" Wang Wan did not look at the rules at all. To her, as long as the Tang Empire's soldiers could go, she was the rules. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "I'm afraid, but I'm more afraid that my mother will be worried. We've been out for a few days, but they haven't been able to contact us. If my mother guesses what I made, she will definitely persuade your mother to be in a better mood and not worry. It's much better than showing up directly and letting your mother know that we are unprepared." In Wang Ju's manner, Zhang Wang clan and Madame Wang only had a little porridge in the morning. Recently, they had not had a good appetite. Other than the discomfort during pregnancy, they were also worried about their son and daughter. Yesterday, they ate a few buns and thought that they tasted good, so they were waiting for the buns to come today. With their identity, they could have asked the restaurant to prepare the buns earlier. However, Zhang Wang clan did not want to bully others, so they delayed the delivery. When the buns arrived today, they were sent to the two of them first. The drawers were opened, and a doctor took out a few sets of tools to check if there was any poison in the buns. Someone was also in charge of tasting the buns. "Madam, the buns are delicious, really delicious. I'm fine after eating the soup dumplings. Please take a look." A maid licked her lips and said after tasting the soup dumplings. The doctor also nodded, meaning that with their current skills, they did not find any poison in the soup dumplings. At this time, the soup was poured into the bowl. Zhang Wang clan picked up a bun and used the chopsticks to make it bigger. She gently took a sip and was stunned. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.